All right, chat. We got tournament number 2 of the night. Got the Master Ball League Indonesia coming up in a couple minutes. I might play a... Sometimes they have like a long downtime in between rounds. So we might play some PTCG Live in between rounds. We'll see what the downtime is like. We'll see what the downtime is like. I think he's going to make the whole day 1. This is just top cut. They're already done with day 1. I don't actually know how much they're... I mean, it's top 32, I think. Yeah, I think it's top 32 from this point on. Yeah, this is just day 2. Just top cut. They don't stream the... For any of them, for all the Master Ball Leagues, they don't stream day 1. I watched some of the Toad School Guardy matchup on mute while DDing earlier. What do you think of that deck? It's probably not great, but worth inspecting further, I guess. Yeah, worth trying out and seeing if there's anything there. You know if there's a stream plan for Singapore's major on the 30th, 31st? Probably, yeah. Top 32 best of 1, finals best of 3. Oh, top 32 is best of 1? That is unfortunate. Sick, I want to tune in for Rivals format. I don't think it's Rivals format. I don't think they have... Yeah, I don't think it's Rivals format. I think they are missing some cards. If anything, they just have Grimmsnarl and something else. Grimmsnarl and what we saw in the last Master Ball League. I don't think they have like the full Rivals format. Same format as Thailand? Yeah. So they have Grimmsnarl. Was it Grimmsnarl, Shame, and Crustle, right? Yeah, Grimmsnarl, Shame, and Crustle, I want to say. Yeah, so they have like Shaman, Grimmsnarl, Crustle, or something like that. What are Master Ball leagues? It's just like the last big tournament in all of the countries in Asia. Like every country in Asia has like a Master Ball league to like end their tournament season, except for Japan has the Japan National Championships, which is basically the same thing. And then I don't know about China. I don't know how China works, to be honest. Yeah, it's basically just a national tournament for all the countries. And there's one next weekend in Singapore. And I think there is a stream for that one. Yeah. I'm gonna go live for the first time for TCG live stream. Any tips? Nope. Did you make day 2 of Portland? Yep. Oh, so you have Shamans for the rest of Heatwave 2? No, the cards that they have is Grimmsnarl. The relevant cards they have is Grimmsnarl, Shaman, Crustle. That is it. Those are the only cards they have. It's like half of... They have like half of Heatwave. So if you're going to do big watch parties, you should hold your own online invitational tournament. Wow, why? What is that? What does that have to? What is the correlation between those two things? Why should one cause the other? Grim Yen Mega Shaman. Sure. I mean, I wouldn't say Yen Mega is like a relevant card, but sure. I guess they also have. Yeah, they have Steven stuff and Yen Mega as well, but we probably won't see those on stream. You see the list that Henry is on with Rapska and Evo? We did, yeah. Michael Davidson was playing it on round 1. What does Crustle do? It's just like a Mimikyu, but a stage 1, so more HP. Attack that hits a little bit harder. Nothing too crazy, though. So crazy that different regions have different formats at the same time. Yeah, it is definitely unfortunate. I wish it was just kind of unified. Across all regions. It would definitely nice for everything to be unified. From Taiwan, yes, except Japan and China, all Asian countries have Master Ball leagues at as the Champion League. Yeah. So yeah, only Japan and China are different. And Crustle seen more success in Mega than with the other Walmons, but it also isn't too relevant. Yeah, I also think Crustle. I shouldn't even list Crustle, to be honest. The only relevant cards that we'll probably see, I would actually bet the only relevant cards that we will see that they have that we don't have is Grimmsnarl and Shaman. They don't have anything else relevant, like the Crustle, Yen Mega, yada yada. The chance that we see those super low. If he needs to steal the finger guns move, the casters did. That was sick. That was sick. When is Grimmsnarl legal in the States? NAIC weekend, so 3 weeks from now. Why's your number OCIC? Because they just stopped doing it. That it wasn't worth it. I heard there's no Crustle in top cut. Pretty good bet. I'm saying Grimmsnarl will be top 3. Top 3, think it could be? Sure, why not? You playing Imagine Dragons since Dragapult is BDIF? No. There's an Owl Child on double and cut. It's a top 32, right? What's your favorite deck to play right now? The next deck I play with. Top 32, best of 1. Dude, best of 1 is just crazy. I guess the tournament, it's not going to take that long for the tournament then. We're only going to be here for a couple hours, but I guess that's fine. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe that's for the best. And I can get to bed at a reasonable time, wake up, do it again with day 2 of whatever tournament. We're Portland. You think Rockets Nidoking going to be any good? No, won't be any good. Also not believing yet Mega Tinkaton can make a top cut. Definitely not a believer, no. Wait, which top cut is Archon? This top cut that we're watching right now. It's best out of 3 top cut? Bro, what the fuck? Why are people lying, bro? Someone in chat said it was best of 1 till the finals. Made day 2 of Portland. You should get to bed, Kurt. Go get some sleep. What the heck? Well, actually, it's only 9. It's not that late yet. Nah, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Americans can or cannot participate in Indonesia. Cannot, no. Well, I don't know if that's actually true. I don't know if they maybe could. Swiss was best of 1 top cut is best of 3. Okay, that's what I thought. If it was ever offered you to cast Worlds, would you take that opportunity over playing? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it very hard. 6-1 at Portland with Frostlass. All right, let's get it. Frostlass? Yeah, single elimination best out of 3. Sure. Best of luck in day 2. Beyond function. There's out of country people in the tournament in day 1. Just one person or multiple people? Does Articuno's ability stop Dragapult? Prevent effects of attacks? I'll answer the question, but first tell me what you think. Do you think it does or doesn't? I want you to think about it first, and then I'll tell you the answer. $800 people, 840 total people for this Matchup League. Dude, that's a lot. What the heck? I think it does, but I'm new to the game. I was wording on some of this, throws me off. It does prevent Dragapult's attack, yes. No foreigners. No foreigners who play in Indonesia need to have AITAS, a residency permit. No random foreigners can play. Oh, okay. So you need. Okay. You have to be there on. You have to have some amount of permanent residency. Did you watch Portland Regionals today? We did, yeah. Are you having second thoughts about not having gone to Portland? No. Multiple. What happened to Portland? Weren't you going? No, I decided I didn't want to go, so I canceled the whole tournament. I had them shut it down because I didn't want to go. So they canceled the tournament. I wasn't feeling it. The trophy cards are sick. The trophies, honestly, dude, I feel like they could do better. I'm not gonna lie. But I feel like that's most trophies in the Pokemon TCG. Most of the trophies in the Pokemon TCG are honestly kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie. They're just like they could definitely be a little bit cooler, a little bit better. Like the old school regional trophies are sick, but the trophy cards are actually sick though. We need more trophy cards over here at TPCI tournaments. Like these trophy cards are absolutely sick. The trophies are like whatever. They can do better. They can do better like across the board. Honestly, the coolest trophies are like the ones in Japan where it's like a plaque with the card in it. Those they probably have the sickest trophies over in Japan. You have to pay to chat? No. Aren't you invited to Worlds because you won Monterey? I do have my Worlds invite, yes. The trophies look cooler IRL. I don't know. They showed one on camera. Yo, Timothy? What? Little Timmy's out here, bro? 9-0? Timmy with the 9-0? Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I'm rooting for Timmy here. I'm rooting for Timmy for the dub. When is Worlds? Second or third weekend of August, I think. I don't remember exactly. Actually undefeated? Bro, Timmy undefeated is crazy. I don't get it. Where's the stream? What do you mean? Timmy Cramorant? Timmy Cramorant? You show us your favorite of your trophies? Sure. I have my overhead cam set up as well. Timmy Trumpet? Yo, Timmy Trumpet out here? I'll show you in between rounds, because who knows when this first round's going to start. One of my friends from locals is 23rd going tomorrow with Frostlass Monkey Door. Oh, I thought you were going to say Raging Ball, no Owls. That's still pretty cool, though. Actually, they might have been the person who was in chat. They just mentioned they were 611 going today, too, with Frostlass. Where are the matches? They'll happen. They're just started. They're doing the intros. They're breaking down Top Cut. Chill. So I just won the Redacted Invitational with Poison Moon. Got 600 codes and a bunch of other stuff. All right, Heracross. 600 codes is a lot. What the heck? That's enough credits for the rest of your life. When you say Poison Moon, do you mean like Mooney X with the poison package, right? I don't know, that deck, there's something with that deck, I feel like. There might be something there. Ideally, how soon before Worlds you'd like to have an idea of what you're playing? As soon as possible. The sooner is always the better. Whatever happened to yapping? Shit lasted like 2 weeks. Honestly, there just wasn't as much. I'm 22nd going into tomorrow with Balt No Owls. I don't believe you, I'm not gonna lie. Hang on, I'm gonna look it up now. We'll call your bluff. Joltik box versus Gholdengo Dragapult. That sounds like a pretty good for Joltik box, I'm not gonna lie. What deck are you planning to bring to Worlds? Probably just quad Joltik. It's pretty sick. I think the deck is insanely strong in position right now. It's the best deck with a donk package. It definitely seems, yeah. I mean, Archaudon is just kind of cheeks, so you have to play so much to do so little. And you can't even want to get with Dragapult. Is Black and White coming out before Worlds? It is, yeah. What do you think of my Portland list? All right, let me see this. Usually the 51 months there. Jake. Did you actually go to... Oh, wait, what the heck? Why did it switch over like that? Oh, wait a second. I think I gotta do... There we go. didn't even realize that happened, that it popped up. Appreciate the 6 months there, Bunny Man. Alright, I might need to move the chat and stuff around a little bit here. At some point. Well, we can see most of the field like this. It actually might just be fine, to be honest. Maybe I'll make everything a little bit narrower. But this is like actually fine. Yeah, Black and White does come out before Worlds. Like a month before Worlds, Black and White drops. Amiibo. I'm not gonna lie, Jake. I feel like, well, I guess you have Rare Candy, but I feel like not playing Luxurious Cape is throwing. Oh, I guess the Crispins make up for that, right? So you put down Double Pult and then you, what's it called? I play Double Jamie, ignore the Badoo War. Okay, I could see it. I guess you can evolve to Double Dracloak plus play Crispin, and then you can get out. You get out eventually, is the idea. That makes sense. All right, Genesect immediately set up here. Oh my gosh, they play the Genesect? Okay, let's lock in. So it looks like we went... Oh, I assume the Gholdengo player chose second, is what happened here. But we have the Genesect set up already. Now we need to get into the Joltik and actually use the Joltik attack here to set up. Okay, there's the Joltik. Set up our Pikachu and our Iron Hands. All right. What format is this? Do you have any parts of Destined Rivals? They have Grimmsnarl and Shaman. Same as what Thailand had. The Judge Interference has begun. Hopefully it's not on the same level as Thailand. We'll see. They put damage counters when Mons get KO'd? We'll find out. If they have Shaman, then they must have Ethan stuff too. Nope. They don't have Ethan stuff yet. They got Stevens, they have Stevens, Marnie's, Stevens, Marnie's, and Shaman. Same thing as that, what, this Thailand had the exact same format. When was Thailand? Last weekend. Where did Shaman come out? I have no idea. I have no clue. That's what I've been told though. That's what they have is that those cards. All right, Iron Hands fully loaded here. Actually, I don't know if I like the Iron Hands fully loaded though, because the active could evolve to Gholdengo, the bench could evolve to Gholdengo. I mean, the Dreepy would just become a Dracloak, obviously, but do we have those in battle partners? They're just like completely different. Well, evolve the baby Gholdengo to play around Iron Hands, I guess, but there is a Prime Catcher in the hand. Oh, we're just retreating here. I feel like Prime Catcher, maybe we have Boss in hand? Boss KO Gimme Ghoul seems like the play. Or Prime Catcher KO Gimme Ghoul. Oh, we do have Boss. Okay, yeah. It's pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's pretty good. Boss KO the Gimme Ghoul. I put at least one on peak. Well, they have no energy in hand, so putting the one on peak would have actually been pretty bad. One on peak would have been probably correct if they had anything in the hand. And there we go. Amp on the only Gimme Ghoul. Dreepy gets pushed. Cypher Maniac top deck. I mean, at what point do you just concede to save time, I guess, is kind of the question at this point. I know there's 45 minutes left, but I think I would maybe just pack this up. This is, like, super far gone. Yeah, this is, like... Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good. No unnecessary damage counters? Thankfully, yeah. This is best 2 out of 3. Best 2 out of 3. In Taiwan and Hong Kong, we have the same Psyduck Gym promo card as Japan. You have it right now? Like, is it legal for play right now? Are they allowed to concede? Yes, they can concede. No one can't concede. No one can't concede. I don't know how like this rumor started that over in Japan that people can't concede or they don't concede. They can concede and they will concede. In Japan, the rule used to be you couldn't concede once time had been called, and that was it. But when you're playing best of one, there's no reason to concede. But even that rule has been changed. Now in Japan, if time gets called, you can concede. All right, retreat to Gholdengo and pass. There's a prime catcher in hand though, so you can just go after the Dreepy now and knock that out. The rest of the hand is still clogged with a bunch of nothing. Here comes an S-Ball, though. We could grab Mew here and get Mew established. Just thinking about the Latios, though. We have Rescue... I'd like to see the Mew get grabbed here, to be honest. No draw power in play, so an Iono could be some kind of comeback. I don't know what was taken from the Cypher Maniac there. If they got, like, Iono into TM Evo here, we could start to see a comeback. You can ask your opponent to concede or no? No, you cannot ask your opponent to concede. All right, we got the Crispin coming in. I assume to load up the Pikachu here. And then we do have the Prime Catcher on the Drippy. Okay, once the Prime Catcher goes down, they should definitely concede. They should definitely concede once the Prime Catcher goes down. All right, and there's the concede. We go to game 2. Cool, cool, cool. You'd love to see it. All right, let me move around chat and my camera a little bit here. Make things make a little bit more sense. Make it a little smaller. We have to do this actually. Okay, there we go. Looks good. All right. So it looks like Gholdengo chose second once again, and the hand is dead. And the hand's not dead. They have a Cypher Maniac. It's not like what they're looking for, though. Yeah, the hand's not dead, but it's obviously not great. So do you like museums? Yeah, they're fine. All right, no energy. Wait, no, wait. How'd that energy into the discard pile? Oh, we retreated to the Joltik. I don't know about hard retreating off the rip. We didn't have to retreat, because then like a boss can make things awkward on the next turn. All right, we do have a buddy popping for 2 gimme ghouls. Okay, so we're not completely dead in the water. Energy Search Pro is in the deck. There's no Genesect set up yet, but it could get set up. Just think it's gonna be a little bit more awkward to have on the bench though, because the Clefairy's there. Have I seen the new Mission Impossible? I just saw it in theaters and it's so good. I have not, no. All right, into the Cypher Maniac. What are we even putting on top of the deck, though? Once again, like, what do we even put on there? Gholdengo's one of them. Like, what? Gholdengo... I don't think you want to put Iono. Is the Gholdengo boss? I swear the second card they grabbed there was boss. Boss does not seem like a very good grab. You see the madness that is expanded right now? Are you talking about like the results from the tournament in Japan? All right, there is an S-Ball and there is an Arven, so we could see Genesect get put on the bench here. They have a... Oh, maybe they're going to try and boss KO the Genesect, I guess? Doesn't seem very likely to happen. Let's see if the Genesect gets found here. There's an S-Ball. There is an Arven in hand as well, so we can get a tool card here. Yep, here comes Arven. I don't know what the other card should be. Tool card, maybe you just go ahead and grab like a Pokegear to find boss next turn, so you don't have to use Prime Catcher as a Gust, potentially. Goes for the Rescue Board. I do kind of like the idea of Pokegear. Goes for the Earthen Vessel. Seems fine as well. Don't know if attachments. And then probably gonna go grab a Pikachu here off the tandem unit. Okay, so would you rather TG had a release schedule like Pocket with a new set every month? No. All right, Pikachu on the bench. Got the Genesect set up. No draw support on the bench, though. That's a big thing. No Pheasantipity, no Mew. And we're going into the Joltik setup here. Oh! How many grass did we prize? We must have prized like 3 grass energy. Oh, no, there one is. Okay. We did prize a couple, though, I think, for sure. But getting the full Joltik attack off is a pretty big deal. Like, whiffing the Joltik attack is really bad. 3 on hands, 1 on Pikachu here? No, I'd probably just fully load the hands. I just fully load the hands here. You're always going to hands next turn, so, yeah. Yeah, Prime Catcher to go chase the Dreepy or whatever, attach it, and then attach a Pikachu on the next turn. Yeah, definitely just load up. Okay, retreating to the Gholdengo. Draw 2 off the Gholdengo. But Genesect set up. It was a boss. It was a boss. Why did they grab boss? Oh, we're never getting knocked out on that turn, though. Oh, Joltik's always happening. I was saying we had Nestball for Fest. Dude, why did they put boss on top of their deck? Were they hoping like the other card? What were? Yeah, why would they put boss there? It definitely should have been like an Arven, so they could have just gone TM Evo this turn. And there's just the pass. Yeah, they didn't do anything. Now we got a Prime Catcher in hand here. Does Prime Catcher KO Gimme Goal is pretty good. Yeah. Attach to the Pikachu comes down. That's great. Yeah, I think Prime Catcher KO Gimme Ghoul makes the most sense. If we can draw a boss off our prize cards or the top deck next turn, then that becomes boss KO Dracloak next turn. I doubt there's going to be enough energy to KO the Iron Hands here. The Iron Hands is probably surviving. Honestly, that's like another reason to include the Genesect in this deck, I guess. Oh, and then no, why would you Iono here? Oh no, the Iono was so bad here. The opponent just went draw pass. That is a huge mistake. We'll see if they get punished, though. I still think it's pretty unlikely that they get punished. Give your opponent a fresh 6 cards when they basically did nothing last turn does not seem like the play. We did find boss for next turn, but I'm not sure this is worth the trade-off. Arven top deck there is pretty good. Into the Dracloak. Actually, we can like get our board completely out of range of an Iron Hands 2 prize turn. Still going to be tough for us to find all the energy we need to take KOs, but we could go Arven here. Attaching the Psychic Energy active seems so bad, though. Oh, hang on. We got Gholdengo first. Hang on. Draw with Gholdengo first. No metal still, but... Yeah, so we could go... If there's a metal energy in the discard pile, we can Nitro Trick for that, but I'm pretty sure there's not a metal energy in the discard pile. Goes with the Ultra Ball, gets rid of... I don't know about if I like getting rid of the Turo. I feel like that could be useful because the Iron Hand is going to have to go into a 2-hit here. Ultra Ball for Fez. Okay, I don't dislike the Fez. Fez is not great, though, especially if we got rid of Turo. Because the way that the... No, the Fez actually isn't very good, actually. Because the way that the Joltik box player can close out the game now is with Ursaluna. If you had kept the Turo, then going for Fez this turn into Turoing it in the future could have been okay. But now the Fez is just going to be the win condition here for the Joltik box player. Yeah, I don't like this, to be honest. Honestly, even if the opponent sets up the board here, this still feels fine. I only draw 6 before attack. Now we have boss in hand for next turn and can attach a Pikachu. I don't know. We're getting a top deck plus prize cards there. I feel like we could have lived off that just fine. All right, TM Evo and Poffin happening. But we don't want to actually get multiple Gimme Ghouls here. We only want one Gimme Ghoul because we want to evolve the Dracloak to a Dragapult and then the Gimme Ghoul to a Gholdengo. They're searching the deck like they want to get another Gimme Ghoul here, but they don't. Thankfully, they don't have one because they should not bench another Gimme Ghoul here. They should not bench Gimme Ghoul here. This is definitely the better play is to definitely not overbench here, which it feels like they were going to do for sure. So why do you think it took Genesect so long to be a decent card? I don't know. That's not something I think about. Oh no, they didn't evolve the Dracloak. Oh my gosh, that's such a bad play. They need to evolve Dracloak there into Dragapult. There was one in the deck, I believe. I think they had a Dragapult in the deck. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they only had the Dragapult in hand, but I swear they had a Dragapult in the deck. Yeah, I swear they had Dragapult in the deck. Evolve into Loke this turn. Dragapult's in hand. Dude, I swear I saw a Dragapult in the deck. Am I trolling? Oh, maybe I saw it, but then they drew into it off the Pheasantipity. Oh, I think I did see it when they poffined. I think I saw it when they poffined, and then they Pheasantipity into it. Okay. I think that's what happened. Unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate. Yeah, and there's the Gust. There's the KO. Now, Pikachu can win the game. Although the Pikachu doesn't have all the energy it needs right now. There's a Crispin in the hand. So if you can find Iono this turn as Gholdengo, then there is still some hope. You need Iono plus Knockout, though, which is going to be pretty tough, especially as we've cycled all this energy into our hand here. It's just not happening. Yeah, it is not looking good here. I don't even know if we have the KO this turn. Actually, Arven should be able to get the Vessel to get the KO. We should have the KO here for sure. Were the stream matches good for Portland? They're pretty solid, yeah. I mean, there goes Arvin for energy retrieval. That is not Vessel. Maybe they have the energy in hand they need. Uh-oh. I mean, I think this. I don't even know if they have the KO on the Iron Hands here. What is the energy on the Gholdengo? It's not a metal, right? What's the difference between Master Ball League and Champions League? They're just two. The Master Ball League tournaments are the national tournaments for countries in Asia. The Champions League are major tournaments that happen in Japan throughout the year, but it's not the Japan national tournament, which is what happens the week after NAIC. Different major tournaments in countries in Asia. All right, there's a future booster capsule put on the active. We don't lose this turn, but the game is basically over once this Crispin gets played. Unless there is... Nope, never mind. Metal and grass to the Pikachu. And that's basically just game. Pikachu gets loaded. Iron Hands is loaded. Oh, wait, no, they do win. They can just retreat and knock out. Dude, I was like, all right. Well, Iron Hands is stuck in the active. I don't know why I thought Iron Hands was stuck in the active. I was like, Iron Hands is stuck in the active here. But that's fine. But it's not. There we go, knockout. Japan Nationals Worlds format? Yes. It will be with the Worlds format. Yes, yes, yes. Think Indonesia has more? Dude, this is just such a stupid question. I'm just gonna... that's just a stupid, dumb question, dude. Do you think Indonesia has more bad players, or was it normal? I think I'm gonna put you in a timeout. Bit of a wash. Genesect is a good card. I mean, there were definitely some mistakes on the Gholdengo side for sure. There's definitely some mistakes on the Gholdengo side, but yeah, I mean, Genesect makes it pretty tough. Even if they had played better, I don't think it was getting them out of that situation. Yeah. It'd be better if I put this... move this over here. Is this day 2 for them? Yeah, they're in top cut. They play day 1 is best of 1 Swiss, and day 2 is top 32. We are in day 2 here, which is top 32, best 2 out of 3. Why is that Dragapult crashing out? Bro, he just looks tired, to be honest. The Dragapult just looks tired. Looks exhausted. I mean, at a play rate of almost 20%, wouldn't you be tired? Like, if you were being used almost in 20% of the meta. Like, he's just done, bro. He's like, bro, can you please just put me back in the binder? Please. I just want to live, man. Man works a 9 to 5 with 3 kids. Yeah, and then also plays in 20% of all meta decks. Like, he's been through a lot. What deck would you have played if you had gone to Portland? You said you didn't vibe with any deck, but if you had to pick one, probably United Wings. Just pretty much the best deck in the format that no one's playing. So it would have been a pretty easy top 8 if I had gone, but yeah. Didn't really want to expose it before NAIC, so have to wait for NAIC to whip it out to get the free dub there. So yeah, United Wings. True Bros even uses the draw engine. Yeah, dude, he's just done, man. He just needs a break. Give him a Monster Energy drink. Bro, he needs something. My boy Regidrago is 30% meta and was never tired. The GOAT of V-Stars. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't think Regidrago ever got to 30%. I think 24% was its cap, was its highest point at NAIC. Don't gas him too much. Oh, Mega Pokemon. What? Is Mirko good in United Wings? Pretty good, yeah. I don't understand why Indonesia changed Iono's name to... Yeah, what do you mean? Like, wait, do they have, like... Well, don't they have, like, different... What language are they... What language are their cards over there? I know you would have pulled up with Raging Ball or Poison Metal Azul. Definitely not. Does each stream have its own YouTube account? Is there a place to watch City Leagues? I don't think there's a place to watch City Leagues. As far as each stream having its own YouTube account, there is a bunch of different YouTube channels for the different countries in Asia. And there's also the Asia English channel as well, which hosts multiple tournaments on there. And then there's the Japanese channel. There's quite a few different YouTube channels, but there's the Asia English channel hosts multiple. Like, I think the stream in Singapore is happening on the Asia English channel next week. So do you have any recs of what to watch when I line up for Destined Rivals product for 12 hours? For like shows? I mean, Severance, if you haven't seen that. There's like a lot of things. I would need like a category to work off of. I mean, there's like End of Infinite, Breaking Bad, if you haven't seen that. Better Call Saul. You like anime, Full Metal Alchemist. Sopranos is good. I just joined the Sewers Discord. What's the correct way to share a deck list? I mean, you can just like post a list in general if you're looking for some general advice from the Discord. I mean, if you're trying to send it to me personally, the best way to do it is to DM it to me, but I'm probably not going to respond or do anything with it, if that's what you're curious about. Any changes you would make to Aiden's Baby Moon deck? Probably, but I haven't played with it enough to be... I don't have a strong opinion on it. Besides just playing Aiden's list. Did Aiden actually make day 2? I'm actually curious. Pokemon is real. What will be the first Pokemon you catch IRL? Probably whatever the first one is that I'd bump into. Oh yeah, Aiden 701. Is Aiden playing the Moon deck again? I kind of assume he is, but... Are you going to keep cooking the Grimmsnarl deck, or are you settled for now? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I played in the Master Ball prelim yesterday with Terrabox. Long story short, got wrecked. What was the record that was needed to make top 32? How many rounds was it as well? How many rounds was day 1? Stranger Things Season 5 is finally coming later this year. This is the last season of that, right? Hopefully it is. 7-2 or for top 32. 9 rounds. It's not too bad. Well, best of 1. X2 and best of 1 is... It's whatever. Dude, best of 1 just sucks. Unfortunate that there's going to be a little bit of a break here between... between rounds. For sure. We're gonna be here for a bit. Shaman inclusion in the format is a huge setback for a Terror box here. Yeah, I mean, as long as people are playing it, it's gonna be tough. If people are playing it, yeah, if people are playing it, there's like no reason to play Terror box. X2 doesn't guarantee you need to be top 32. Was there some X2s that whiffed? Honestly, Stranger Things can die before it gets overplayed. Well, yeah, hopefully they don't drag it on forever. Like the Fast and Furious has become. I mean, I feel like that's like a little bit different. I don't know. I mean, I guess like, the Fast and Furious could have ended it like after like, I don't know, the 3rd or the 4th and been okay. They definitely are just like, not algorithm, like formula. There's literally just like it's like a formula movie. It's like this formula works for people to show up and buy movie tickets. All right, run it back. It's been 3 years since the last season. Those kids are gonna look in their 20s now. It hasn't been 3 years. Has it actually been 3 years since the last Stranger Things season? What did Toad School finish at today? 7-1. So pretty good record going today too. Still some work to be done though. We'll see if we see it in cut. How much does a pack cost generally in the US? I honestly have no clue. I don't buy packs. $5 MSRP. There you go. Actors went on a strike and it delayed production for years. Oh, was it part of that big strike that happened a while ago? Was that post-COVID or was that during COVID? What do you think about match fixing in PTG? Has that ever happened in the Western country? Well, yeah, sure. At some point, I'm sure there has been a match fixed. As far as well, assuming I assume you mean like someone paying someone off to win the game or something like that. It definitely has happened. Not really much to think about it. It just shouldn't happen. So, do you have any weapons? Azul makes the packs. He is the reason I have shitty pull rates. I do what I can. Grimmsnarl is cool because you can just blow up the Shaman easily. I don't know if it's that easy. But also, I don't think Grimmsnarl cares if you put a Pokemon in play that has an ability. The 30, you're not missing out too much damage with the Shaman taking 20 between turns. Yeah, I mean, yeah, back to the match fixing question. There's not too much to think. It's bad and shouldn't happen, but it definitely happens and has happened. How come there hasn't been a lot of controversy this season? People love to cry and they haven't been crying enough. There definitely has been an extreme lack of drama this season, I will say, which I don't really care one way or the other. It is entertaining for sure, but there not being any drama isn't like a bad thing. So which chat do you prefer, Twitch or YouTube? Depends which one you're into, Tuna. That's the worst one. I'm more so surprised than anything. That is fair. The drama has been pretty consistent for sure the last couple seasons. But yeah, this season, there's been like no drama. They're saving it all for Worlds? Maybe. We have the damage counter judges in Indonesia? It doesn't seem like it, no. We don't. The whole disqualification of that cheater was funny and he posted on X. Oh, the guy who posted the video. I think the Metaphy / paid content was the most recent drama or hot topic on Twitter. But that's kind of like a constant thing in the community, to be honest. People who think there's no drama must not be on Twitter. I mean, it's not like anything serious, though. It's just people being stupid and having bad takes. Like, literally, like, it's like there's no it's like not real drama. It's like, yeah, it's just people being stupid and having bad takes. Like, no drama because Azul isn't going to events. True. I bring all the drama. Yeah, there's like no real drama on Twitter. It's just people with really bad takes. I don't know. But it's like pretty obviously bad takes. But it's not like obvious, like, it's like, oh, obviously they're just trolling. They actually believe the bad takes, but they're also just really bad takes. New Raging Bolt Sauce 3 E-Switch, mark my words. What is that even good for? Is it just so you can Baby Bolt turn 1? Turn 1 Baby Bolt going second? Honestly, that's kind of sick. My son played in his first cup last weekend. 3 of the 4 others in the senior division had over 1K points towards Worlds. His custom Pult deck didn't do well. Definitely some stiff competition for his first League Cup. Drama moved to the distribution side of the TCG. What do you mean distribution? Like collector side? It's good if you need to switch your energy. True. Actually, I always include 1 energy switch in my deck, so that way if I misplay and I attach my energy in the wrong spot, I can energy switch it to my other Pokemon to correct my mistake. So every single deck that I play 1 energy switch. Just like to, you know, prepare for my potential mistake. Because you never know when you could make a mistake, so you better be prepared for it. What do I replace for Shaman in your Grimmsnarl deck list, or we don't need Shaman? No clue and no clue. I haven't thought, nor am I thinking about the next format. You make mistakes? Of course, that's why you play E-Switches and Super Rods in all your decks. Just so you can prepare. In case you discard the wrong Pokemon or energy, you have Super Rod. In case you attach in the wrong spot, you have Energy Switch. And in case you promote the wrong Pokemon, you have a Switch. And a Turo, just in case you're item locked. Yo, what's up, Rodham? Which format is this? It's our format plus Grimmsnarl plus Shaman. That's it. Don't ask what else. That's it. They have Grimmsnarl and they have Shaman. They don't have anything else that's relevant. That's it. You play boss in case your opponent promotes the wrong Pokemon. True. You gotta look out for your opponent's misplays as well. No Impidimps. They have Impidimps. No Stevens Mon. Dude, I said don't ask. Come on, bro. I even clarified. I was like, that's it. That is all they have. And then immediately, no Stevens Mons, no Typhlosions. They do have Stevens cards, but those are not relevant cards that we're going to hit. And no, they do not have Ethan's cards. They do not have Typhlosion. They have Grimmsnarl. And they have Shaman. They don't have any other relevant cards. They do have Stevens Metagross, but it's not a relevant card. No one's going to play it. Is Steven's mom there? Maybe. Unconfirmed. They have Spikemuth. They have the Marnie's cards. Does that make you happy? They have Shaman and they have the Marnie's cards. Boom. There we go. I can't even figure out when Destined Rivals cards are going to be available on PTCG Live next Thursday. Because every time I Google it, I get a different answer. And I'm going to Google this. I'm going to see if you're just bad at Googling. Honestly, there's not a direct answer in the first couple searches. Okay, this is fair. That's fair. It is Thursday, though. It is Thursday. Sets always come out on Friday, and the cards always come out on PTCG Live the day before, which is Thursday. So the one thing that you can always get a date for is when sets release. So you can always just Google the set release day. And then it'll always be the day before that. So sets always release on Fridays. And the cards always come out on PTCG Live the day before Friday, which is the Thursday. The Thursday before the set release, which is always a Friday, is when the cards are available on PTCG Live. So if you can't find when a set becomes legal on PTCG Live, just Google the set release date, and then it's just the day before. Current ladder also ends on the same day. That is also true. The current ladder will always tell you as well. Was the 8-0 deck at Portland today? I'm actually not sure. Brock, is this true? Dude, the Grok. The people who genuinely use Grok, it's so brain rot, bro. Oh my gosh. Bro, why are you being just so weird? Gain some peace of mind. Brock, are these players on screen the next world champs? I just use Grok to make my friends bald when they post selfies. Oh, can it do that? Can it make images too? Would you ever consider being a commentator just to take Chip's job? That'd be the only reason I would do it. But yeah, that is a reason I would do it. I would do it for that reason specifically. Dude, what? That coin flip was fake, bro. What the heck? This is like hacking. Did you see that? Wait, where was it? Dude, the eyebrow raise. Now that I'm watching this, bro, this shit is so good. And I gotta see the coin flip, though. Where's the coin flip? Flip the coin. Oh! Off the top? Bro, he's just a luck sack. All this tells you is that all you have to do is be a luck sack, bro. Like, just literally top deck the two perfect cards off of some supporter. That's why when everyone starts playing the game, they believe it's all luck because they watched this video. They think the TCG is all luck because they got into the game watching this video. And they both get DQ'd for no sleeves. Yeah, they both get DQ'd for marked cards. I think my opponent was this animated while playing. I just insta-scoop. It's too much for a TCG, man. You just gotta chill out. Did we not get new card set reveals on PTCG streams until Worlds? Yeah, Worlds is the only time where the non-Japanese broadcast reveals cards. That's the only time. Otherwise, the cards are always just revealed at... wait, when were the Mega Pokemon revealed? I forget when they got revealed. But yeah, otherwise it's always revealed... otherwise it's always revealed on at the Champions Leagues. At the Champions Leagues and then Worlds. Mega was at a direct, or I guess sometimes on the direct, the Pokemon Day direct as well. But most cards are revealed during Champions League. They're just saying since the Japan terms are over, yeah? Or do they have more? Well, they reveal cards in other ways as well. Like, there's been a bunch of cards getting revealed recently. I don't know where or how. I think they just get put on the database on the site in Japan. They literally just get revealed on the site in Japan. I actually don't know how those cards get revealed, to be honest. Because, like, recently they revealed, like, the Genesect EX. I don't know where or how that got revealed. But it got revealed, and it wasn't at a tournament. But as far as tournament reveals go, most of them are at Champions League. There's a stream, I believe. Oh, they do some kind of reveal stream? Is this Rivals format or Journey? It is in between. It is our format, plus Steven's cards, plus Marnie's cards, plus Crustle, and plus Shaman. That is it. No other cards. Plus Yan Mega EX. That is it. There's no other cards that are relevant that they have access to. Do not ask about Ethan's. Need a pin chat? Maybe. On their official YouTube channel? Oh, like on the channel where they stream like the Champions League and stuff, they do the reveals there? How do they have the Shaman? I don't know, they just do. Ethan has to up his game. Yeah. He didn't qualify. Why is it like that for their format? I don't know. Just the way it is. Use the prime sub there, hash key. I know they're not showing this ad again. Bro, you gotta run it back one more time. Wait, Nemona? Dude, this deck is worse than I thought. What the heck? The Nemona is crazy. Dude, he's like stressing out. Rosal isn't Indonesian. Why do you think he knows? I mean, I don't think that... I doubt many of the Indonesian players know why their format is their format and our format is our format. Is this the match? The match? Yeah. This is like an animated reenactment of the match. So we don't actually see any of the matches. We just watch this afterwards to see what happened. Or like not animated, but a reenactment of the match. I'm Indonesian. I don't know why. Yeah, exactly. Nobody knows why. Like no one knows. It's just what the cards that they're given to by the company, the distributor, by TPC. The TPC decides. They decided that's what they get. And then a mix of TPC and TPCI decides what we get. Not like fully, but kind of, yeah. I know, but I won't tell. You don't know. The reenactment with CGI enhancements? Yeah, exactly. Dude, the eyebrow race, bro. God forbid a region try to have a quirked up format. Yeah, we're a little bit different. We're a little bit quirky over here. We don't have Ethan's cards, but we got Shaman, Marnie's cards, Grimmsnarl, Crustle, a quirked up format. Maybe they use Indonesia as a format experiment? I doubt it, because it's behind Japan, so it doesn't matter. Well, I mean, I guess they could do it to see how things would have worked out. Like, they could try and predict things. That's such like a weird way to do things, though, to be honest. But I guess it could be. That could be how they do things, I guess. So it's like, we were thinking about releasing the cards like this, but then we didn't. But let's see what it would look like over... Still seems weird to do that. This Miraidon player is ass for letting that happen. So would I start winning more if I wear a tie for all my games? Probably not. Wait, is the Miraidon player wearing a tie? Dude, I can't tell. There's a Miraidon in the way. What the heck? There could be a tie there. I can't tell. There is a tie. What the heck? Rocking the tie like that, bro? At a Pokey Lokes? So do you have Rocket's Porygon on your list of decks to try for Thursday? I don't make a list. I don't think that far ahead. I do not plan that far ahead. Why is he chosen so much? Miraidon has a free dub for Zard. I know, what the heck? Dude, are they really running it back? Bro, please. I mean, top 32 was over pretty quickly, so I'm not surprised that we're having a long break here. But do we have a... Can we get another commercial? They're playing a best of 5. It's like Groundhog Day over here. Maybe Miraidon will win this time. Maybe Miraidon will win this time. Let's see. Let's see if it switches up. Honestly, it would have been pretty funny if they did do basically the same commercial, but just they had the different player win. Like they did multiple games. So was that how you won a regional? Nemona into Candy, Ultra Ball Zard? It was pretty close to that. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. This is purgatory to punish the Miraidon player. Dude, stop searching for a Yamper. Oh my god. Yeah, if he literally just limits his bench, he would just win here because both Charizards are always prized. So if he just doesn't put the second Miraidon and the Yamper on the bench, then the Entei can't actually draw prize cards. But he keeps misplaying and benching the same Pokemon, and then the Entei can actually come to the active and take knockouts. Oh, what the heck? The Heat wrote him. Dude, he's drawing his prize cards out of order as well. What the heck? Dude, this is super sus. This is teaching players so many bad habits. Write down and check winning lists on Pokebook. Limitless doesn't have the recent City Leagues. Well, I think aren't City Leagues over? I thought City Leagues were just over with. Is that what it said on Limitless? I think on Pokebook it's just like gym battles or something. Yeah, City League season is over. There's an order you are supposed to take your prize cards. No, not. I mean, you can draw your prize cards in any order you want, but drawing your prize cards out of order looks sus. Did you play in Portland? Yeah, I already won, so I just came home early to watch the Master Ball League tournament. Is the Zard deck the perfect 60? Bro, it might be. I mean, it wins every time, so you can't get any better than that. Even if it's not the perfect 60, you're winning every single game. I've been playing a lot of Pocket and other card games. Was thinking of transitioning to PTCG. What's your advice on this game? I mean, if it looks cool and you want to play it, start playing it. That's about it. If you're looking to start to get into the game, just start by playing on PTCG Live. Download PTCG Live and start playing. It's pretty free to play friendly, and you get like a lot of free decks and cards. So it's pretty easy to get into. And then if you don't like it, hey, you didn't spend any money or anything, and you still got to enjoy the game or play the game, try the game at basically its full extent. So can we get predictions for the next Miraidon versus Zard matchup? Sure, I got you. Do you think if he added another Zard, he would prize all 3? Ooh, that'd be actually interesting to find out. I've been workshopping this idea with my friends, but I believe that the TCG would benefit from going to a prize point system instead of prize cards like in Pocket. Some say that playing around your prize cards is a skill, but my counter is that it takes more skill to pilot your deck while having full access to the cards, and the only limiting factor is you. Losing a game to prizing is the wrong cards feels bad for me. Thoughts? I mean, you're definitely wrong. Having full access to your deck is less skillful than the... I mean, it's not even that, like, it's not even like a controversial take. Like, let's say if you take 60 cards and you can play around those 60 cards always being in your deck, that takes less skill than taking 6 random cards out of it and making them your prize cards. Oh wait, maybe that's not what you're saying though. Hang on. Let me read your thing again. Some say that playing around your prize cards is skill, but the counter is that it takes more skill to pilot your deck while having full access to the cards. Oh no, you actually did say that. No, like it does take more. With prize cards being involved, it does increase the skill ceiling. You can't really, but it's not like an argument. It's just facts, because you're playing around, instead of playing around unknown 60 cards every single game, you're playing around a random, you know, 54 cards, right? Not random. Yeah, I guess random, right? You take 6 random cards out. So that's harder to constantly play around the unknown. Playing around the unknown takes more skill than playing around the known, because you're put in situations that you have to adapt to. So the skill ceiling just is higher by prize cards existing. Now, you could make the argument that it doesn't lead to the better player winning more often, but I would personally disagree with that. I would say the better winner, I guess if it increases the skill ceiling, the better player has to win more often, right? Yeah. Or I guess you could make the argument that it's so easy to adapt to the prizes, to being able to, it's so easy to adapt to knowing to playing around what is prized, that it just adds more variables. But I think that's just not true. We see it in practice that players mess up their prize cards all the time, and it's definitely a factor that leads to the better players winning more often than not. Yeah, I'm not 100% against the idea of a point system, but I honestly just don't care. I think we talked about this yesterday. I don't think prize cards are like inherently super positive or negative for the game. They just kind of are. And more factors in the game does increase the skill ceiling, so it does increase the skill ceiling by a little bit. But if they didn't exist, would it be that big of a deal to hurting the skill ceiling? Not really. But I would say that it doesn't really matter one way or another if we have prize cards or not, in terms of having the game be fun and enjoyable. And it does add like a cool random element to the game that isn't detrimental to enjoying the game. So overall, I think it's just like a fine thing to exist. It's not inherently like a negative or a super negative or super positive thing. So increasing the skill ceiling doesn't mean that it makes the better player win more often. For example, you could have a 10-90 matchup where you need to play perfectly to get to that 10%, but you're still only winning 10%. Not saying that that's what prizes are, just that that's the counterpoint to yours. Counter argument to yours. I don't know if that tracks though. Does it, Jake? Oh, I kind of see what you're saying. Like, to get to the 10%, you can't blunder at all. But you're losing percentage points. No, whenever you blunder against for any percentage, a blunder always reduces your percentage. So I don't think that tracks actually. I feel like your argument doesn't track there. I think the argument has to be at how much does it increase the skill ceiling? To like what level? It's like, is it like when you're like good at the game versus like a noob? Basically, it matters. But once everyone, like, if there's 100 levels in the Pokemon TCG, once you pass level 10, prizes don't affect the outcome of the game. Then it'll be like, okay, maybe prize cards shouldn't exist, right? Like, just based on like a random variable. But we see players who even like reach like probably like level 80 plus blunder around their prize cards all the time, and prize check inefficiently or just incorrectly, and leading to them losing games. We see that happen like all the time. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that prize cards aren't, I don't think, inherently a negative or a positive. They just kind of are. So them being an aspect of the game is just kind of fine. the 10 side is more difficult to play correctly than the 90 side, the 10 side still has more skill expression, doesn't result in the better player winning. For some reason, I still feel like that doesn't track as an argument for prize cards, though. I have to like think about it harder. But yeah, I don't think like... I'm really good at prize checking, and I'm horrible at remembering said prizes late game. That's why you gotta bring a notepad and write them down. How do you build a deck to win versus being consistent? Something I hear you say a lot, but never really explain how. I don't know. There's no real great way. I haven't come up with a great way to explain it. You basically have to stop thinking about consistency as like a factor for winning the game. Like the fact that you even asked the question means you like you think about consistency incorrectly in the Pokemon TCG. I feel like, and you can confirm to me as I go through it, I guess. But like the only thing that matters is win rate, right? So if you have a 59 card deck and you play 3 research, the 60th card could be a research, right? Which we would count as like a consistency card, right? Or the last card could be a, what is like a weird tech card? It could be a Ruffian. And you want to play the card that wins you more games. The only thing that matters is adding the card that wins you more games. And it's possible your expected win rate at a major tournament in a metagame could go up, adding, like you could have a projected 65% win rate with Ruffian and a projected 60% win rate with Research. So you'd add the Ruffian, right? The Ruffian is not a consistency card, but it wins you more games of Pokemon over having the Research. Prize cards make it more difficult to play correctly, but if that extra difficulty isn't being translated into extra win rate for the player playing better, then that's overall negative for the game. Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good way to put it, Jake. Yeah, I agree with that. Prize cards make it more difficult to play correctly, but if that extra difficulty isn't being translated into extra win rate for the player playing better, then it's overall negative for the game. I agree with that. But I do think it does lead to extra win rate at a fairly high level of play for sure. That is a good way. That's a perfect way to put it, though, for sure. Yeah, basically, just don't think about consistency in the Pokemon TCG. Like, you do want to... so basically, if you play a game of Pokemon and you're like, I just can't find basic... Let's say you play 5 games of Pokemon with a deck, and you're like, I just can't find basic Pokemon often enough. Then you just add Nest Balls and Buddy Poffins. And let's say you continue to play with the deck, and you're like, I can't beat Dragapult often enough. And the reason I can't beat them is because the spread damage is too much for me to deal with. And then you're like, oh... I think I could fix that with Picnic Basket. And then you add Picnic Basket and you play more against Dragapult. And you're like, oh, I'm beating Dragapult like a lot more now. Like you just play the deck and you're like, what do I need to make it better for the current metagame? Or what do I need to make? There's like 2 ways to make a deck better. You can make it better neutrally, which just make the deck more consistent. Usually is what that means. Like add just cards that let you do what you want to do more often. So if you're playing like. But it could be like metagame specific. So if you're in like a Badoo meta, then it would be like maybe if you're playing a Dragapult deck, like adding more Brocks and Jacks and something like that to be able to find stuff under Badoo. So like it's like not a traditionally like a consistency card. I guess it's not like a traditional consistency card. I guess is what I would say. But yeah, you just the thing you want to like think about and be concerned about is just win rate. All we care about is winning more games of Pokemon. How do we make it so our deck wins more games of Pokemon? That's all we're concerned about. But we also want to do it at a rate where we're already playing well. Like the first thing you should always check is, are you just misplaying? Because if you're just misplaying, you shouldn't change anything about your deck until you're playing well. And once you feel like you're playing well, but the deck's not good enough, that's when you need to improve the deck. And that could be teching for a matchup, teching for multiple matchups. Kind of teching in general for the metagame, which is like how we see certain decks like Dragapult adapt and start adding like 4 Brocks to deal with like the heavy Badoo meta, right? Or it could be something more neutral, like I just need to find basic Pokemon more often in the early game. So I'm gonna add another Nest Ball or another Poffin or another basic of your basic Pokemon, right? But yeah. The way a lot of people like think about and talk about the game in Pokemon TCG, the term consistency is like overused and misused, and like definitely usually is telling that people have a lack of understanding of the game. A lot of people seem to associate consistency with win rate when it's just not true. That's not, yeah. That doesn't really matter. Win rate is what we care about. Ultimately, categorize cards by power versus consistency is only a useful tool for analysis because that balance is easier to conceptualize than the straight win rate value of each card. Yeah, for sure. Definitely think about the stuff in terms of like power versus consistency is definitely fine to do for sure. That's a good way to put it from Jake in chat. You've heard of Jake from State Farm. Now get ready for. How much would you say mind games win you games in Pokemon TCG? Not very often. But I don't like. I mean, what do you mean by mind games? I don't try to apply mind games very often. But I don't know what you mean exactly. Appreciate the prime sub there. STF. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but I appreciate it. Welcome to the pack. Artisan use mind game. Oh, sure. Yeah, not very often. Yeah, mind games it doesn't come up very often. Like baiting an opponent to take a prize when they shouldn't. I mean, how would you bait your opponent to take a prize card when they shouldn't? I did that earlier today. Wait, did it actually matter, Jake? You didn't use Artisan so your opponent wouldn't notice Artisans in play? I bet you Badoo against Gholdengo when they could monkey KO it. No, baited a KO. Oh, sure. Well, that's one of those situations where it's like, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. As long as it doesn't hurt you and all it could lead to is your opponent misplaying, then yeah, you should always do that. You're like, I'm just going to go ahead and put this on my bench. If they make the misplay, sure, go for it. As long as it doesn't like hurt you a ton. I baited a KO for a Briar win. But you also like in terms of like, is it a bait? You also think about it from your opponent's point of view. Like, should they just do the thing or not do the thing? Although they should also think if they should do the thing or not do the thing based on whether or not they think you want them to do the thing or not do the thing. How much would you say mind games win you games in Pokemon TCG? So yeah, basically like never. I mean, I'll do things like don't forget to say your trap baby Pokemon. Yeah. YouTube chat overlay broken. Maybe I'll reset it. All right, should be fixed. The trap baby card. Is it really a bait? Like they don't have to do the thing you're trying to bait them into? I mean, it's like adding another variable to the board that your opponent all of a sudden has to think about and then make the right play around. I mean, you could argue it's a bait. I argue that baiting doesn't really exist in the Pokemon TCG. Like, let's say you take Jake's example of like you bench a Badoo and your opponent can KO it for free. But they shouldn't. Is it really baiting, or is it like, I just think about that kind of stuff as your opponent making a misplay? But I feel like for baiting to exist, there has to be equal options, or like there has to be a tree path. But you're baiting a misplay. I mean, I guess yeah. You are adding a variable to the board that your opponent now has to interact with and think about. And then if they make the wrong choice, then you baited them. I guess. I don't know. I feel like baiting doesn't exist unless there is a... What is it called? Like a path. He'll push the prime sub there. Iris 2K. Welcome to the pack. Like a... what is it? What the fuck am I thinking of? What's the term I'm thinking of? Like a tree path, a path tree, a tree of paths. What is it called? What am I thinking of? It's like if I do this, then they do this, then I do that, then they do that. But that doesn't exist in the Pokemon. Decision tree. A decision tree. Or maybe I don't mean a decision tree. Branching path, yeah, whatever. But see, I feel like baiting can't exist if you don't have that thought process in Pokemon, which that thought process doesn't exist. Where it's like, if I do A, then they do B. But if I do C, B isn't good. But then they could just do A. But then C isn't good. Then I just want to do A. But that doesn't happen in the Pokemon TCG. Flowchart, kind of like, but it's like an infinite loop. It's like an infinite loop. Like that kind of thing can that thought process can happen in the VGC. That thought process can also happen like sports as well, but it can't really happen in the Pokemon TCG. There just always is a correct play in the Pokemon TCG. Nick Moffat was arguing those were all over the game a while ago. Yeah, I remember that. A flowchart can have an infinite loop. Sure, well, yeah, but not really a flowchart, because a flowchart's not supposed to have an infinite loop, right? Or it can, but like not supposed to. Yeah. Outcome mapping, it's conditioning. I think it's conditioning. Game theory, maybe game theory. Nash equilibrium. All right, let's go with the Nash equilibrium. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that exists in like the VGC, or it also exists in like sports, right? If they go left, if I go left and they go left, I block them. But if I go left and then they go right, then they get around me, right? Or if they fake. And if they fake, but it's not a fake, and then I don't go for them, but I think it's a fake, then that's not good, right? Like, that doesn't exist in the Pokemon TCG. It's just incorrect for them to KO the Bidoof, but they did it, so they misplayed. I just call those rock, paper, scissors situations. Yeah, but those don't exist in the Pokemon TCG, but they exist in other things. The correct play ends up being a probability spread that comes up in poker a lot. Yeah, but the difference in like the thing is like I guess like the thing that makes it different though is like and like by my own logic, it would be hard to say that you can outplay in chess, but it all comes down to what you can compute in your mind in the moment, which you can compute all of this stuff for the Pokemon TCG in your mind in the moment pretty easily, I feel like. But like in chess and stuff, you can't do it all. It's impossible to calculate it in the moment. In the Pokemon TCG, you will mess up sometimes and not do it correctly, but you could have done it correctly. It's like you can't calculate everything correctly in chess in the moment, or in like the VGC maybe even, but in the TCG you can know that KOing Jake Gearhart's Bidoof is incorrect with not too much effort. Now if you make the mistake, I mean, you misplay still, but also, chess has no hidden information. Yes, but to calculate what is correct in chess in enough time is not possible. Can't you not calculate it correctly because you don't know opponent's exact deck list? Well, it's based on the information you have. So it's a combination of knowing what you know they have, and then also knowing what the deck plays on average, and then using that information to make the correct play. Magnus Carlsen would disagree. I actually don't think he would. I would have to ask him, though. I don't know if he's answered that question in an interview before. By the way, what do you think about best of one format? I think it's hurting for the players as they couldn't show the full potential of the deck. Best of one format is just strictly worse than best of out of three. Chess is open information. TCG, your hand is hidden. Your hand is hidden, but it's like not hard to come to like the correct conclusion. Like the TCG, there is a lot of hidden information in the Pokemon TCG. You don't know exactly what's in your opponent's hand. You don't know exactly what their list is, but coming to the correct play is actually not that hard in the Pokemon TCG. You don't know what your opponent's exact list is, but you have enough information by knowing the meta, or knowing the format, knowing the meta, and then knowing what you've already seen from your opponent so far, that coming to a correct play, or figuring out what the correct play is not that hard in the Pokemon TCG. You can bait people into having playing incorrectly because they have imperfect information, like benching Blood Moon even if your last energy is prize and you have no way to KO Raging Bolt next turn. This forces them to not KO with Raging Bolt since you have that energy most of the time, and instead they pursue a different win con that allows you to actually win. No, but that's not them playing incorrectly. Based on what's in your discard pile, what deck you're playing, they should either assume you do have the energy or don't have the energy. And that's not that. If your last energy is prized, but you have it 90% of the time, 80% of the time, they play as if you have the energy is correct. Unless their only win condition is to hope your energy is prized. It's possible that their win condition is to hope your energy is prized. That is possible that that's their win condition. But it's also possible their win condition is to know you have the energy and then approach it differently. That's not them misplaying, though. That's just them making the right play and it not working out that time. Because if that was true, yeah, but you're still baiting them into a play. No, you're not. You're not baiting them into a play. It's not a bait. It's still a mental game. No, it's not. The Pokemon TCG is just not that complicated. There's not this extra layer of a mental game. You as a player can completely remove the mental game from the Pokemon TCG just by not interacting with it. If one player just doesn't interact with it, then it's just completely removed from the game. And that's the correct way to play the game, like 99% of the time. I think it's actually more difficult to always come to the correct conclusion in Pokemon compared to a game like chess. The difference, though, is that the correct play is not as big of a win rate bonus than the second best play, etc. We don't have engines in TCG for a reason. Inherently aim to play more correctly could just be better than correcting a situation led to potential opponent mistake. So how do you feel about evolving straight to a Mega Pokemon? I do not care. The one thing I learned from you that's made me a better player is play the board state. Yeah, just play the board state. The mental game only exists in the Pokemon TCG if you let it affect the board state. If one player completely ignores the mental game of the Pokemon TCG, whatever that is, then it just doesn't affect the board state at all. Unless your opponent is mentally weak and they let it affect them. And listen, if there is this whole mental game that exists in the Pokemon TCG, I don't interact with it at all. And I don't know, I feel like I'm doing okay with results. So maybe there's a whole other layer of the Pokemon TCG that I just don't interact with that I could be interacting with. But at the end of the day, it only ever comes up like 1% of the time in games, I feel like, if at all. Like throughout a whole tournament run, you probably won't ever need to interact with this mental side of the game. You can't control what your opponent does, just make the best play. You can and live with the results. Yeah, make the best play that you can and be aware of what, and your best play does depend on what your opponent's best play is as well, though. Azul has a master's in calculus. He just wants you all to be mentally weak. Bro has only unlocked 10% of the PTCGL mind games. Possibly. I think people overthink things a lot. I find out a lot of my losses are in that way too. I'd be overcooking too much. Overthinking is a big thing that holds a lot of people back in the Pokemon TCG. For sure. Azul's playing the mental game on top of the mental game. Most will not reach those. The hidden information thing is more about an increase in complexity, not a mental game. Sure, yeah. But yeah, hidden information like not knowing what's in your opponent's hand or not knowing your opponent's exact 60 doesn't take away from the optimal play. There's still an optimal play on the board that you need to just try and find and then do it, and that's it. But there is like, but also like, there is some like meta knowledge that is important, that is necessary to play optimally. Like if you just don't know how many gust effects are in any deck in the format, I guess you would just play without that information. So there's still an optimal, but even in that situation, there's still an optimal line of play for you for the information you have. The optimal line of play is always just based on the information that's available to you. The optimal line of play is just always based on the information that's available to you. So if you don't know how many gust effects are in Gardevoir, you have to try and make a guess initially, and then you have to just kind of work with that, which is fine. But when we're like approaching things from a competitive standpoint and we're like watching a game on stream and we're analyzing it, we want to assume that the players are fairly familiar with the metagame and know that information, or at least know what we know as far as that goes, and should make those same assumptions. So we can call it out as a misplay when a player acts like a Gardevoir plays boss's orders, right? Gardevoir does not play boss's orders in this format. Some do, but most don't. So you shouldn't play as if Gardevoir plays boss's orders in this format. If you play against someone playing a boss's orders, that's unfortunate. And they're able to use it efficiently against you. That's unfortunate. But if you sit down against a Gardevoir player right now in this format, you don't play like they have boss's orders. You play like they have 2 counter catcher, and that's it. Hazel, can a judge answer the following question? Opponent has Mew as active and I have Cornerstone inactive. Player asks if Mew would be able to successfully attack. I actually just don't remember. I don't remember what judges are allowed to say or not, to be honest. They've changed the rules since when I started playing. I don't remember where we're at. If a judge can answer that question or not. I want to say they can, but I actually don't know for sure. I find myself thinking about more what might be in my opponent's hand way more in pocket than live. Well, because in live the answer is like everything, whereas in pocket it's like they've only seen 4 cards out of their deck up to this point. Yeah. Is there a reason to play boss over counter catcher if you have both in hand, or should I just play counter catcher over boss most of the time? You always want to play boss over counter catcher, as long as you will still continue to have access to counter catcher, or you expect to have access to counter catcher later. Counter catcher is the more powerful card, so you want to preserve it more often. But obviously, if you want to like play Iono, then you have to play counter catcher. Like if you have access to counter catcher and you want to play Iono, well then you have to play the counter catcher. But if you're not going to play a supporter for turn, besides maybe boss or counter catcher is the better card, except if you think you're gonna get item locked. By playing the boss, you'll lose access to counter catcher and won't regain access to counter catcher. Or even if you lose access to counter catcher, if you have to regain access to counter catcher or you always win, then you know you get access to counter catcher again, which means playing boss is always better. Because boss is worse than counter catcher. Counter catcher is an item. As a gust effect, boss is a supporter. So just based on like the speed of the card, it's a better card. And both have the same outcome. Wait, what is this? Masters top 16. No! Timmy lost! Timothy Cramorant lost. Got beat by Leonardo T. Dude. Unfortunate. What format is this? It's our format plus Steven's cards, plus Marnie's cards, plus Yanmega, plus Shaman, and plus Crustle. Is my Miraculous Fear valid or Retreat Lock in general? Currently running out in my deck, but thinking about taking a second. Currently running 1 out. I mean, it depends on the deck, depends on what your out is. Yeah, there's too many factors. There's no answer to that question with the information you gave. That means they do have Ethans then? Pro. Did I stutter? What did I say, Shiny Buizel? What did I just say? But you know, played Cup today, used boss, next turn got item locked, and instantly got punished. Yeah, so you have to account for all those things. There's all the things to account for with boss versus counter catcher. You always want to play boss over counter catcher, as long as you think you'll be able to use counter catcher at a rate that you would want to use the boss. You know about how the table base works in chess versus how engines normally work? If not, it'd probably be insightful to look into. I do not know. Ethan is in the same set as Crustle and those cards, right? Bro, I told you all the cards that they have that we don't have. That's it. That's what they have. Those are the cards they have. Don't ask me how they got them or what set they have access to. I don't know. They have access to the cards I said. They have access to nothing else. That's so weird though. Listen, I don't print the cards. I don't release the products. I just tell you what they have access to. But literally every time someone asks that question, I tell them, I literally need to end it with like, they have Marnie's cards, Steven's cards. They have Marnie's cards, Steven cards, Crustle, Shaman, and Mega EX. No, they do not have Ethan's cards. Because literally every time I say that, so that someone's like, oh, so they have Typhlosion too. It's like, nope. I'm prepared though for next time. Next time I answer the question, I'm prepared. Hidden message in both chats. I'm kind of too lazy to do that right now, and no one would read it anyway, so screw it. Why would I play boss when I might not be able to play catcher later? Dude, you literally, wait, are you responding to the rant I went on about boss versus counter catcher? No one read it anyways. It's so real. Yeah. Well, you just didn't listen. If that's your question after what I just said, you did not listen to what I just said. So go back and listen to what I just said. That can't be you can't have listened to what I said and then that be your question. That's not possible. This isn't reality. You could just say that they have Heat Wave Arena legal first half of Destined Rivals. No, because then people think they have Ethan's cards. Ethan cards are in Heat Wave Arena. I mean, I could say that. I could just lie. Maybe I should just lie, to be honest. Maybe I should just tell people that they have Heat Wave Arena. And then someone's going to ask, have we seen any Typhlosion on stream yet? Have you ever played in this tournament, Azul? No, you can't. You have to be like a resident over there to play in these Master Ball League tournaments. Thanks that I made the right play to answer my question. Just got caught out of nowhere. I mean, it's possible. Like if you know getting item locked on the next turn is a good play for your opponent, then possibly playing the counter catcher was a mistake, or playing the boss could have been a mistake. You always say we haven't seen Ethan's on stream yet, which is not a lie. True. I could say that. I could say that. We'll buy a house in Indonesia so you can play in the next season. All right, I'm on it. That's a good call. It's a good call. Zul always talks so rude to chat. Just got here. No, just you and when people ask questions when they weren't paying attention. I was playing Terror Box. I didn't think that they played Badoo, so I used Boss first, then got item locked. Yeah, see, like that's fair. You shouldn't like expecting the Badoo against Terror Box is pretty unlikely. All right, here we go. We got Pult. Let's see what kind of Pult versus the Grimmsnarl. No, Ethan's cards are not legal. Pult went first, attach pass. Got the attach to the Monkey Dory, and then the research. We are looking for Tatsugiri. You know I love the Tatsu. Honestly, I think he's gonna get Ultra Balled away here, though. Get rid of... No! No! Dude, that's all he's good for, bro. No! Don't Ultra Ball him away. He's just a lad. No! It's sad, but it's true, bro. That's literally all he's good for, man. That's literally all he's good for is to be Ultra Balled away, bro. Oh. That's so sad. All just to be discarded, bro. Oh my gosh. He did his job. Easy fodder. Yeah. For the vessels and the Ultra Balls in the secret box, it's an easy card to discard. Easy card to discard. He's the lowest link of the food chain. Bro, it's just I just feel bad for him, you know? Oh, we got the Badoo here. I thought we were gonna go get... I feel like we should have got the water guy. We'll be honest, you hate this meta? No. All right, into the Badoo lock. Yeah, I feel like we should have got the whatever the little guy Snow Run. I feel like we should have got Snow Run there. I feel like prioritizing the Badoo here is like Badoo's just like really just not that good against Dragapult decks most of the time. But it actually might work out here. There's an Ultra Ball in hand that won't be able to be played. We'll see. Immediately into a Dracloak though on the active and the energy as well. To the cycle, another Dracloak found. That's pretty good. Also on the Grimmsnarl deck, it's pretty good. Definitely will be a meta deck for NAIC. Loke number 2 into play now. Ooh, it's Charizard. Okay. Into the Arven. I mean, it might be it probably is a TM Evo build. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to be able to do much with this Arven, though. They can't play the Poffin. Honestly, the Badoo actually worked out pretty well here. I'm not going to lie. The Badoo ended up working out pretty well. I was a little skeptical about it. I kind of like the idea of just trying to get Frostlass set up sooner than later, but the Badoo actually, he's putting in the work. He's putting in the work. Especially because we have Arven for Secret Box next turn, so that could just lead to Candy. Don't do it. Don't try and play the Poffin. Don't do it. Okay, they're not. They're going to go with Team Evo. I thought they were going to go for it, though, because they stopped shuffling. I was like, well, it looks like they're going to go back into the deck. They might just... Oh, they're just going to pass? Oh, I guess that's fine, because you can play Ultra Ball next turn to get your Dragapult. Yeah, swinging with Grimmsnarl here seems pretty good to me. I don't know. Just go Arven, get the Secret Box and a TM Evo, and then Secret Box away the Defiance Band, the Counter Catcher, and the other tool card. And then just, yeah, knock out Dracloak, spread 30, attached to Monkey Dory. It's pretty, the hand would be kind of dead. It'd be fine, though. You could even grab Artisan here, because you know your opponent has a Buddy Poffin in hand, so they're going to get all the basics that they want. How common is the Terror Tool and Pult? Not very common right now at all. Basically, no one's playing it. People are usually playing Unfair. Unfair is in, like, I don't know, 70% of Dragapult decks, maybe more. And then Neo Upper is, like, the second most common. No one's really playing that Crystal, though. Grimmsnarl deck is good against Guardy. I haven't played the matchup, but I would assume so. Yeah, Team Evo Secret Box is on the way. And here's the energy getting lined up. Dude, this is looking pretty good for Grimmsnarl here. Definitely looking good. Did you grab Spike Month for Grimmsnarl? Oh, true. We need the Spike Month. Good call. Yeah, you're right. Oh, for Pulsar, I don't know. Pulsar probably plays Unfair Stamp or, yeah, Prime Catcher probably, yeah. Yeah, Pulsar doesn't play, they don't play Neo Upper, so it's Unfair Prime. We've been friends. Doesn't Joltik Box just cook Grimmsnarl? I have no clue, maybe. Grimmsnarl deck feels like it's going to be kind of meh in our format. Raging Ball is a really bad matchup, and even Gholdengo and Dragapult don't feel like advantageous matchups. Bro, I feel like you're not playing the same deck I'm playing. Both those matchups are definitely advantageous, and then Raging Ball is also a fine matchup. Multiple people have said that to me now, but I don't know how you're losing that bad to Raging Ball. Alright, into the Spike Month. Get the Grimmsnarl. We still don't have Snow Run on our bench. But for this situation, it's not terrible, I guess. Honestly, in this matchup, you might not even need Snow Run, to be honest. Is there a higher resolution option? Actually, there might be. Oh, yeah. Good call. Honestly, it didn't improve that much. We went to 2160p, 60 frames, 4K. It definitely improved. It definitely improved. I thought it was actually going to improve more. I always forget that if you're there in the waiting part for the stream, that it starts you off at like 720p quality for some reason. It's definitely an improvement. It's definitely an improvement for sure. Definitely a good call. This is live, yes. What is Badoo's attack name? Itchy Pollen. All right, here comes the Poffin. We're not just gonna get benched out here. Charmander, maybe another Dreepy. I don't even know what's worth grabbing here, to be honest. Whatever we get can be picked off here as well. It can get KO'd by a double Monkey Dory plus Snipe. Unless there's like a... Ooh, actually a Counter Catcher would be pretty good here, I feel like. Counter catcher KO Monkey Dory plus Badoo and over KO the Badoo so there's no damage in play to be pushed back to the other side would be pretty good actually. Yeah, honestly, you do probably want to set up a Frostlass in this matchup for sure. There's an Ultra Ball. We also have Dracloak. We could use Dracloak first. It looks like that's what they're going to go for. What's the attack do? No one asked me what the attack does. Unless I read a question wrong. All right, Loke once. I can't tell what we got. We have Ultra Ball for Fez if we want to go get it. Do they have to lay out the hand? Let's see if they force that consistently. All right, Ultra Ball. I assume Fez is going to be the grab here. Oh, maybe not, though. They went past it, I think. I don't know what we'd grab here, though. Shaman? That does not seem like that big of a deal. Oh, yeah, the Fez seems way better. Okay. I was like, I don't know. +3 cards seems a little bit better. I think our hand is also, like, literally, like, we don't have any draw power in the hand. Or we don't have, like, a follow-up in the hand at all. The Shaman would be... I mean, with no Frostlass in play, honestly, benching Shaman seems fine here for sure. Benching Shaman seems fine here for sure because there's no Frostlass threat. We got Arven. If we do, if they are playing Unfair Stamp, they actually could Unfair Stamp this turn. We'll see. To confirm, this Master Ball League doesn't have Psyduck, right? No, no Psyduck. All right, the Pulse set up. We haven't played a supporter yet, unless I'm trolling. So we could Arven for something here. I don't know if we're going to. What are those damage counters? There's like little paper ones, it looks like. Overlay says no supporter played. Oh, true, true, true. I didn't even see that. Did we know the A-Spec? Have we seen the A-Spec yet? They're going for another Poffin here. So if it is Unfair Stamp, they're not going for it. And Rescue Board, sure. It's unfair? Okay. Two more, dude, the whole squad. Triple manners on deck. Why does Japan use the damage beads? Other places use the cardboard and NA uses dice for damage counters? I have no clue, to be honest. They just do. I don't know if they use dice at tables or not in Japan. Or if they use beads, if everyone uses beads. I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, there's the attack. Knocks out the Badoo. Honestly, I don't even think I like the Badoo KO here. We could KO Badoo later. Yeah, I don't even like the Badoo KO here. It just gives another bench space over to the other side. It seems like incorrect for sure. We do have double Monkey Dory set up here, which is kind of nice. I experienced in 2 years that most people use beads, but there's some variety. Yeah, so I guess it's just kind of like the way the game has been played over there. People started using beads and people kept using beads more so than anything. Probably no real strong reason besides that, though. Are leaving damage on the monkey, though? Because it doesn't matter. There's already damage on the Grimmsnarl, so you may as well just put more damage in play to have more damage in play, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, you want to put the damage. It would be different if you had counter catcher here, because then you could counter catcher KO Monkey Dory and then put 6 on the Badoo, and then you leave no damage in play. But if we're leaving damage on the active, we may as well also leave more damage on the bench, right? Because like imagine here that Daniel plays like E-Switch and like triple Monkey Dory is the active, then all of a sudden they're out of range of the Dragapult knockout. But we at least keep 30 damage on the bench, right? Yeah, if they had counter catcher there, I think KO Monkey Dory, KO Badoo might have been the better play. I'm not even 100% sure it's the better play, but then we wouldn't have left damage in play. We should put 6 on Badoo. Watch any of Call of Duty Major 4? I did watch a little bit, yeah. Not a lot, though. We had bees in the old days, came in the theme decks. Yeah, but like players at tournaments never really adopted using them like consistently across the board like they do in Japan. Like players in Japan, it sounds like, use them consistently, whereas it's like not true over here. Even when we did have access to them in like the theme decks and whatever, no one used them still. At this point, do we even bench Snowrun? Because Snowrun just dies, right? We probably don't even bench it here. Maybe bench on the turn that Charizard is going to become the main attacker. Here comes a Poffin. I mean, the only thing you'd get here is Snowrun, but why, do we really want to bench Snowrun just for it to die? I feel like we should have held this I think this is a misplay here to bench to use this Poffin. We just shouldn't use the Poffin here. We should wait to use the Poffin on next turn when we think the threat is going to become a Charizard, because the Charizard can't snipe our Snowrun. So you see them even hesitating to put it in play, because putting it in play is definitely just bad here. I wonder if you could ever play a Bravery Charm in the... Yeah, it's just kind of a waste of the Poffin now. Because we definitely probably want to get Snowrun. We definitely probably want to get the Snowrun. But yeah, the turn we KO this thing, we probably want to get the Snowrun. You see the clip of Scrappy and Super almost throwing hands? No, I did not. All right, Monkey Dory's coming in. I don't even think we should take knockouts here, right? Well, I guess we could KO like the Dreepy off the bench, to be honest. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. We could KO the Dreepy off the bench, I guess, to stop the possibility of another Dragapult getting set up anytime soon. I don't hate that. But then we give over the Fez draw. So we could also just not take a knockout this turn. And we could just actually stockpile damage on the Fezandipity for it to get effectively KO'd through Monkey Dories and Frostlass. I'm actually not even sure what the correct play is here, to be honest. It's so good, bro. Struggling to... Because they're just like, they're very thin and they're just made of paper. You can't pick them up off the table. If you're going to KO something this turn, you should definitely go after the Dreepy. Going after the Charmander makes no sense. Also, they should have healed the damage off them. Actually, that's a good question. I feel like the damage should have been healed off the Monkey Dory here, but maybe not. They do go for the KO on the Dreepy here, which I think makes sense to try and take away the Dragapult as like a threat in the future. Seems pretty good. At this point, you do have to start respecting Charizard, though, I feel like, and try not to take knockouts moving forward. But we'll see how it plays out. There's a Charmeleon. Yeah, maybe not heal. I guess not healing the Monkey Dory is actually probably correct the more I think about it. I think that probably would have been a misplay, I guess. Use up the damage on Grimmsnarl while you can, and then we have damage to work with on the Monkey Dory later. Set up for Devo angle. Well, there's 3 Charmanders on the bench, so you don't really know which one's going to evolve for like a Devo play. So I feel like spreading your damage across all the Charmanders, like you could have put 3 on each of them, I guess, but I honestly, yeah, I actually just like the Dreepy remove. Also, it means there's no Dracloak potential next turn as well, right? So that's kind of cool. So you take away like more draw power potential. You just don't want to draw too many prize cards so that Charizard is one-hit KO in your Grimmsnarl too quickly. That's just what you need to avoid. You need to avoid, well, actually, they're already at that point though. Like, you could knock out the action, put 30 on Fez, and you just win with a boss at that point. We're actually close to just winning with a boss after that. Well, I guess if we don't set up But I don't know. But the Charizard player could play Defiance Band. I don't know if you play Defiance Band in this deck, or they play Monkey Dory, right? I don't. It almost feels like actually that the Grimmsnarl player has drawn too many prize cards too quickly here. To be honest, the more I think about it, the less I like them actually knocking out the Dreepy. I feel like it would have been better if they didn't KO the Dreepy. I guess they get access to counter. Oh, actually, that's not true though. We get access to Counter Catcher this turn as the Grimmsnarl player, so we can Counter Catcher up like the Charizard or something else and just punch it, but not draw prize cards. So we should be fine here. We should be fine. Yeah, we should be okay. We can actually set up the Monkey Dory this turn as the Dragapult player to start to move some damage off the Dragapult. Oh, actually, we can KO. Okay. What? We could set up the... Did we not have Luminous Monkey Dory in hand? We could have KO'd the thing off the bench. That would have been great. And then we're just 2 prize cards away from winning. I don't think that makes any sense. We definitely should have gone Monkey Dory Energy there, right? We didn't attach return yet. We have the bench space. Now we're benching... the Shaman bench is just so weak here. Well, actually, no. The Shaman bench is actually okay because there's no Frostlass. I guess that's what they were holding out for. They were like, I'm not going to bench the Monkey Dory so I can bench Shaman. That must be the play that they were looking for here. Shaman is generally probably feels like a pretty weak... a weak play, but in this situation, I guess it's kind of fine because there's no Frostlass. If Frostlass is in play, Shaman becomes pretty bad, but there's no Frostlass, so... Okay, well, if you want to attack this turn with Grimmsnarl, you need Candy Grimmsnarl here. There's a Morgrim off the top. There is an Arven in hand. But see, this comes back to that Poffin mistake. Oh, no, we got Iono'd here. No, yeah, never mind. The Poffin mistake doesn't matter anymore, I guess. I take it back. They have a Grimmsnarl. Oh, they don't have an Arven. Actually, they just have a... they have a Grimmsnarl, but they have an Iono. Never mind. Excuse me. I mean, I think you just play Iono here and hope to draw more candy, I guess. It's not looking great here, to be honest. This does kind of all come back a little bit... Oh, I don't like this play at all. Are they just going to grab another Morgrim? No, they even had it, bro. Wait, why did they value shuffling the deck so highly here? Oh, they're just giving up on... I mean, I thought we should wait to draw with Iono to see, because if we draw our candy off Iono, then we can Spikemuth to get Grimmsnarl. But they're just going for double Morgrim here. Okay. They're just conceding the... They're just being like, all right, I'm not going to get the play off. I'm not going to get a Grimmsnarl this turn. I guess benching Snowrun at this point, if we're not going to do that, doesn't make any sense either. We're not getting the active, no, but we're not going to bench Snowrun either. So what do we do? Do we just retreat to the Morgrim with the 30 on it and then double Monkey Dory and pass? Do we even use the Iono here? Spikemuth is still in play, I guess. I have no idea if... we did see they do play Artisan. I don't know if we should be playing around Artisan in Charizard Dragapult. Maybe we should. Is the Monkey Dory just way better than Shaman here? Or am I missing something? I mean, I think so. I think KOing a Monkey Dory off the bench there was super good for the Dragapult player. I think them going knockout active plus knockout one of them. The Monkey Dories are like the big threats here at this point in the matchup. So I think KOing a Monkey Dory there was like super worth. It's best 2 out of 3. Doesn't the Morpeko work good here? Double Grimmsnarl to KO's Charizard? No, the deck does not play that much energy. The deck plays 8 energy. Morpeko is terrible in the Grimmsnarl deck. We gotta find Super Rod as well. Are we down on energy? Devo? Oh, did they draw into Devo there? Yeah, the Devo play is an option. You get rid of the Charizard and you get rid of the Dragapult. You do knock something out so Pheasantipity draw is available. And you also reset the Charmeleon. Honestly, for the current hand, I don't hate the Devo play. I don't know where we put the damage with the Monkey Dories. Maybe we just... No, you probably do move it over. You probably go like 30 to Charmander with 2 fire and 30 on the Charmeleon. Oh no, I guess maybe you should do 60 to the Charmander with 2 fires, to be honest. It looks like they might be going for it. I mean, they're thinking about it. Yeah, so you probably just put all 6 on the Charmander with 2 fires. Here we go. You tie in Master Ball League? Not in Top Cut, no. I don't know what would happen in Swiss. In Top Cut, there's always a winner. Yeah, all 6 to the Charizard. I like that. I don't think we need to bench this Impidimp. I do not like the Impidimp bench. We shouldn't. We have 2 Morgrims in play. I think we're doing okay on what's it called. Oh, we're not Devoing. Interesting. I guess we're going to wait to Devo until we build up all the damage on the Charizard off the Morgrim. Sure. So I guess we're waiting another turn. But now the Charmeleon could evolve to a Charizard, and then Devo doesn't work anymore. No ties even in Swiss. Ties are double game losses. Okay, yeah. I kind of like the Devo play that turn, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like the Devo play. I don't hate waiting a turn, though, either. I don't know how many Fire Energy the Charizard deck plays as well, so I don't even know if they could set up another Charizard right now to play around Devo, even if they wanted to. I see 1 basic Fire in the deck. I don't know how many are in the hand or discard pile. They would need to find quite a bit. So they are just going to take their time here and get the double take KO off the Devo. But that does draw 2 more prize cards. They will have a fresh Grimmsnarl to work with as well. I guess they might be in an okay spot here. Usually 6 total, right? 6 what? Oh, Fire Energy? I'm not sure. Not in Charizard Dragapult, probably, no. Maybe in like Charizard Pidgeot, yeah. 5 to 6. But Charizard Dragapult probably plays less because you play like 4 Luminous. So it's probably 4 or 5. 6 Fire, 3 Luminous? I don't think so. I could be wrong though. I feel like I usually see 5 or 4. I could definitely be wrong. If it's like the last winner's deck. Oh, is that what was played in the Champions League list? I don't even think I remember looking at those lists, to be honest. Yeah, you're right. It is 6. It is 6. That seems like a lot, but yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it's the same. $50-minute rounds? Yeah, they have 50 minutes. So we're 25 minutes into game 1 here. Did they end up Ultra Balling there? You recommend playing Terra Box right now? Oh, that's fine, yeah. Okay, there's the attack. So this is actually setting up perfectly for the Grimmsnarl player, to be honest. This is exactly where you want to be. Yeah, this is literally perfect. I don't know how many energy are left in the deck right now. I don't know in top deck we already had an eye on hand, but yeah, we can go into the Spikemuth here to get the Grimmsnarl to get some energy in play. If there's energy in deck to get in play. Or are we not going to set... Would it better to be Devo through the Grimmsnarl? I feel like Devo through Morgrim is better than Devo through Monkey Dory. I feel like Devo through Monkey Dory is like the worst way to Devo here. Maybe there's no energy left in deck. I feel like there definitely is though. Does Devo KO activate Fez? It does activate Fez, yes. All right, here comes the damage move. I would just move 1. You don't even have to move the whole 3, to be honest. You can just move 1 to the Charizard, and then maybe 3 to the Charmeleon. Try to take out Pikachu EX? No. Terra Box? No. I thought I'd get the other Charmander that isn't affected by Devo. I wonder what the reason is of playing the 100 HP one. Maybe just to KO Badooz. Alright, there's the TM Devo. Oh, the damage went onto the Fez there. Okay, sure. I guess that opens up Counter Catcher Win with Grimmsnarl. So I guess that makes sense. Energy Vessel off the prize card. Spikemuth still in play. So we have the Fez draw going to the Charizard player's turn. There's an Artist on top deck that does replace the Spikemuth. Wait, did they just not use Spikemuth at all? Did they even use the Spikemuth for the Grimmsnarl? Or they just didn't even get it? Maybe they're hoping it sticks in play to not change the order of their deck. I feel like they didn't even use Spikemuth at all. No Grim in deck? No, there's There's a Grimmon deck. They shuffled it to the bottom of the deck with Iona like 2 turns ago, and it's just been sitting on the bottom of the deck. I think it's in hand. Oh, okay, that works then. Well, they drew with Fez, and their hand literally just sucks. Their hand's just like dead. It is not good. Are they just conceding? Yeah, they're just packing it up. Their hand was literally all Pokemon. I mean, they were for sure lost. I don't think they for sure lost there. I mean, at that point, I would stick it out one more turn to make sure my opponent has game, or they show them game. Yeah, I don't even think he showed him game. He didn't even show him game. He's just like, my hand sucks. Let's go next. Does Mist Energy prevent Devo? It does, yes. Dude, chat always has both answers, bro. Consistency. It doesn't matter what question you ask. Chat will respond with both answers. If you're but Daniel had boss in hand. I know, but you should make your opponent show it there. We're not concerned with what is. We're concerned with what could it be. That's actually true when we're analyzing gameplay. We're not actually concerned with we're not concerned with the actual result. We're concerned with how do we play around the current scenario. I guess in gameplay analysis, we're only concerned about the what ifs. We're not concerned about the actual end result. All right, I'm not sure who's going first here in this one. Dragapult chose first. Didn't draw for turn. They got the correction on that. There's the Buddy Poffin. It is best out of 3, yes. Why did he not evolve Charizard when he Ultra Balled? Because he didn't have enough energy in the deck. So he's like waiting for Super Rod or something. But he probably should have evolved to play around TM Diva, though, to be honest. He probably should have evolved. Can a Terra Pokemon use Devo on enemies Melodic EX? I'd honestly have to read Melodic. Does Melodic prevent effects? I assume yes, you can't use Devo on a enemy's Melodic EX. That'd be my guess, but I actually don't know. Perhaps it denied Sylveon's Angelite? It does, yeah. Oh, shoot. Gotta turn my stuff back on. Is there a punish for doing that? What do people not bench their basics that they're going to bench anyways before the game starts? Because there's no way to punish it, so you don't do it. As long as your opponent, your opponent isn't playing like a Poison Donk deck, there's no way to punish it. Like your opponent can't play like Unfair Stamp or Ion on turn 1. But they can Iron Bundle, right? So if you open the Pokemon that's best to have in your active, and then you bench another Pokemon, and then your opponent Iron Bundles you, now all of a sudden you have the suboptimal Pokemon in your active. Okay, we're actually going to get to see the Snow Run in this game. Goes into the Badoo aggressively. Bro, I just don't... Well, I guess in this situation, the Badoo's okay. In this situation, the Badoo's probably okay. I just don't think the Badoo matters that much, but it's not terrible here. It's pretty good against Charizard decks in general, to be honest, so I don't hate it. Can Zoroark use Devo attached at benched ends Pokemon? No. If Devo is the effect of a tool, doesn't it work different? I don't think so, no. Got the rescue board too to preserve the energy. That's pretty good. And then, yeah, there's the Badoo. Item lock onto the Cleffa. There's no Psyduck in their format now. All right, immediately into the Artisan on the other side. And at the very least, we have draw power here from the Cleffa. But things are going to be pretty slow for a little while here. Unless they can start to find some stage 1s. I think it is a TM Evo build, though. I think they do play TM Evo, so they should be able to make that happen at some point. So Team Rocket's Bomb Donk will be a thing. Oh, soon. I don't know. Probably not a serious deck, no. Arven in hand. They do have Arven, but they don't have energy for the Evo. Oh, it's an Iono. Do they have an Arven in the hand? Maybe they maybe don't have Arven. I thought that Iono was an Arven myself. I don't know if that's the Arven you were talking about. That's the Arven I saw, though. I don't remember what the hand for the Grimmsnarl player was, but I'm sure they're not mad at a fresh... there's 2 Arvens in the hand. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. There's 2 Arvens. Here's where we want to start to get Frostlass established, though. Let's see if they have an Ultra Ball to get off the Arven here. Getting an Ultra Ball for Dracapult before Iono. He's item locked. Alright, there's the draw from the Cleffa. Still no stage 1s in play, so this is perfect for the Grimmsnarl deck. Borgrim getting set up. We have Arven. Arven can get, like I said, Ultra Ball here to get the Frostlass online. We can Artisan as well. Or do we ever actually go further? Do we actually get Secret Box involved? We could Secret Box here. Could Secret Box here. What's up, Kenny Dubs? I guess all we need... I think just getting the Ultra Ball plus TM Evo is fine here, though. And there's Ultra Ball away TM Evo plus something else. Bro, the Tatsugiri is so sad in this deck. What matchup do you even play the Tatsugiri for? Maybe for the more aggressive matchups? I could see Tatsugiri being okay against the more aggressive matchups, like... I don't even know. Shaman is legal, yes. Oh, it might be a Secret Box angle here. Hold up. I feel like we get Secret Box next turn off the next Arven, though. I feel like getting Secret Box now doesn't make a whole ton of sense. Well, but are we going to run out of cards to actually use off the Secret Box, I guess? We might just run out of cards to discard from the Secret Box. So maybe we do go Secret Box now, actually. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. I just don't know what we're grabbing off it, though. I guess finding also, like, Spikemuth here would be pretty nice to take that away from the opponent. Take away the Artisan. I think Pulsar has the ability to come back from behind. I mean, generally that's true. This matchup's a little bit different, though, because this deck doesn't really need to draw prize cards and doesn't really give the power over to Charizard like a lot of decks do. About boss here. I mean, you definitely don't want to KO Cleffa if you can avoid it. Think Badoo is a good addition to Pulsar? No clue. They're in the tank here on this one. I think it works, though, for them to go Secret Box. Okay, they commit to the Secret Box here. You can Secret Box away the Evo, the Impidimp, and the Arven. I'd keep the Grimmsnarl. I guess if they have 2 other Grimmsnarls on deck, maybe this is fine. If they didn't prize any Grimmsnarls, I guess it's okay. I think the Arven should have gone, but... You can get the Spikemuth. Oh, you didn't use... Oh, no, they can still use Artisan. I was like, they didn't put it in play yet. They're just getting it. Hold on. Ultra Ball. Grab the Defiance Band as one of the discards. And then grab, like, an Iono for next turn or something. Or... They were eyeing up the boss. Maybe they'll commit to the boss. They do commit to the boss here, okay. But we have to Ultra Ball away like the Arven out of hand now. Or we Ultra Ball away the boss. Or I guess you could Ultra Ball away the Counter Catcher as well, actually. That could be the target, alongside the Defiance Band. Second Monkey Dory found. Now we're going to go in with the Spikemuth to get second Morgrim. Well, we'll do that eventually, I guess. Yeah, Defiance Band bites at us. And then Arven or Counter Catcher, I think. I would lean towards the Counter Catcher here. Yeah, and that's what they go with. This is looking pretty good for Grim. There's a Spikemuth. Second Morgrim on the way. Dude, this feels kind of cooked. Wait. All right, Grimmsnarl on the way. Actually, do we always grab Grimmsnarl here? Morgrim actually might not even be that good to grab here, to be honest. Because then if our stadium gets bumped, we don't have an out to a Grimmsnarl, right? So this might be always be the better play anyways. We'll worry about Morgrim later. So what hair product do you use? I sometimes use like the powder. But I don't like use anything on the daily. Nothing on the daily. I just keep Badoo till it gets KO'd. Honestly, that's the approach you can definitely go with here for sure. Because now that you got the Frostlass set up, you can just keep spreading damage. I mean, maybe you get aggressive with boss once too much stuff starts evolving on the bench. But until stuff starts evolving on the bench, you really don't have to get aggressive here, to be honest. You could just keep the Badoo around for a while, to be honest. With Grimmsnarl, is it ideal to monkey or to last early in the game? Usually want at least 2 Monkey Dory and then yeah, Frostlass as well. Sometimes 2 Frostlass or just like a Snorunt as backup depending on the situation. Alright, they did find Monkey Dory with energy here. Double Charmeleon as well has been established. That's pretty good. They have an Iono to play. We have Charizard in hand. Honestly, I think they should probably just draw with Cleffa. They know the boss is available on the other side. Alright, so I guess if you're scared of the boss, maybe you do play it like this. So you're going to be a Grimmsnarl soldier on next season? I don't know. I don't plan that far ahead. Alright, here comes the Monkey Dory damage move over. Moves a 20. What is it? Optimal one? If one sec, there's nothing optimal. There's everything is situational in Pokemon TCG. We've definitely had this conversation before charge. Everything in the Pokemon TCG is situational. Nothing is all the time. Nothing is always in the Pokemon TCG. What's the safe play for NAIC? Any good deck. What does power mean? What do you mean, like power versus consistency? All right, getting a couple energy here. Looks like they might go for more than 2 here. It does decrease our odds of top decking energy for our Monkey Dories. Grimmsnarl deck has very high power but low consistency. No, the Grimmsnarl deck is pretty consistent. Oh, we have plenty of energy in hand. What am I talking about? We're cooking. We're chilling. And we also have the red candy too, so now we get to have like a Morgrim as backup here. Morgrim was prized. Yeah, I think the Morgrim was definitely prized for sure. Otherwise, they would have grabbed. Oh, no, that's not true. Because you maybe still grabbed the Grimmsnarl there. I think it was prized, though. I think you are right. It was prized, but you probably grabbed Grimmsnarl anyways in case your stadium gets replaced. The Mewtwo sleeves on the right. I think they are exclusive to players who place in these tournaments, the Mewtwo sleeves. They're like Master Ball League exclusives. Yeah, because you can see the little Master Ball League logo in the top. Well, the sleeve is turned. It's the top right corner of the sleeve, but to us, it's the top left corner of the sleeve. It's for sale. Oh, are they? I'm mistaken then. The sleeves are sold to anyone participating in Master Ball League, limited to 1 per customer. Okay, so they are a little bit exclusive. Is that the only place you can buy them? Is that the venue? Exclusively to players on site, 1 per customer. So you have to find someone who went to the event, I guess, and then get them from the players who went to the event. All right, well, they're planning out Monkey Dory number 1. Honestly, I think they can just hide behind Badoo for longer now. I think they can just chill behind the Badoo and just keep spreading damage to the other side of the field until they can go for a big Devo play, or until they build up so much damage in play they can like knock out the whole board. There is also only 8 minutes left. They definitely make a play. Oh, they're KOing. Dude, I do not like the Cleffa KO. Why would we give our opponent bench space here? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the Bidoof KO, the Cleffa KO here, I think it's just bad. They should just sit here. Oh, they're actually KOing it with the Monkey Dory. Okay, sure. I mean, I guess this could make things awkward. Now you have the option to retreat into Grimmsnarl. I feel like they should have just gone the stay behind Bidoof route, though. I feel like they should just put damage on the bench Charmeleons and then punch the active for 10. They are still going in with Bidoof. And now we've just given a bench space to our opponent for no reason, to be honest. Are they good quality, or should I plan on oversleeving? I mean, they could be. I don't know. I guess there's people in the chat who might know. I would assume you probably need to oversleeve them, though, to have them feel reasonable. Although they might be the first artwork sleeves ever that don't feel terrible. So what shampoo do you use? All of them. I like put them all in one big bottle and mix them together so I get the effects of all of them in one. Yeah, and there's the Fez. Yeah, the Fez for turn. Their hand still sucks, though. Oh my gosh, dude, they would have been in such a bad spot if they just didn't. Oh, they have TM Evo though. They can Evo into. They could have got 2 Dracloaks. They could have retreated to Monkey Dory or a Charmeleon and then Evo'd into double Dracloak. They just... What? That is a huge mistake right there. They're going to the Charmeleon to take the knockout. They definitely should just get Dracloaks online here. Now they can lose both Charmeleons this turn, right? 2, 2, 2. No, they can lose both Charmeleons this turn. And then they retreated into a Oh, you never retreat into Charmeleon here. Actually, the more I think about it. No, you could have retreated into the Charmeleon with the ability and attacked with that one. Or Evo'd with that one. But you probably Evo with Monkey Dory there. That was a pretty bad play. I'm not going to lie. Now both Charmeleons just die and the game's basically over. It's just cooked. Yeah, what's up, Forerunner? You think Marty will reduce Guardy's meta share? I don't know. I'm not thinking about... I haven't thought about Norm. I'm thinking about future formats. All right, Artisan into play. Seems fine. Activate Artisan. Go get a Monkey Dory. We're cooking. We're cooking. Just got to speed up. I mean, the player on the right needs to be playing with some amount of urgency for sure, because they're the ones who have to win the game here. I don't even think I play the Super Rod here, to be honest. There's going to the Iono. Oh, I don't even know if I had Iono there. The player went draw with Pheasantipity, pass. They went draw with Pheasantipity, attack with Charmeleon. They don't even need to Iono there, I don't think. They are playing super fast on the left. I feel like the player on the left got some kind of warning for sure, because they pick up their pace of play quite a bit. I feel like they definitely got some kind of warning. 3, 3, 6, 7, 2, 2. So we should move the 2 off the Grimmsnarl and the 2 off the active. 2 off the Grimmsnarl and 2 off the Frostlass to the Charmeleon. Moving 3 is overkill, isn't it? Because it would die to Frostlass in between turns. Yeah, it's actually just a misplay. Now they're going to kill the Charmeleon and now they get Pheasantipity draw. But the Charmeleon could have died to Frostlass, so they're definitely misplaying here. And the 2 with this other Monkey Dory should probably just go to the Monkey Dory, because the Monkey Dory is like the biggest threat in this situation, I think. This should just go to the Monkey Dory, though. That's, like, fine, but... Yeah, now we're actually KOing the Charmeleon, which we don't want to do. But, see if it matters. I have a feeling it just won't matter here. We're so far ahead. We KO'd so much. Yeah, the double Charmeleon KO is just, like, disgusting. It just like puts us so far ahead. There's like no threat on board right now. Oh, true. We're always knocking out the active and giving Fez anyways. My bad. You're right. You're right. I overcooked there for sure. Top 4 makes worlds? I'm not sure. I think someone in chat would probably know though. We'll see. Did Pulsar player choose to go first? They did choose first, yeah. I definitely overcooked. Only top 2? Okay, top 2. This matchup looks rough for Pulsar. I'm pretty sure Grimmsnarl is just good against every stage 2 deck, but I'm pretty sure Grimmsnarl is literally just favored against every single stage 2 deck. I only cycle to get boss, I guess. Boss wins the game. That is fair, yeah. I do think overall the Grimmsnarl player should have... There's a lot of moments where they should have just chilled and they just like played too aggressively. Like they should have Badooed longer. They should have... in this situation, I feel like they still shouldn't have Iono, to be honest. You know your opponent's hand was kind of bad. But Iono in here, I guess, is fine. Like, they're going to get Fez draw anyways. You may as well cycle to more. I guess Iono in here wasn't terrible. On the last turn, it wasn't terrible. Like, you know you're going to give your opponent Fez draw anyways. You're going to be able to cycle further through their deck. It's like kind of whatever, I guess. Pretty sure there's a sequence the Pulsar player could have done to not be this far behind. I don't think they ever drew into... I don't think so. They never drew into an attacker. Oh, they had TM Evo. They could have Evo'd their Dream Piece into Dracloaks. That was the big play that they didn't do. They instead KO'd the Badoo with Combustion and put both their Charmanders in jeopardy instead of just TM Evoing with... probably Monkey Dory was the best thing to TM Evo with. They could have TM Evo'd with the other Charmeleon with the ability as well, but... probably was correct to TM Evo with the Monkey Dory there and just get some Dracloaks online. What's with the white counters? I don't know, it's just what they use. Super Rod's coming in. We're covering the Charmeleons. 24 seconds left. I mean, the game's just over, right? 3 prize cards left to 5. And the player on the left is the player who went second, so they always get one more turn here. It should be over. Pulsar should have won game 1. I don't remember game 1. You might be right, though. 3 damage back to the Frostlass. Oh, hold up. We got the Mind Bend, but time's been called. So they don't draw any prize cards this turn. They don't even up the prize cards. So that means the player on the left is it's the final turn of the game, and they're ahead on prize cards. No prize cards are being drawn. So as soon as this attack happens, I'm pretty sure the game just ends. We'll see if they actually play it out or not. I assume there's nothing to play out here, but they could. Why'd they unconfuse their Grimmsnarl? What do they have? 3 prize cards left? Do they just win here? Oh, they're KOing the Shaman? Okay. Wait, do they actually just have game here? They do just actually have game here. They can just draw all 3 prize cards. They can retreat, KO the active, and then use the other 2 Monkey Dories to KO the Dracloak on the bench, right? If your Pokemon is confused, you still have to flip for Team Evo. Yeah, still an attack. I think if they pass, they just win. But do they not also just have game? Oh, did they use 2 Monkey Dories to get the Shaman in range? Oh, no, this is actually 1 damage short, I think. Because they don't KO the Dracloak with the Frostlass. I mean, it just doesn't matter because Is there 5 on the Dracloak? I can't even tell. But they also win by time rules, right? Isn't this a clear win for Grimmsnarl? Well, I think the Grimmsnarl player literally could have gone draw pass and they just win by time rules, I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they just win by time rules if they went draw pass. Honestly, draw pass might have just been the better play. Just don't draw prize cards so Charizard doesn't happen. Enjoying the final seconds on stream. Yeah, maybe they are just hanging out, enjoying the last moments. To assert dominance. Sure, yeah. Yo, what's up, Mad Dog? Why the Pult so tired? The player? The judge on the left was like, you inted, but it did kind of look like the judge was talking about the game with the player there, which is fine. But yeah, it did look like that. Oh, the Dragapult plushie. Dude, yeah, I don't know. Dude, he's just done, bro. He's cooked. We were talking about this earlier, bro. He's literally... He's got a 9 to 5. He's got kids. He's played in 20% of meta decks right now, bro. He's just worn out, man. He's just worn out. The next round should be coming up sooner, though, because they did go to time there. By the way, as well, I don't know if anyone told you already, but we pile shuffle on stream just to annoy you in chat. Is that actually the reason? You appreciate the prime sub there. Soccer Leo. Also tired because 20% meta representation means that he's overworked and underpaid. Exactly. Like Dragapult is in 20% of meta decks and has only won 1 major, bro. Has only got 1 major. Has only cashed out 1 major. Like, dude, he's putting in so much work. Only has 1 dub. Like, he's done, man. Player on the left was sponsored by Chupa Chips. How do I get that sponsorship? What is Chupa Chips? Was it on their jersey? Dude, they got hella brands on there, bro. What the heck? Chupa Chips are real? Have you heard of Chupa Chips but didn't think they were real? Wait, now I'm gonna look up Chupa Chips. Hold up. Paper counters or Thailand touchy judges? Definitely paper counters. That's not even close. Wait, Chupa Chips are like a lollipop. Chupa Chups. Oh, that's Chupa Chups. Well, Chupa Chups are a lollipop. Chupa Chups. Chupa Chups is a Spanish brand of confectionery found in over 150 countries. The brand was founded in 1958 by Enric Bernat. It is currently owned by the Italian-Dutch company Parfetti van Mel. The name of the brand comes from the Spanish verb chupar, meaning to suck. And it is a lollipop. It is a lollipop. Candy. Sounds like my brand. All right, top 8 coming up next. I mean, I'm kind of rooting for the Grimmsnarl dub at this point. That's what I want to see get the dub. Is Grimmsnarl legal to play already? No, just over there. It's legal to play for us in 3 weeks. I put in question, why does Flareon not run Blood Moon? And do you think Crystal or Stamp is currently better? Probably Crystal. Blood Moon, you just don't need it to close out games. That's basically the reason. You don't need it to close out games. Or the reason that you Yeah, the reason you can't close out games is not from a lack of like an attacker setup that can do 240 damage. Usually your matchups are really slow and Sylveon does most of your work, or the matchups are faster, but you need to chain Flareons with Briar. Like your matchups up against like Joltik Box and Raging Bolt are like faster, but your win condition is like 1, 2, 3 with Briar. So Ursaluna doesn't really change anything for you. And your slower matchups like Guardian, Dragapult all come down to Angelite. Dragapult specifically comes down to Angelite. Honestly, the Guardian matchup, you should just start swinging with Flareon. That matchup is just so, I don't even know. That matchup is just terrible, man. Just start swinging with Flareon. I mean, set up a Sylveon, but just go Flareon first and just start drawing prize cards and then have the option of Angelite. But put the pressure on them. We actually saw a matchup play out recently where the Evolution player had like turn 2 Flareon and just didn't do it. And instead like went all in on Sylveon and they just got wrecked. So like going into Sylveon on turn 2, as long as you're attacking, is like fine with Angelite or the first attack. But if you just like if you don't have that but you have turn 2 Flareon, just go into Flareon and just start swinging. But yeah, Ursaluna is just not necessary to win games, really, to be honest. I could see the one reason I could see to play Ursaluna is if you play the Guardian matchup more aggressively, you might want Ursaluna to close out the late game against Pheasantipity. The problem is though that the Guardian deck's like pretty good about putting a Braver Charm on their Pheasantipity as well, though. So because they can play around the Ursalunas pretty well. So. Would a Water Pond inclusion in Eevee help the Guardian matchup? No, not really. It would still be bad. Because the deck's not built enough around Water Pond to like consistently do it throughout the game and then still have like other follow-up attacks. You kind of have to go into Flareon to get like the first attack off to set up your next attacker. The problem is like the Water Pond isn't like that good at KOing double Rolts. It's good at KOing the active plus a Rolts. So the guy who got 11th at Melbourne played an Umbreon for the Guardy. Yeah, I mean I think it makes the Guardy matchup better, but it's not worth including because it's still a terrible matchup. Because the best attacker for Guardian in that matchup is Screamtail, just to KO Hootoots. In my finals match, I asked my opponent to pile shove with me after game 1, just because I knew you were watching. Wait, actually? I don't think Water Pond seems terrible in the deck, but it doesn't like you're still like even if you play Water Pond in the deck, you're still just losing to Guardy. It's one of those matchups where it's not I don't think it's solvable. Or the lengths you'd have to go to make it solvable seem like sometimes matchups are solvable in terms of making it 50-50 or better, or like even like 45-55. But that matchup does not seem worth the amount of cards you'd have to play to make that matchup get to at least 45-55 is just too much. Like your deck just becomes bad and too bad in other matchups probably. I mean, I can't come up with what you'd have to include to make the Guardian matchup better. That's like reasonable. There's a certain point where it's like you can make matchups better, but it's an unreasonable amount of cards to include, and then your deck just becomes kind of bad against everything else. Not terrible, but like worse. I don't know what the number of cards is, and I don't know what the cards are. But it probably isn't worth the inclusion. Something could come out in a future set though that could fix the matchup. That is possible. I guess we could always just get more. We could always just get more Munder. Wait, some of the stuff is just English, but then some of it is different, like speed attack. Wait, so the names of Pokemon are the names of Pokemon are just the same, but the text is different. Miraidon still has Photon Blaster over there. How does their language work? Wait, and then the fire energy is literally just symbols. So do you think Blaziken Pult or Blaziken Engine will be good? I think the Blaziken engine has potential. Blaziken Pult does not seem very good though. I think the best play is shuffle away whatever they have. Shuffle away whatever they shove energy on and Iono and then pray. Seems reasonable. So what would make you crash out worse? Your opponent pile shuffling between each match in a best 2 out of 3, or taking a minute and 45 seconds for their first deck search each game in a best out of 3. I have no clue. I don't really care about either, to be honest. I mean, I don't even know. I honestly don't even know if I think a minute on 45 is like unreasonable. Like, is a minute at 45 unreasonable? No a little bit. Like, I feel like you should try and keep it around a minute, and definitely under a minute 30. But I don't know, like, what is the rules on the? There's no clear. The one thing I don't like about the current prize check rules is there's no clear rules on what you should and shouldn't do. Like, it's not like you can take a little bit extra time on your first search, but it has to still be under a minute. Like, there's no clear rules. It's just like there's an unwritten rule that you can take extra time on your first search. Okay, but like, how much time? Like, that is one thing I really don't like about, or I've started to dislike more and more about the extra searching on your prize check. Like, there needs to be stricter guidelines on giving extra time for the prize check. But I have people pile count against me literally all the time. But it's always funny, dude. I'll have people pile count against me, and they'll like everyone knows that I'm like, I don't care if people pile count against me to begin with. But like everyone knows that I'm whatever anti-pile counting or whatever. But people will pile shuffle against me and then be like, people will pile shuffle against me and be like, he's like, I know you don't like this. I'm sorry, man, but if I don't pile shuffle, I just dead draw. And I'm just like, dude, I don't know. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's like if you're not dead drawing, if you're drawing differently because you're pile shuffling, that means you're cheating. Like, that's like, I mean, I don't say anything. I just laugh in my head. I would just say, like, yeah, it's fine. I don't care. I would just laugh in my head. They're not actually cheating, but that's basically what that means. They're not actually cheating or stacking. But like, if there was actually a different outcome happening, it would only be because you are cheating. So will you be taking fun in the Rip Fun Masters Tournament? I will not, no. I feel that, but I also shuffle the piles, so I only need to do it one time per set. Wait, are you being serious, Mad Dog? I can't tell if you're trolling me or not. When they present their deck for you to cut, why don't you counterpile their deck? True, that's what I should hit them with. I should just reverse their whole, all their shuffling. I don't know, man, a minute plus on a... Yeah, I feel luckier. Bruh, it's just not how it works. So you... you shuffle the individual piles, like you pick up pile... Like if you did a 6 pile, you pick up piles 1 and 2 and shuffle them together multiple times. Like you mash them multiple times. A minute plus on a deck search makes me angry. It just, that is an extreme waste of time. Counting to make sure you have 60 is like whatever. It's like, sure, if you want to count to make sure you have 60, go for it. People are very superstitious, it seems. I guess. A minute plus on deck search makes me angry. I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable. That's why I just want some clear guidelines. Like, I don't think it's bad to be annoyed at people taking long on prize checks because we don't have clear guidelines, so you can't like call out your opponent and be like, hey, you're taking too long. It's like, no, I get extra time to like check my prize cards at the end of the game. But it's like, how much time are they taking? How much time is like reasonable? I mean, I think if you hit 2 minutes, that you're done. Like, pack it up. You should never go over 2 minutes. But like, it's kind of like a gray area between 1 minute and 2 minutes of how much time you're allowed to take to pile to prize check. It's like, how much time should they be having? They just need to come out with some better guidelines on that for sure. Pile 1 and 2, then 3 and 4, then 1/2 and 3/4, and then 5 and 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. But I usually do it after I finish a game rather than start of a round. Bruh. If you're gonna do it, at least only do it before the match starts. So you only do it in between games. So I'd be honored if you would pile shuffle my deck for me. I got you, Rix. Next time I go to a regional, I'll be sure to LeBron chalk. Throw before each game. So 1 minute and 59 seconds is okay. Maybe. No, never between games. Oh, you're saying only before. Okay, okay. Only before a match. Oh, you only do it so you do it after a match before you even sit down for your next match. Yeah, I don't really care. Yeah, I mean, that stuff's like whatever. It is still overall a waste of time and doesn't do anything. But if you want to do it, you want to do it. I mean, people have like lucky socks. Do lucky socks actually matter? No, but you want to have lucky socks. As long as you're not eating up time by pile shuffling, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that annoys me is when people eat up. I mean, if someone does it against me, I don't really care. Like in the moment, I don't care. The overall idea of it is annoying, but. If I don't wear my lucky socks, then I dead draw. Shuffling for me is like breaking in a baseball glove. I keep the deck unshuffled so that I know it's always completely random. Keep it shuffled, my bad. I mean, that's also... I always keep it shuffled so I know it's completely random. I mean, that's not how it works either. That doesn't matter. It doesn't actually change anything. You think changing the rule to have face-up prize cards would help or harm the game? I don't think you should make prize cards face up. I think looking at your prize cards before you lay them down would be fine. Like draw 7, find basic, put down basic, draw 6 cards, look at them, shuffle them, offer the opponent to cut. Just go from there. And obviously with like notepads, you like write them down or whatever. I only pile shuffle because I refuse to do the riffle shuffles. I mean, you can just mash shuffle. I don't riffle shuffle either, but I also don't pile shuffle. I'm gonna jam my cards into my lucky socks and shake them into the perfect randomization. If I reset the RNG table, I draw bad. Yeah, you don't have to riffle shuffle. Also, like just so you know, pile shuffling isn't a form of randomization, so you have to riffle or mash shuffle no matter what. So you may as well just only do that. There's no point in pile shuffling unless you're trying to count to make sure you have 60 cards. Then it's like, okay. In a world where everyone wants instant gratification, the look at your prize cards option is so appealing for viewers of tournaments. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, they definitely need, at the very least though, if they don't let us like look at our prize cards, they need to come out with some stricter rules for prize checking. I'm fine with them giving extra time at the beginning of the first search, but they need to come up with like, you get like 30 seconds or you get 45 seconds. Like you get like some extra amount of time, but not like an open-ended unwritten rule. It's just too much, I think, at this point. Unironically, it feels like every time I play a brand new archetype, the first couple games, I always draw absolutely terrible. No. I usually just bring a container box, put my deck inside it, lock it, then shake it. I call it container shuffle. Honestly, that probably is a pretty decent form of randomization. Can we play unsleeved like in this demo video? You can, but you will definitely get penalties for having marked cards. It is definitely not recommended to play without sleeves, unless it's like locals or something. I mean, it will speed up the game. As a watcher, prize checking is boring and takes away from actual gameplay, which is what I want to watch. Oh, I see what you're saying, Rufio. I completely lost your question. I got completely lost in your statement there. Not your question, your statement. I had no idea what you were saying at first, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I agree. Is it fair to judge call your opponent for taking 2 minutes to prize check? Yeah, I think so. I think 2 minutes is too much. We should hire a guy to sit each table and yell at you and point a clock when you take too long, like PTCG Live. Yo, it might be needed at some point. You get the An AIC Pokemon Center spot? I did not know. I didn't even try though. The only time I would have gone was Thursday, and by the time I checked, Thursday was sold out. Because like Friday I'm playing, Saturday I'm playing, and then I leave Sunday morning or something on my flight. So I didn't even try and get a spot. I mean, if I had won, I wouldn't have gotten anything anyway. So I guess if I did, the only things I ever get when I go to Pokemon Centers is I buy stuff to give away to Unstream. That's about it. It's the only things I ever get from Pokemon Centers. Like I'll probably go to the World's Pokemon Center, but the only thing I'll do is get stuff to give away on stream. I think we have to keep prize checking. Otherwise, you could show a tech card to your opponent unintentionally since it's in the prize cards. Oh no, you don't show your opponent your prize cards, or you don't play with your prize cards face up. You just draw your hand, get a basic. If you have a basic, put the basic down, put hand down, draw 6 cards, look at them, shuffle them, offer them to your opponent to cut, and then lay them out like you normally would. You don't play with prize cards face up, or you don't play with, or you don't show your opponent your prize cards. You just see them. Imagine losing into a guy playing Charizard with Nemona and Heat Rotom. Yeah, that would kind of be demoralizing. I'm not gonna lie. I'd probably that's when you know it's time to retire. Has anyone ever given you a problem for calling a judge at a tournament? What do you mean? Like I call a judge on them and they make a big deal about it before the judge gets there? What's your favorite yogurt flavor? Honestly, it's just kind of situational. But like, I'm trying to think about like ones that stand out to me. Like the raspberry Yoplait is pretty good. I basically only eat Greek yogurt now, but I'm trying to think of like yogurts in the past. Raspberry Yoplait. The Chobani Flips are pretty good. Like the key lime one. Oh, honestly, the key lime Yoplait is pretty good too. The key lime one. At that point, might as not well have prize cards, right? I don't think so. Because, like, as the game gets theoretically more competitive, people are going to be checking all 6 prize cards, I feel like, more. Which means, like, at a certain point, it's like, well, everyone knows their prize card information, so we could just kind of speed up the game a little bit, or just, like, kind of not take away from overall gameplay. Or, at the very least, just, like, limit how much time you get to check your prize cards, right? Am I even wrong if my opponent Jewel Seekers without a Terra, call him out on it, and then benches the Terra after I call a judge because I let him search? I mean, you shouldn't let him search. If your opponent uses Jewel Seeker, you should be like, you can't use the ability. You don't have a Terra Pokemon. And then they don't get to use the ability. Yeah. You shouldn't let your opponent pick up their deck. It's both players' job to maintain board state. I mean, that'll search your deck for 3 minutes to write it down. Yeah, exactly. Or unless they come up with some better, like some better guidelines, right? The one you dump the Oreos in? Yeah, it's kind of like that. Is it worth cutting Arvin and Grim? Probably not, no. You don't care about prize checking until recently? I mean, look at Worlds 2012. Harrison played for the Shaman play and was like, oh crap, it's prize, GG. Yeah. I mean, people have prize checked for forever, but it's definitely gotten to the point where it's the idea of prize checking has definitely elevated in the Pokemon TCG, but that's just how competition works, right? As competition gets steeper, players and competitors find new ways to gain advantages, right? That's kind of just like the evolution of competition. That's just how competition works in anything. I think your favorite yogurt flavor situational is the most Pokemon type shit I've ever heard from you. Well, just like it depends on which one I'm hungry for. But honestly, I think I give key lime just like key lime yogurt is probably my #1 flavor. Now that I've actually thought about it. But I was like, I'm not always, like if I go to get yogurt, I'm not always gonna be craving key lime yogurt. But that's why I said it's like situational. But I think key lime is the go-to. I feel like if you call a judge for your opponent play, even if you're right, 9 out of 10 times you'll get side-eyed from your opponent. I don't think I agree with that. As long as you're calling the judge for a reasonable situation. Like, if your opponent's like a reasonable person and a reasonable competitor, they should have an understanding and be like, yep, I fucked up. Calling the judge here is fine. All right, here we go. I definitely recognize the name from the player on the right for sure. What have they placed in? I definitely recognize their name. Thank you, Azul. Also, last question. If you pick a new deck, day of event, what's your thought process on prize checking? Do you check energies first, etc.? I mean, for every deck, I always check energy and Pokemon. And then from there, check important cards for the matchup or important cards for the turn. Have you ever called a judge on yourself? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think I have. Where I recognize that I'm the one who made the mistake. I was like, oh, we have an error here. And then call a judge. The player on the right did a couple of EU tourneys in the past and did first place in a couple of times on the Indonesian events. Okay. I knew the name was familiar. Tar's pretty much the GOAT of Pokemon in Indonesia. Oh, really? He's him? Playing Pult Nor? What are we in, top 8? Have you ever not called a judge on your opponent on yourself when you should have? I don't think so. Well, there might have been a situation where I like messed up, but me and my opponent were able to correct the board state. Like, you're technically supposed to call a judge, but me and my opponent just correct the board state even if I made a mistake. I've definitely had plenty of those situations come up for... yeah, I've definitely had situations, plenty of situations come up like that for my side or my opponent's side, for sure. Where you're supposed to, like, you're technically supposed to get a judge involved, but we just figure it out ourselves and it's fine. Same format as us. They have Steven's cards, cards, Shaman, Yanmega EX, and Crustle, in addition to our cards. No, they do not have Ethan's cards or any other Destined Rivals cards. Would you call a judge for pile shuffling? Only if it's you. How regular is fixing a board state at regionals versus getting a judge? Not very often. I can't remember the last time I called a judge or needed to fix a board state, to be honest. I don't think it's happened a single time this season. How many majors have I been to? 3 or 4? 4 or 5? I don't think I've had to call a judge or fix a board state a single time. Well, I've had a couple of situations where my opponent actually saw an extra card, but I just always tell him to put it back on top of the deck, so... Yo, what's up, pig? But that's about it. What is the deck on the left side? Is it Raging Bolt? They did show it to us, but I forgot what it was. Do you always call a judge of something you know is a DPL, or do you just fix the board and keep going? I always fix the board if I can. All right, second pawn. I don't want Sada. Oh, it is Raging Bolt. Okay. Well, it looks like it has to be an Iono angle here. I think we have Baby Bolt in the hand with a fighting energy, so we could go bench Baby Bolt with fighting and then play Iono. I mean, that seems like a pretty good start here. Obviously, you want to get like a turn one attack off, but they actually are thinking about playing this Prime Catcher. What are we priming here, though? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I guess if they play E-Switch, they could draw into like Grass E-Switch. They're doing it. No. Playing the Prime here makes no sense. We always save the Prime Catcher. There's no way we're playing Prime Catcher here. They're doing it. They're bringing up the Dream. What are they playing for here with the Prime Catcher play, though? Oh, Fan Rotom? Are they playing for Fan Rotom? Oh, Iron Leaves. Okay, I didn't expect Iron Leaves. That's pretty good. I was so confused. I was like, how are we ever knocking this thing out? I feel like we should bench the Baby Bolt here still. I still like kind of benching the Baby Bolt here. All right, into the Iono. Is that still worth it, though? I almost don't even know if that's worth it, to be honest. I still am not even sure if I think this is worth it. Because now our Iron Leaves is just getting stuck for a turn. I guess then we try and retreat into a Raging Bolt and attack with Raging Bolt? Sure. We did find Fan Roadie, so we're going to be able to set up some big plays next turn for sure. All right, I don't hate it, I guess. I don't hate it. I'm still not sure I like it, though, either. I feel like it's still just like benching Baby Bolt with an energy and then playing Iono is still just pretty good there. I don't know. Or maybe you don't attach because then you could play for the Fan Rotom. KO on the Halucha there. and then go into Raging Bolt next turn. Maybe that's worth it. Maybe play Switch. I doubt it. Could play Turo, but even then, you don't want to be like Turoing next turn. If you play Energy Switch, though, you could get into a 3 energy Baby Bolt next turn. Or maybe you could just... I guess in this situation, you could just retreat and attack with Fan Rotom still next turn, right? I guess that would be fine. Although you don't want to be Fan Rotoming... You want to be Fan Rotoming the Dreepy, ideally. Yeah, we'll see how it goes from here. I mean, the initial KO on a Dreepy with an energy is pretty good. Like, can't really complain, right? I had to call a judge on someone because they took a knockout with Clefairy and they didn't have a Psychic Energy attached. I mean, did you catch it right after they announced the attack, or was it already a couple turns later? Or were you already into your turn? That's what I should say. All right, the hoots are in, and yeah, there's the punch. Iono would actually be pretty good here, or actually Unfair Stamp would be pretty good here as well to slow this game down. Double Poffin is also pretty nice. Get to refill the Dreeps and also get some Duskulls in play. Badoo is also an option as well, of course. Ooh, Unfair plus Badoo here would be... That would be pretty sick. If they play Unfair. I don't know if they play Unfair. I'm kind of assuming, but... They don't have it yet. They do have an Ultra Ball. I feel like Pheasantdipity's on the way here, for sure. Or maybe a Dracloak. Maybe you just go Dracloak. Yeah, Loke makes more sense, actually. So what should I do if my opponent asks, it's okay if I change my move? Example, they played Boss but want to go Crispin. I usually let them change their move at locals, but I don't know for majors. I mean, just decide if you want to let them change it or not. It's literally up to you. To the Dracloak, we found the rescue board, which means we can get into Badoo here. Party Ultra Ball way Iono. Here's a second Iono in hand. So you could go for another Dreepy or a Duskull here, but then you don't have access to Pheasantdipity this turn. Oh. Second Duskull, okay. Maybe not. Ends up with the Dreepy. No Fez access this turn. Fez, also, I don't think I saw Fez in the deck, so it could be prize, actually. Yeah, last card in hand then is the Iono. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can let your opponent change something if you want. You don't have to, and you shouldn't feel bad if you don't. I mean, there technically is no correct answer. Like, if you want to let them change it, it's fine. If you don't want to let them change it, it's also fine. All right, got a counter catcher on the Hoodoo as well. And then we got the Badoo item lock. Iono, of course, took the Noctowls out of the hand. And the hand is actually just dead. The hand is literally just dead. Sada Energy, Jamming Tower, and I think it's triple Night Stretcher in the hand. I mean, this Hoodoo does have 2 retreat costs as well. It's a beefy lad. It's literally triple Night Stretcher in the hand, dude. All right, I mean, that's a pretty devastating draw there. Absolutely nothing. All right, some Lokes do need to be found here. Oh no, we already have one Loke in play. We got a Brox as well, so we're gonna start setting up pretty well here for Rico. Do found. I wonder what the other card was. If only he had pile shuffled. True. All right, still contemplating. I don't understand running the 80 HP Hoodoo. You play it so that way Dragapult can't go Hawlucha, attack, knock out 70 HP Hoodoo. So you want to leave a Hoodoo in play in the mid-late game, but if it has 70 HP, the Dragapult player can just pick it off the bench with the Hawlucha combo. But if it has 80 HP, the Hawlucha combo is not enough to pick it off. All right, energy on each Dracloak, and then once again, Badoo item lock. Is there a good top deck? Fan Rotom top deck. So once again, it's just going to be a pass from the Raging Bolt side. And the board is really starting to develop over here on the Dragapult side. We got 2 Dracloaks, another Iono top decked, but you obviously don't want to play that. I think there's a research in hand as well, but I think there's 2 Ionos, so I think we're always just Loking here. And we're going to continue to cycle the deck with the Dracloaks. Looking for another Dracloak. That's a Dusclops. That's also pretty good. Goes with a Vessel. Vessel's also great here. Start to get more energy set up on these Dracloaks. Why is Raging Ball playing Leaves? It's a pivot card and a turn 1 attacking option. So, like, we saw the turn 1 attack literally happen right now. What, Raging Ball plays Virizion? This one, apparently. Also kills Zard. It does also kill Charizard. Which is honestly feels like it is decently relevant with how few energy the Raging Bolt lists are playing now. It does kind of, I think that inclusion kind of makes sense. Even though Ogerpon can KO Grimmsnarl and Charizard, it's hard to build up 3 grass energy on Ogerpon now. But it's not hard to build up 1 on each Ogerpon. You can also like do it from a 0 energy board where all of a sudden Iron Leaves is attacking. So honestly, the Iron Leaves probably does make a decent amount of sense in a Grimmsnarl Charizard meta. Which are two cards we do not have in our metagame. So it makes sense to not play it in our metagame. Is thinking about popping the Clops here. What are we popping this thing on? Yeah, okay. I think that makes the most sense. Just Badoo and chill. Top deck. Raging Bolts. All right. Hand is still dead. We wait. All right. Here come the Pulse. Like, we could actually attack with 3 Dragapults in this game. The way things are setting up, to be honest. We have so much energy built up into play right now. We could go attack with Pult, attack with Pult, attack with Pult. Thinking about playing Ultra Ball first here. I don't know if I like that though, because you want a Loke and a Dragapult here. Yeah, I think you should cycle with Dracloaks first, because we want Dragapult and Dracloak here. He's committing to the Ultra Ball first though. Maybe he wants to shuffle the deck. I guess that could be it. Oh, there was a Dracloak and a Dragapult on the bottom of the deck, so maybe this does make sense. Wait, did we know that though? Didn't we just use Vessel last turn? Gust KO double Hoodoo is good here, no? Or should Dragapult hunt down the energy? You definitely don't need to hunt down the energy. KO and double Hoodoo would be fine for sure. Thinking about popping it. Didn't pop it yet. And we still have a Dracloak to use, so we can definitely just Dracloak first here. Maybe they're going to Iono, though, to go with all of a sudden breaking the item lock. Because the hand right now is pretty big and could get unlocked by getting access to items. Countercatcher is still active right now. They can Countercatcher here. You could Dusclops the Hoot Hoot and then Countercatcher the Ogerpon and then Iono and then go punch Ogerpon for 200 and KO both Hoot Hoots, I guess. That seems pretty decent. We could also just Badoo again, to be honest. Badooing again here would not be bad. Going for another Ultra Ball. Lux Cape. Probably get another Dracloak in play, I assume. Which I do like a Dracloak getting established here. I assume this means we might not be attacking this turn, though. Because I would assume we were kind of waiting to be able to use Iono as well, but maybe we do swing. Another Dragapult for a future turn. Yeah, but do one more time. What's the top deck this time? A Pheasantipity. Okay. All right, this next turn, I think they're going to make a move finally for sure. I think they're going to make a move for sure next turn. We'll see, though. Maybe they still wait a little bit longer, but I feel like next turn is going to be the turn. There's a pass. Okay. Now we have a Dusknoir, so we can do a little bit more. We also just don't have to attack. We also just don't need to pop Dusknoir at all in this matchup, to be honest. Or Dusclops. Our opponent has 5 Prize cards left, so we could attack with 3 Dragapults here, theoretically, as long as we have the energy. Or like Dragapult, Ursaluna, or something like that. I don't understand the turn 1 kill from Bolt. Yeah, I feel like it was definitely questionable. I feel like just setting up for the Baby Bolt was probably the better play, but really cooking this one here. All All right, kill the Hoot Hoot. This does put the Raging Ball player on even prize cards. So you're going to want to... Oh, go into the Lokes, actually, immediately. I assumed we were going to go into Iono before we went to Lokes here. Interesting. So maybe we're not going to Iono here. Duskull found. That's what we want. That's good. I also don't know about popping the Dusknoir there. I don't know if we want to save the Dusknoir in the deck or not. Energy split up on the bench. And okay, just Badoos. All right, sure. Top deck is Ultra Ball. Okay. Is this a reason to not play the 80 HP Hoot Hoot? Yes. It's easier for it to get stuck in the active. Oh, we do have Fez Draw here, though. Hold up. Oh, but we could also just attach and then retreat into Iron Leaves. We could also just start with Fez Draw and see what we get, I guess. This is a reason to not play the 80 HP Hoot Hoot for sure, yes. Usually it's not a big deal because you like have Latias down, but sometimes you don't. What was the point of Dusknoir there? To create bench space for Duskull. If we pop Dusknoir now, it puts our opponent on even prize cards, which gives us an opportunity to pop another Dusclops or Dusknoir to put our opponent back on odd prize cards. But I mean, now we can't really use the Duskull. I don't think it was like that good though, to be honest. It didn't seem that ridiculous. Like, didn't seem that good. We also gave our opponent a bench space to be able to use something like Fez as well. Yeah, popping the Dusknoir, honestly, the more I think about it, the more mid the Dusknoir pop actually seems, to be honest. I think you're still in an advantageous spot here as the Dragapult player, for sure. You're definitely at the advantage, but the play was definitely kind of mid, to be honest. Popping the Dusknoir just like whatever. Wasn't that good, I don't think. But it does give us, the, like I said, it gives us the option to use. It gives us a bench space to then use another Dusclops or Dusknoir later in this game to get. I mean, using Dusknoir is just good. So the more you can use in a game, usually the better it is. But now, if an odd prize card is drawn this turn for the Raging Ball player, it kind of negates the potential of another Dusclops as Dusknoir. How long is bro trying to stall using the Badoo? Maybe the whole game. Who knows? Can he win with just Badoo? I would have liked the Dusknoir better if they'd used Cannon Catcher or some Gust. I actually kind of I agree, Jeebers. I feel like if we're gonna pop Dusknoir that turn, we should also Counter Catcher and then attack with Dragapult and use Iono. Like, we should have like played everything. I feel like all we did was give a bench space open to our opponent and like to allow them to take advantage of potentially Fezandipity. But yeah, their hand is like really, really big. Dusknoir plus Counter Catcher plus attack with Pulp was good, but this play made no sense. Yeah, I think this. I mean, your opponent is eventually going to draw into something good, but by making this play, you just give your opponent more yeah, giving the bench space over there just feels kind of bad, for sure. I still think you're at the advantage here as the Pulp player, though. You can just win in 2 attacks, so now we can go Counter Catcher Fez plus Iono next turn into Boss or Counter Catcher win on the following turn. So should still be in a good spot to close out this game in 2 attacks. How do they have Shame without the rest of Destined Rival stuff? I don't know. Just the products they got. They just got the products in a weird way. Oh, I think someone in chat said that it came with their Journey Together cards, basically. Like, their Journey Together cards had Shaman and Marnie and Stevens. I mean, sure. With the other play, you wouldn't want to attack. Yeah. All right, Noctowl's coming in here. We got Area 0. We also got Palpad, but we can't play the Palpad. We have for next turn, but we are going to be getting Iono'd here most definitely. We should definitely bench. Or we're going with Fanrodom. We could have just swung with Noctowl though. Swinging with Noctowl actually just not the better play. Oh, maybe getting the energy in the discard, guaranteeing the energy in the discard pile was the better play though. I can see that, I guess. Right into the fit. Yeah, I guess getting the lightning in the discard pile might be the move. We should definitely bench 1 or multiple Raging Bolts here. Oh, I think there might only be 1 in hand, so we can only do 1. But double attaching? I don't think so. It was they played Crispin, so they crispined 1 to the Hoot Hoot and then they attached for turn out of hand. And the Ogerpon energy was off the abilities. All right. Well, now Rico can just bring up Fez, punch it, don't take a knockout, and then next turn go for a 4 price turn on the, or a 5 price turn on the next attack. I guess the only thing that's scary at this point for Rico is like jamming towers to remove liabilities that we hit this turn. That's the only thing that can make things awkward. That's why Terror Box was never meta here. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Kind of catch her on the Raging Bolt instead of the Fez. Interesting. Does that actually make sense? Now the Raging Bolt is in the active to KO the Dragapult. I would assume we'd want to not do that, but we did just find Unfair Stamp there as well, which could be the play. Could be worth playing. Does he play Briar? Probably not, no. Gonna save the Unfair Stamp. It's only -1 more card, so it seems fine. Also, Rotom's better to have on active than on bench. Well, in that situation, isn't Noctowl better to have on the active than the bench? $200 actives, spreading out the rest. Wait, can we even win next turn now as Dragapult? If the active Dragapult dies, how do we win? Wait, I'll let him do the math real fast. Oh no, the math lines up because we have 2 HP left on Noctowl. No, it works out. It works out. Any kind of healing here though throws stuff off, or Area 0, or no, Jamming Tower. If Jamming Tower is found to remove some liabilities off the bench, there's no potential for a 5 price turn. Currently, we do have 5 price cards set up. Ogerpon, Raging Bolt, Noctowl, dies to a Dragapult attack. But Bravery Charm or Area 0, or Jamming Tower to bump Area 0 does mess things up. Okay, cycling on the Ogerpon. That's where things start. We have Nest Ball in hand as well. We could Nest Ball for Mew to see more cards even. We also have a Noctowl and a Hoot Hoot, which is not as good, but this Mew's got to go pretty crazy here. Unless they don't play Mew, which would also be pretty crazy here. Because these are the exact situations why Mew is so good. Uh-oh. Mew might be prized here. It definitely seems like something is prized here. Because they played the Nest Ball, are not taking anything, and then are like, well, now what do I do? So they definitely prized whatever they... I don't know what they were looking... They could have been looking for Latios as well, I guess. Whatever they were looking for is prized, though. They're stumped on what they should take. Just knock Raging Bolt. I mean, I don't want to kill the Raging Bolt here. We're gonna pop Dusclops? You don't want to do that. Does he play Jamming? He does play Jamming Tower. Yeah, I was in the hand previously. Should he have Nitrogen for last turn for a Hoodoo before passing? Definitely, potentially. Was that? I don't know if that was a possibility. Okay, there's the pass. There's the counter catcher. Yep, that's game. All right, Rico takes game 1. 26 minutes left, so plenty of time for the comeback for the Raging Ball player. Not going to see any 1-0 shenanigans. Let's explain to the judges how the game is over here. But yeah, 4 price turn from Rico. Definitely a questionable play on the Dusknoir for sure. I think that was probably a mistake, but besides that, saw the game plan, put it together, gets the dub here. It's a leaves build for whatever reason. Whenever I see a bolt list with leaves, they never run Mew. I think they played Mew. I think it was just prized because they played the Nest Ball and then we're like, well, it's It's not here. It could have been Latias, though. Latias could have been what they were looking for, but Latias honestly wasn't even that good. No, Latias wasn't even that good there, was it? To retreat, what are we retreating to? I feel like they definitely play Mew, and it was just prized. Maybe not. Maybe they were looking for... The only two cards they could be looking for there with that would have been Latias and Mew, for sure. That Prime Catcher Iron Leaves play was a bit weird. Definitely felt like an overextension for sure. Do they not show prize cards? No, they don't have a prize cam at this tournament, unfortunately. The perfect 7. Bro, it always feels so good when you draw. I feel like I do it. Honestly, my take 7 off the top of the deck rate is like pretty high. I definitely do it multiple times a tournament. Where you just pick a pile of cards off the top of your deck and it's just 7. Actually, I'm pretty consistently between 7 and... like, I feel like I pick up 7 or 8 almost every single time off the top of my deck. Maybe 9. So, no, I feel like I don't even pick up... I feel like I'm literally picking up 7 or 8 every single time. 9 sometimes, probably. All right, we will have... Raging Bolt going first this time. Wait. Raging Bolt chose second? They're getting off a turn 1 attack? They better turn 1 attack here, bro. Did he mulligan without showing his opponent's hand? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he showed the hand there. I rarely take too many and forget to check then and then penalize, so I pick up the deck and put 7 down the table. Oh, I still count them out face down first as well, but I pick up a little stack off the top of the deck and then count them out. I usually get 7 or 8, I feel like, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I don't like pick off... I don't pick off a little pile and then just look at them. I'm not trying to get penalties. Dude, Rico's... the way Rico prize checks, bro, he got the whole fan going. It's like the... Have you guys seen like that? The meme where the person has a hand of Uno cards, but it's like a giant wall. That's literally the way Rico prize checks. All right, double Dreeps. Let's see if the turn 1 attack happens here for Raging Bolt. I assumed you'd want to go... I don't know, I guess I could kind of see going second. I feel like going first in this matchup makes more sense, though. Like, the turn 1 attack... Like, setting up for the turn 2 Baby Bolt. This is so good. I mean, that hand's pretty good for a turn 1 attack, though. I'm not going to lie. No, it's got Prime Catcher. We got the Earthen Vessel. We got Squawkabilly. Protective Goggles? Wait, what are we putting those on? Raging Bolt to play around Clefairy? That's what it's got to be for, right? He said to play around Chi-Yu. But Chi-Yu can't kill the grass pawns? The ogre pawns? The goggles are crazy for sure. Around Clefairy? Yeah, I guess you can use it against Clefairy, or you can use it against Chi-Yu with your ogre pawn, I guess, as well. We're going for the Fan Rotom here. We also have Vessel in hand. I forget what the other cards in hand are. We don't have a way to get an energy in the discard pile. I assume we're keeping this. If we're going in with Fan Rotom right now instead of after the Squawkabilly, I assume that means we're keeping the hand here. Unless you're going to go like Hoot 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 Fan Rotom and then discard the other Fan Rotom or something like that. Put on Fez for Mirror. Sure, sure. Grabs the Ditto. Okay. Another fan rotom. Maybe we actually are gonna go with the... And we'll see. Well, they're lining up Squawkabilly. Okay. Oh, okay. So we're not gonna do anything too aggressive here then. Put on Blood Moon for Mirror as well. I doubt they're playing Blood Moon. Oh, you can put it on the Iron Leaves and then KO Charizard and they can't Chi-Yu it. Ooh. Wait, that's actually kind of cool. You can put it on the Iron Leaves, KO their Charizard, and they can't Chi-Yu your Iron Leaves. To, like, mess with the prize trade. That's pretty cool. What are we getting off this Ditto? Oh, we're getting Baby Raging Ball, right? It's got to be Baby Raging Ball here. Let's see, this is why you just choose first in this matchup. So that way you can attack turn 2 with Raging Ball before they have even a Dracloak set up. Oh, no. Oh, is it prized? Oh, my gosh. You got to prize check. You got to prize check before you commit to a sequence like this, though. It might not have changed actually what they do here because they maybe always just grab Raging Bolt here, but Fez time. Oh, wait, Fez, yes! The emergency Fez. You think going to less regionals makes you feel less prepared for Worlds? No. Or have you been competing long enough that you don't need to as much practice at big events since the invite is secured? Barely anybody needs, like, the extra practice at big event doesn't really apply for... Yeah, it's not that... Like, after you've been to a couple majors, it's not that big of a deal. You don't need to go to that many majors for it to really matter that much. No Fez, bro. He's not a knower. The Fez is definitely the move here. Get Fez, attached to it next turn. Owl for Crispin, Crispin to Fez. As long as the Crispin was in there. We gotta snipe these Lokes, man. The Lokes gotta go. Oh, there's Candy. Oh my gosh. Wait, Rico could just go next turn, Candy Dragapult, and start swinging. I don't think you ever do that, but you could do it. Wait, what are we thinking about here? Do we even have a card we can play? Oh, they could have Sada'd. Oh, they probably should have Sada'd, right? Don't we just want to see more cards there? Okay, I don't actually... Oh, but you top deck Hawlucha! So we could KO the active and the Hoot Hoot on the bench. Do you ever just do it? No, they're not doing it. All right, that's no fun. I don't understand why Raging Bolt went second. I think it's just a mistake. I think it's just a mistake. They definitely should have gone first. This going straight into PDX or getting some sleep? Oh, we're definitely getting some sleep. I mean, this only has 2 more rounds left, so it's not going to be that much longer. It is going to be a little bit longer, though. Maybe they were scared of Badoo. Wait, with what play? All right, the fires are split. Badoo's in the hand. Oh, okay, yeah. When there's no snipe threat. Oh, wait, hold up. That's weird. I thought they were going to retreat the active here. That's why they're like, oh no, I don't want to attach. Don't you want the fire split here? Or am I trolling? Oh no, I guess you don't want the fire split because now you can attack with either one and it's going to pass. Okay. It still makes sense though, I guess. Why is he abbreviating for Portland PDX? That's the airport code or whatever. No item lock here with an Octowl in hand, so we're definitely attacking this turn as Raging Bolt. But yeah, I mean, Baby Bolt probably would have just been still better, right? Snipe one of these Draclooks off the bench would have been pretty nice, but we're gonna have to settle for KO on the active, or I guess we do have Prime Catcher in hand. We could burn our Prime Catcher here if we want to. Latias makes its way to the bench. It's a good card to have on the bench. could you don't need to commit Noctowl here. And the question is kind of just, do you just go for the Gust KO or do you just punch the active here, to be honest? I don't actually know what's the better play. They're going to settle for the punch on the active, though. Discard the grass, take the knockout. Sure, Badoo gets pushed up here. And honestly, the bench is pretty well set up for the Dragapult player. I think they could probably just start swinging this turn with Dragapults. If they go attack with Paul, because they have the ability to go attack with Paul, Ursaluna for the current setup here. That should be enough to like win the game, I feel like. Ultra Ball in hand for potentially the Dragapults. Yep, has Counter Catcher as well, but I don't think we're Counter Catcher in here unless you want to KO both Noctowls. But I don't think you're doing. I think punching the active makes the most sense here. Giving up the Vessel. Honestly, the Vessel seems kind of good here. I don't know how much I like giving up the Vessel here. And then you could KO a Hoothoot off the bench. I guess that might be worth. Punch the active, KO Hoothoot, plus put 10 on the Fanordum, and the next turn you can always just punch the active, KO Fanordum, and that's like good enough for 4 prize cards, and then you just need to attack with an Ursaluna to win the game. Seems pretty good. Do they commit to Lucha? Both Hoots seems tempting. Oh, wait, they're going after the... Oh, they are going after the Hoothoot. I thought they were going to go after the Ogerpon here. Which, honestly, I do kind of like the Ogerpon KO because it removes the only Terra Pokemon from play. But yeah, they go after double Hoothoot. Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it. I thought we'd want to get a punch in on this Raging Bolt, but double Hoothoot chase, I mean, not bad. It's not bad for sure. And honestly, it might just work out for the dub here. The hand is not great. There is an Ultra Ball, though. I think there's an Ultra Ball there to find Fez or Mew to draw some new cards, but I think we definitely need them. Two rounds left, but there are breaks between rounds. Only for them to like set up the next round. They're not like taking like extra long breaks on purpose. Hey, give me 1 second. I need to go get a snack. Dude, we have 1,000 viewers on YouTube right now. What the heck? All right, the Hoots are cooked, but the Fez is in. But we need to hit a draw here off the Fez. UK just waking up. True, because UK isn't sleeping. Y'all can't hear me chewing, can you? Time is it for me? Almost 1. Does Pulp play Turo? Usually this build of Pulp does play Churro, but like specific builds play it. This build usually does not play Churro. Hand is cooked. Is it that bad? Is their hand actually just dead? The Turo seems like a pretty good keep here, to be honest. Giving up the Area Zero. Area Zero also seems like a good keep. I like the Turo keep more, though, for sure. Can maybe make things awkward. How do you manage to do these late night streams so often? What helps you do it? Caffeine. Caffeine and just getting sleep. Like, yeah. Taking naps. I didn't take a nap for this one, but it's like not, this one's not that late. I usually go to bed at like midnight, so I'm only like an hour up past when I usually sleep. 2 minute before playing Ultra Ball and can't decide. Has it been a 2 minute Ultra Ball? No Mew? They might just not play Mew, to be honest. It is possible. I like your shirt. Where'd you get it? Actually, I don't know where the shirt came from. Lorelai got it. I think it's from the Pokemon Center. Oh, we're not attacking this turn. It does have Turo, but I don't think you should play Turo now. Oh, I don't like the Turo played now. I feel like there has to be a better time to play the Turo in the future, right? Okay, into the Roar. Okay. This is pretty terrible, I'm not gonna lie, for the Raging Ball player. What is the snack of choice? There's some hot chips and then a protein bar. Either no way they're really unlucky with pricing in both games. I feel like they probably, I don't know, the way they acted in game one though, they definitely priced something. All right, into the Jack. Ult and just, I don't know, you can get a Clops or a Dracloak. You're not going to use either of them though. Did you even flip the script? Yeah, he did. Did flip the script. I feel like you don't need to evolve here. Yeah, I don't think we need to. Just punch the active. Put 40 on the bench Raging Ball, then like 10 on Ogerpon, 10 on Latias or something like that. 10 on Fez, 10 on Rotom or Ogerpon. Seems good enough. Yep. 4 on the ball. See, here is where the Churro could be good. Wait, do we burn the... Oh, we used the Churro last turn. Yeah, I don't think we should have used the Churro last turn. Because we could have, like, E-switched off the active to the bench. How do we ever get enough energy and play to actually KO a Dragapult? We need, like, triple Ogerpon, but that's, like, not realistic, is it? Probably not. I mean, dude, there's just not... This is, we don't, it's not happening. It's just not happening, man. I don't know. It's cooked, man. It's cooked. Pack it up. Dragapult wins again. Superior Dragon Pokemon. It'll never be you, Raging Bolt. We got a Crispin. I don't even know if there's 2 energy in the deck to get off the Crispin. But it looks like they're only out to get the knockout on the active here. I guess. Wait, we haven't even attached return yet. We could just attach return and we get there with 5. But I mean, you may as well play the Crispin, right? But Dragapult player does just win next turn. As long as they find... I think they're short in energy here. They need an energy. They need an energy. But they have double Dracloak to work if they should get there. Does the Vault player not run Baby Vault? No, he does. Just didn't go for it. All right, here's the attack. Char off the bench, we get the knockout, but Dragapult in hand, counter catchers in hand, just a psychic energy away. Gonna at least see 5 cards. But if you get Pheasantipity, that's 8 cards. Could play a draw supporter as well. Research top decked. The hand is mostly dead, to be honest, so playing research here wouldn't be crazy. Starts with a Poffin, it looks like. Nothing to grab, just taking a look at the deck. Sure. Maybe shuffling it. I don't know what's on the bottom. Maybe that's what was prize both games. It was not prize both games. He just did not go for the Baby Wall line. Grabs Iono. Second Loke. Oh, I guess we're not there yet. We could whiff. Whiffing is possible. Why are we? Oh wait, why did we? No, shuffling the deck is probably correct here. Actually, take it back. I was gonna be like, why did we shuffle the deck there if we just put 2 cards on the bottom of the deck? But one of them was unfair stamp. So, all right, here we go. Dragapult. Counter catcher the Raging Bolts. Or actually, you could counter catcher the Fez actually instead. Actually, it doesn't matter what you counter catcher. Grimmsnarl's in play. It doesn't really change anything though. We still need a counter catcher. Yeah, it does not matter. It does not matter what we bring up here, I don't think. Well, I was thinking, what would you want to punch with Badoo? I guess actually, honestly, the correct answer is probably Latias to bring up. Because if you're gonna just Badoo for turn, if you whiff and you're gonna Badoo for turn, you'd rather Badoo Latias than anything else because it creates another liability. Or someone gets mentioned. There's research. 7 cards, looking for a Psychic Energy or Unfair Stamp to extend the turn. Nitrate also works. And there's the Psychic. And that is the dub. Poltnor moves on from Rico to top 4. 3 minutes left in the round, so the next round won't be coming up too long. What else do we know? We know that Grimmsnarl won in top 32 or top 16. And then what was the previous round? Yeah, Grimmsnarl won the last round. Okay. There's a Grimmsnarl in top 8. Maybe it's in top 4. After this stream, OTP. Wait, what is OTP? 2025 is the Polish unofficial nationals. What is OTP? One Piece? Won the piece? Are you still awake? It's not that late. Think the Raging Ball player used too much of his resources? No, it's just poor game planning. One-time password. One-trick pony. Yeah, it's not that late. Yeah, it's only 1 a.m. I am West Coast, yeah. Top 8, 1 Joltik, 1 Guardy, 1 Grim, 1 Zard, 2 Bolt, Pawn, 2 Polt. Okay. 1 Joltik, 1 Guardy, 1 Grim, 1 Zard, 2 Bolt, Pawn, 2 Polt. Do we know if the Polts are Polt Nors or non-Nors? Oh, we saw one of the Polts. We just saw a top 8 matchup. One of the Polts beat the Bolts. What state are you in? California. I'm in Europe. Went to bed at 2 a.m. Round 7 Portland. It's now 9 a.m. Yeah, I would have gone to bed like I usually would have been in bed like, or would have been asleep like an hour and a half ago. But yeah, for me, this isn't like too crazy yet. But we'll see how long this break takes. We'll see how many times we watch Miraidon versus Charizard. We'll see how much Miraidon versus Charizard we see going up next. You're based in Cali. World's pretty convenient for you then this year, huh? Yeah, I mean this year and next year. Because it's in Cali back-to-back years. You think they're gonna announce something else in replacement of the Worlds announcement this year, or no? They probably won't, right? I mean, I guess they could announce Worlds 2 years ahead, but they probably wouldn't want to do that, right? It's kind of like hype. It's nice to be able to do a hype announcement at the end of the tournament announcing the next year's World Championships. How many players? I think someone in chat said it was 840. Dude, it is so crazy how big Pokemon is like all over the world now. Like, back when I started playing the, there probably was not Pokemon tournaments in Indonesia when I started playing the game back in 2009. Or I would assume there wasn't. Maybe there was. I don't think so. The announcement is the return of OCIC. Oh, they'll probably will do some kind of announcement, right, to replace it. It just won't be about Worlds. Yeah, they'll probably do some kind of announcement. I mean, not OCIC, but definitely 30th anniversary announcements. Yeah, something like that. What are Megas expected? Either the last set of the year or the first set of next year is when Megas come out. What is OCIC? Oceanic International Championships. It was just the IC in Australia. There used to be a fourth IC alongside NAIC, LAIC, and EUIC later this year. So it is confirmed Megas come out this year. So it's the set after Worlds. Are Megas legal for Worlds? No. Even in Romania, we are not in the Pokemon Play, and we still get an average of 20 players every weekend at locals, and it has been growing for the past few years. That's cool to hear. I mean, it's kind of crazy how much it's being played all over the world. Now China is playing. Yeah, 840 people playing in Indonesia right now, or in this tournament there was. Yes, Black and White will be legal for Worlds. You think a grassroots tournament could be just as big as TPCI events? No. I already said that Scarlet and Violet is done after Black Bolt and White Flare. Okay, so I guess that means that, yeah. So the end of year set will have the Mega Pokemon then. Growth of game in Asia and more players travel. OCI should come back for sure. Well, the thing is, the Oceania region is literally just Australia and New Zealand. It's not even like, there used to be some of the Asia countries under OCIC, but now it's not. It's all those are under TPCI. So it'd be kind of like OCIC really isn't. OCIC wouldn't even encompass any of the Asia regions really either, though. But honestly, what should happen is that we should just have like a global game where all the cards release at the same time and we all play under the same system. And then we could have like tournaments. Like Asia could be part of the tournament structure. Like theoretically, that's the goal, is that there's the same tournament structure for everyone in the world. But we're not there yet. They're doing megas like basic stage 1, stage 2, mega EX. You think that megas like Mawile or Sableye will just be a basic mega, or they'll have to evolve them basic stage 1 mega EX? That's not how megas are happening. Megas are just this, like Mega Guardy just evolves on Kirlia. It doesn't evolve on a Gardevoir. Unless that's what you meant. But yeah, Mega Sableye would just be a basic if they did a Mega Sableye. It wouldn't be a stage 1. The megas are just called megas, but they're just part of the evolution line. Wait, are they even called EXs? They are called EXs, right? Mega Gardevoir EX, Mega Lucario EX. Yeah. No, OTP is PokemonTCG Polish Nationals. Oh, okay. Is there going to be a stream for it? Why don't they do it like that? What, like a universal system? Who knows? A global system? Yeah, who knows? Wouldn't that be PPN? That honestly does make more sense for it to be PPN. But yeah, why is OTP called? Yeah, that makes way more sense. Are Pokemon just always going to go up in HP? I think they have I feels like they backtracked a little bit recently. So I wouldn't say yes for sure, but yeah, there's nothing stopping them from backtracking for sure. Like little bit by little bit for like a power creep reset. It does kind of feel like we are in a little bit of a power creep reset. Like if you just kind of look at the last couple sets, nothing has been too crazy. Nothing has really been able to keep up with Gardevoir and Dragapult the last couple set releases. So maybe that is what they're playing towards. But I think the big tell for that will be how good are the Mega Pokemon. If the Mega Pokemon just come out and they're just broken, well, then it's like, okay, that's not their goal here. Yeah. Is live streaming tournaments your favorite thing to stream? No, it's just something different to stream. If I live stream tournaments as much as I like, it just depends on the frequency that I do the other stuff. If I live stream tournaments as much as I play PTCG Live, then playing PTCG Live would be a little bit more enjoyable because it'd be like a little bit more unique or whatever, or I do it less often. So been tuned out for a while. Is Badoo still wrecking stage 2 decks? But wait, Dragapult and Guardia are both stage 2. No, but Badoo was never wrecking stage 2 decks, so I don't know where you got your information from, but Badoo has never been wrecking stage 2 decks. Badoo is one of the best cards for stage 2 decks to enable stage 2 decks right now. Although I think Jake Gearhart had a pretty good take on this actually. The Badoo is good against non-stage 2 decks, but it really is like the stage 2 decks being forced to play Badoo to use it against each other. Like the matchups you use Badoo the most as a stage 2 deck is against other stage 2 decks. What's your reasoning for not playing Polterguard if they're top 2 in the format? I just don't want to play them. That's it. It almost single-handedly killed Zard. No, Dragapult killed Zard. Dragapult being so popular, which may be one of the reasons Dragapult is so popular, is because of Badoo. But I think even if you got rid of Badoo, Dragapult still would probably be the most played deck. So you can't really ever know for sure, but you could argue that Badoo enables Dragapult, which causes it to be popular, and the reason Charizard is bad is because of the Dragapult matchup. But you're not wrong. Badoo is pretty good against Charizard as well on top of that. But I don't know, if Dragapult's still 20% of the meta, I don't know if Charizard is surviving, even if Badoo doesn't exist. But Dragapult also having Badoo doesn't help Charizard, I guess. Charizard would probably be a better play if Badoo didn't exist, even if Dragapult was 20% of the meta. It's alright. Charizard will be coming. It'll come back around. It's going to take a little bit of time. Just wait for Dragapult to die off. It'll happen, I'm sure. Definitely. Have we had any hint that Megas will be a once per game ability like V-Stars? No, they will not be. Or if they'll use Spirit Links, they won't use Spirit Links, and they won't be a once per game ability. They're just evolution cards that have a different name. That's it. Instead of evolving your Kirlia to Gardevoir EX, you're now evolving it to Mega Gardevoir EX. The only difference. Like, they're pretty boring. It's just like a label. They're just like, or what was a good way? I think someone came up with a good way to explain it. Like stuff like Rapid Strike, Single Strike. It's not a mechanic. It's just like a label. No, someone had a better word to use recently. Maybe me and Chip talked about it on the podcast. Maybe it was Chip that came up with it. Archetype? No, maybe it is like considered a mechanic. Oh, I think it was on a bonus episode of the podcast. Someone brought up a good way to explain the differences. Maybe you consider it a mechanic though, because you do draw extra prize cards for KO. But yeah, a trait. I mean, kind of a tag. Yeah, it's more like a tag or a label. Like being a mega Pokemon, there's like nothing special about it. You're just like, it's a way to say this is a Pokemon that's worth 3 prize cards. But they also could have just not created mega Pokemon, and they just said this is Gardevoir EX, and it's worth 3 prize cards. And like technically they could have done that and not called it mega Pokemon. But it's like it feels a little bit off to do that. So it's like, all right, let's call it mega Pokemon. Mega Pokemon are worth 3 prize cards, and because they're worth 3 prize cards, obviously they do more damage, have more HP, just to make the trade-off make sense to be worth 3 prize cards, right? But it's like they aren't actually anything special. It's just like this thing is worth more prize cards, but also has more HP. It does more damage. It's like, oh my gosh. Oh, but it's also worth 2 prize cards. This thing does more damage and has more HP, and like, oh my gosh. But it's also worth 3 prize cards. Like that's a trade-off. And then calling it EXs and Megas is just whatever. It's just a way to like identify the different types of cards, I guess. Following trends, GXs should be back in a year or so. I don't think they'll do that. I think they've settled on EX as just being the 2 prize Pokemon, to be honest. I don't think like they've gone over here and they've done VVs and VMAXs and V-Stars. They went over there and they did GXs. I think they've just come back around and been like, what if we just, I think they are actually just going to only do EXs moving forwards. We'll see. I could be wrong on that. My guess is that we're only going to see EXs as 2 prize cards for like the rest of the Pokemon's lifespan, which I think is probably the best way to do it. But maybe they will just switch up the names to keep things a little bit more fun and interesting. Or maybe they will want to bring back stuff like V-Stars to bring back like V-Star powers and V-Star attacks and get those included in the game again. And they'll come up, they'll come up with a new Pokemon, whatever. My guess is that we're just going to only see EXs moving forward, though. That's my prediction. Is that we're not going to get any other 2 prize Pokemon. What does EX stand for? Does EX stand for anything? I think it does. I forget what it is, though. Expandable. Weird, wacky, inflatable. Introduce Gold Stars for whatever those were for. Gold Stars are always cool. I mean, Gold Stars are basically just Radiant Pokemon, though, right? Same thing. Extreme. Extra prizes. Extra evolution. Exfoliating. But like by calling some Pokemon Mega, it just makes it easy to print cards that say like your opponent's when you play this item card, your active Pokemon's attacks do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Mega Pokemon, right? So it just makes everything like cleaner in terms of like game mechanics and printing labels on them to then apply those labels to certain cards, stuff like that. With Grimmsnarl coming, that should nerf Guardy, which might make Pult good again. I mean, Pult's pretty good right now. I don't know about good again. But also Grimmsnarl is also favored against Pult, so. I agree for now. Megas look nothing special. I mean, no matter what the Mega comes out, none of them are going to look... like. That's not... like, what I'm saying is that, like, all the Megas are going to be what I said. They're just Pokemon that are worth 3 prize cards that do have more HP and do more damage. And they also happen to be called Megas. The ones they've revealed so far have been very vanilla, but that's besides the point. We'll see what else they come up with, though. We'll see how broken they are. When's the 4 prize Pokemon coming out? Who knows? I actually kind of want to see them, and maybe this would be like something that's only like applies for one Pokemon. It's like pretty unique. I wanted to see them print a Pokemon that's worth 6 prize cards. Maybe not a bunch of them. Maybe 1 or 2. But I think that could be cool. I don't even... It'd be crazy to see how they would balance it, though, in terms of like HP and damage. Do you think that they should change weakness from being double damage and make it more like Pocket, where it's extra damage instead? I don't know. I don't care. It's not something I think about. What about Exodian Pokemon TCG? I'm down. Turtis or Arceus or something? That's what I'm saying, bro. 6 prize card Pokemon. Maybe just one card. Maybe just one card. 6 prizes. What about attacks that say knockout? That's it. You lose. Then you just lost the game. Put a mist energy on that thing. Would you not just do an 11 prize game for your opponent then? You could. Why not? I feel like V-Unions was the closest thing we got to that. For now. For now. They could go further in the future. Six prizes. Nah, bro. If the 6 prizes are going to be anything, it's going to be Strudel. A 6 prize Strudel, bro. For how much HP would you have to have? It'd be a 6 prize Pokemon. What? 600 HP? 700 HP? The attacks would also have to be insane. At least 700, 800 HP, right? I mean, something like that. It feels like for sure. And then the attacks would have to cost like... I mean, the attacks could still cost a decent amount of energy, but they have to do like some ridiculous stuff. With a shred attack that does 330, something like that for sure. Dude, the commercial having a panic attack, bro. His Charizards are prized, bro. Dude, this commercial instills so many bad thought processes and like you watch this video and you're like, oh, prize cards ruin games. Like you just prize all your good cards and then you just can't play or can't win. And then at the end of the game, he plays Nemona to get Candy Charizard. Like, luck is the only thing that matters, right? You just, if you get lucky, you win. If you don't get lucky, you lose. Like, this video is not good for new players to watch at all. All they'll take away from this is all the bad things about the Pokemon TCG. It's very unfortunate. I'm glad you're still up. I just got to the flea market to set up to sell Pokemon. What's up, Rips? Could have avoided the Iono if he didn't react so badly. Should have shown Badoo Wars for 7 turns in a row. True. That's the real Pokemon TCG experience. No, I don't think either of these players could handle the Badoo Wars, to be honest. They're not cutting it. Can't candy the Charizard under Badoo. That is so fraudulent. What's crazy, he couldn't candy Zarya because his Zara shoved to the bottom. What do you mean? He used Ultra Ball, bro. He had the Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball for the Charizard. Get it off the bottom. Listen, it's accurate. The gameplay is accurate. Dude, this Eevee commercial is pretty funny. The Eevee's just waddling around, getting struck by lightning. How we going, Steez? They should have Chip in an Eevee costume doing that. True. Put him to work. Have him out in front of the Pokemon Regional Championships, dressed in a Pikachu costume, doing like the sign flipping thing. Pokemon Center this way. Are regionals at the same places every year? No. Locations change up pretty consistently. I don't think we're ever in like the exact same locations every single year ever. Like this year we didn't. Where did we not go this year? Also, where did we go new this year? We haven't been to Atlanta ever, or at least in a long time. We've been to Portland, Vancouver, Toronto before. I forget where else the other ones were this year, to be honest. We didn't go to Milwaukee last year, but we went to Milwaukee this year, I think. Maybe we went to Milwaukee last year? Was there Memphis this season? No. Did they ever go to Seattle? No, never been to Seattle. Well, no. Actually, that's not true. We went to Seattle once. There was a Seattle Regionals 2015, 2016, I think, actually. Yeah, there was a Seattle Regionals. Yeah, 2015, 2016, I think. There was a Seattle Regionals. To Orlando for Atlanta, correct? Yeah, that was basically the trade-off for that one for sure. I haven't been to New Zealand for years. Wait, was there ever a major in New Zealand? There's been a major in New Zealand? I thought there hadn't been one in New Zealand ever. I think Louisville was new. Yeah, I think so. Ever have a major in New York State? I don't think so, no. I don't remember, though. There was an Auckland special in 2017, I think. Oh, was there? If you played a friendly match where the only Pokemon you and your opponent were allowed to use was Badoo, how would you build your deck to win? I have no clue. Do New Zealand citizens even qualify for Worlds? They're in the same system. They're in the same region as Australian players. So the same point system and number of players who make Worlds. They're in the same region. Hazel, I have a question. Do you know how to speak Spanish? No. How do they go about choosing locations? No clue. Are the Zard and the Miraidon in top cut? I mean, hopefully, bro. They've been playing so long. I mean, at least the Miraidon player's in top cut because they keep winning. The Zard player probably does not make cut at this point, but hopefully the Miraidon player's in cut at this point. Other places' starter Pokemon products seem so much better than it is in the US. We have like the League Battle decks. Those are like pretty good. I mean, I don't think anything kind of compares to Japan though. I don't think we're that far behind other places in the world. Well, I mean, whatever we get is the same as whatever. It's not, yeah, the US is the same as everything that goes out in Europe. Like anything that is a TPCI region, whatever they get is what we get. So it's really just Asia that's different, to be honest. I don't even know if it's all of Asia. I don't even know what it looks like. In Japan, they definitely get better products across the board, I would say. I don't even know what it looks like in China or any of the other countries in Asia, to be honest. Have you considered playing in Japan Championships? Yeah, I think next season I'll try and play in one of the tournaments in Japan for sure. I'll try and get in through the lottery or whatever. I also have to get cards though, dude. That shouldn't be that difficult though. I should be able to figure it out. Yeah, I should be able to figure it out. He's manifesting. Can you play in Japanese without knowing Japanese? As long as you already know what the cards do, I guess. Yeah, it's not that difficult. I really wish there was a way for us to get thicker card stocks, nicer cards like One Piece or in Japan. Yeah, it would be nice if the quality of the English cards was definitely a grade better or so. Especially when like the cards in Japan are so much nicer. You know how many people sign up for the lottery? A lot. I have no idea how many though. Japan has a lot of legislation around giving cash as prizing. I know fighting game tournaments in Japan, the players need to have a license. Our PTCG tournament similar. There's no cash prizing in Japanese Pokemon tournaments. It's all just trophy cards. Clout? Yeah, you get the clout. Also some shops in Japan where you can build mobile deck. Ugh. So do you have any deck choice recommendations on Japan meta? So wondering what deck to play in a coming Master Ball League. Day 1, best of 1. Day 2, best of 2 out of 3. I mean, what's the format? There's got to be at least 4 people signing up for the Japan lottery. Beyond that, I think it's just a draft for the remaining spots. Yeah, there's got to be at least 4. I wonder how many Masters players would stop playing if there was no cash prizing in the West. I mean, there would have to be something. If there was still just like trophy cards on the line. I mean, see, the thing is, like, if you look at One Piece, I mean, it just depends on, like, I mean, what motivates a lot of people isn't like the cash prizing, right? It's like just playing in a competition, but it would definitely change the landscape of the competition quite a bit if what you won wasn't worth anything. But if it was just basically like One Piece where you got like trophy cards that were worth like basically the same as the cash prizing that we get or very similar, then nothing would really change, to be honest. Standard Japan format? I mean, probably just Grimmsnarl, to be honest. What exactly are we waiting for in the background? Who knows? They're setting up the next match. I don't think so. Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have any cash prizing. A lot of people still playing their tourneys. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think it would change that much. You would definitely have some situations where like you wouldn't have like the tournament grinders wouldn't exist because there's no cash return. So like the people who show up to like regionals would be a lot more of like the local player base than anything, I feel like. Like players wouldn't be traveling to like 9 major tournaments or something throughout the season, like every North American. People wouldn't be going to like every North American regional or anything like that. It'd be like you'd go to the regionals that are just closest to you because there's not as much incentive or return money wise. So it would just be a lot, basically just like the local player base would be the ones who would be playing, would be a higher percentage of the tournaments. It already is a pretty high percentage. It's just like the local players. But it'd be even that much higher, to be honest, for sure. You think we'd have a competitive expanded format circuit? No, I don't think it's necessary. I wonder how the entry fee compares in Japan. I think it's free. Oh yeah, Ash just said that. Yeah, entry in Japan is free. Yeah. Brent likely could not do what he did this season. No, Brent definitely could not do what he did this season. Free entry plus trophy cards might be better than 70 entry and cash prizing. No, definitely not. The current system is definitely better. Yeah, the current system is definitely way, way, way better. I think MTG has pretty sustainable cash prizing, but they have less majors. I don't even know if that's true. If they have, do they actually have less majors? I don't even know if that's true. I don't know what the full MTG circuit looks like though. Don't forget, Yu-Gi-Oh! Always gapped Pokemon in terms of player numbers. It's only recently after COVID that Pokemon numbers went insane. Oh, this is true, yeah. So how does it work when you win a regional for cash prizing? Do they just mail you a check? No, they have like a system you make there's a system, there's a site or a company with a system that you make an account on and then they send that to your bank account. There's like a payout service they use. Has NA have any special championships? The free registration, no cash prize attorneys? Yeah, there's one in Puerto Rico every year. Yeah, one in Puerto Rico every year, and then in the past there was one at Origins Game Fair because NAIC was like the week after Origins in Columbus, so they held one at Origins Game Fair the week before. Yeah. Do you think I can host a special championship in my garage? Sure. You think it's better to do cash prizing plus entry fee or just free entry and no cash prizing? Cash prizing plus entry fee is definitely better. TPCI system is optimal, but there is still room for improvement. Like there still should be like prize cards for regionals and stuff like that. But yeah, overall TPCI system is optimal. I finished 3 games on ladder since last round. Honestly, maybe I should be playing some ladder games, bro, because this is taking forever. We just keep watching Miraidon just beat up on people, bro. Like, come on. Now it's beating the Koraidon deck. It does seem to take... I don't know what takes them so long. Yeah, I have no clue what takes them so long. Pushing the Miraidon propaganda. I know, right? I mean, they're definitely doing it on purpose, right? Because Electric's about to release with black and white. Like, they want people to invest in the Miraidons. We're about to see Best of 5, Miraidon Kid versus Zard Kid. Dude, we've seen the matchup enough, bro. We know it by heart at this point. Imagine if you could recite the Miraidon Kid versus Zard Kid match. Top cut is starting after this ad. It's Zard versus Miraidon. Wait, does that ad always play after this ad? Do we know the ad loop at this point? Black and white will be legal for Worlds, yes. I want to see a final with no sleeves. Nah, nobody wants to see that. I wonder if they would let you, as long as your cards actually weren't marked, would they let you play with no sleeves on stream? There's no way your cards aren't marked. If you play without sleeves, your cards are 100% marked in some way. Definitely would be too easy to tell. You ever bring back marbles? Maybe. Maybe one day. Marbles was pretty fun. I thought it was in the rules you have to play with sleeves. I'm pretty sure it's not. I could be wrong. You can play without sleeves. It's just you're always going to get penalties for marked cards. Like you're always going to get a penalty for marked cards and then have to go get sleeves anyways. But I don't know if it's in. I don't think it's in the rules that you have to use sleeves. I've had players at challenges playing with penny sleeves. I mean, that's the same thing as like not playing with sleeves though. Your cards are just going to get marked. Break is longer than the game. Yo, it actually might be. Could we actually check that? The break has been... Holy smokes. All right, here. Oh, dude, they're about to send us back to the ad, bro. It's like a jump scare. Honestly, for the first round was over pretty quickly. The break was probably definitely longer than the first round, to be honest. One more Miraidon video for you. Please, no more. I can recite these ads by heart. Let's get into the action. I do need to get some sleep because I do have to wake up for tournament tomorrow. I do need to get some sleep tonight. I'll probably just kind of sleep in though. Probably sleep in a little bit tomorrow. Which country of Master Ball League play the best? I don't know. It's all the same. In the rulebook, Play Pokemon strongly recommends the use of sleeves with an opaque back. Not mandatory. All right. We can go sleeveless. You think we can get everyone agree to go sleeveless at NAIC? They can't DQ us all, right? Raw. Yeah. I play with my cards raw. You have a preferred energy card set / style? No, I just use whatever the newest energies are. There's a guy playing sleeveless in a Destined Rivals pre-release. I've definitely gone sleeveless at a pre-release before, for sure. If I paint the back of my cards a solid color, can I avoid marked cards penalties without sleeves? Well, no, because you can't paint the back of your cards and then play with them. They messed up the right side of the tree? Oh, did they? Wait, how so? Oh yeah, Daniel D is just somehow here, but David and Calvin were playing. Oh, it's just it's like, yeah, Daniel's supposed to be up top, Calvin's supposed to be down bottom. Okay. Nothing too crazy. You can probably get 100 plus players to play unsleeved if you really rally it. It's a lot of effort though. All right, here we go. Daniel with the Grimmsnarl versus Calvin with the Raging Bolt. Let's get it. Whenever people bring up this matchup in chat, they always act like it's unwinnable. I think this matchup is fine for Grimmsnarl. It might be unfavorable, but it's like not bad. Maybe Calvin has got that Iron Leaves. Probably does have the Iron Leaves. You think they'll ban you out for a month if you rally people to be play unsleeved? No, I'm not doing anything against the rules. How are you coming up with a time frame of a month? So you made this comment earlier today, but I like the outfits of these commentators over ours. Suit jacket plus t-shirt is clean and relaxed. I didn't even really look at it too hard. I like that. I do like this a little bit more. It's a little more casual. I feel like the commentators on the TPCI cast are a little bit overdressed for like commentating the Pokemon TCG. I just feel like it being a little bit more chill is just a better vibe. All right. So it is Raging Bolt here. Pretty good start so far as well. The Hoot. Oh my gosh, they're cooking. Nest Ball coming in. Is that a Briar? That is a Briar. There is a Briar in the hand. That I want you to get banned for too long. Oh, okay. I appreciate it. I assume we're going to grab Fan Rotom here. What? We don't have to be honest. We have at least one Hoot down. We could give up on the Fan Rotom. I like this overlay so much more so we can actually see the player's hands. I agree, Kat. I mean, it's pretty similar to the European stream overlay, which I also prefer to the North American one. Area 0 coming down, and then we go into the Squawk and Seize. Also, energy attachment return to the Raging Bolt. Here we go. I wonder if we should have still discarded that energy, though, because it would enable Sada next turn. So I don't hate attaching the energy, but I feel like maybe holding it was a little bit better, to be honest. Pretty good draw, though. Crispin fighting energy, so we're going to be attacking with Raging Bolt next turn for sure. No problem there. Be able to snipe off the Frostlass. So this would be a situation in this matchup where you probably would want to bench double Snow to set up for back-to-back Frostlosses, to be honest. Because this first Frostlass is probably going down pretty quickly, or Snow to the Raging Bolt. Are they using those cards? They're just legal over there. Grimmsnarl, Stevens, Crustle, Yanmega, and Shaman are all legal over there. The cards have already come out over there. Those cards have come out over there, not all the cards. So I'm playing my first cup next week, and now I am considering including Iron Leaves in case I face any Charizard. Do you think this is needed? No, Charizard sucks right now. What does Crustle do? It's just Mimikyu, but bigger. Stage 1. More HP, its attack does more damage, but it's just Mimikyu. Alright, Ultra Ball's coming in. Giving up a Grass. What are we actually even grabbing here? Think it's good or bad that we're on a different card release schedule than Japan? Bad. Are they playing Iron Leaves and Bolt just to play against Grimm? Grimm and Charizard. Grimm and Charizard are both better. Well, Grimm's not really a better deck. It just is a deck. And then Charizard is like better seemingly in this format than our current format. So good for both those matchups. All right. The Hoots are in. The Noctowls are there for next turn. Crispin and Fighting Energy in hand. Another Area 0 looking pretty good. Let's see what... Okay, Badoo top deck could be pretty good here. Try and get into item lock this turn. Has the secret box, though. Okay, we can see some TM Evo action here, actually. Hold up. Badoo comes down aggressively, but I feel like TM Evo is the play here. We got the Fighting Energy. Why are we not TM Evo in here? We could secret box for Poffin plus Arvin for Poffin plus Artisan. Just get the squad, go wide, and then TM Evo out like double Frostlass. Putting the Badoo down on the bench, I think, is actually just like a mistake. Actually, benching Badoo is like fine. It's like whatever. It looks like they're gonna go. Why TM Evo here is just so much better than going into Badoo. Badoo is not that good again, dude. People need to stop forcing Badoo against these Raging Bolt decks. Badoo is not that good against Raging Bolt. Just TM Evo double Frostlass into play here, and we're cooking. Well, I don't know if there's any Frostlass pieces prized, but so far I see 3 of them. Let's see. If there's 4 Frostlass pieces here, it's going to be a super disappointing turn. Because double Frostlass here is like super good. I think that was the 4th Frostlass. Nope, yep, all 4 Frostlass pieces are there. They can TM Evo into the Frostlass. They could still get this. They could, well, no, they discard the energy. They're just not going to do it this turn. Oh, okay, it's less relevant. I forgot about Shaman. No, but we're still not TM Evo in this turn. We should definitely TM Evo this turn. They could still do it. No, they can't do it. Well, it doesn't make any sense for them to do it because they discard their Dark Energy. Yeah. They are going to force Badoo here for some reason. Forcing Badoo here does nothing. They did go double Snow here, actually, though. But actually, because you have Shaman, you don't need double Snow But I don't actually hate it, to be honest. So I assume the Artisan's going to find us our Shaman here. I feel like TM Evo is such a stronger play here, though, to be honest. If we really wanted Badoo next turn, it wouldn't be terrible, but... Man, actually want 11 with Frostlass Badoo? No, it's Grimmsnarl. It does play Frostlass and Badoo, though. It does play those cards. Now, who knows how long it's going to be until we find a Frostlass. That's the problem with this line we could be here for a while until we find our Frostlass. It probably won't take that long, but just TM Evo in the mouth just like feels like so much better here. Yep, there's the Iono. Keeps the TM Devo in the deck. Interesting. It is fodder to be found off of Arven, which isn't terrible, but 6 cards, second Impidimp found. No bench space for Monkey Dory right now. That's another problem with benching this Badoo, is we lost our bench space. Now, we do have Shaman on our bench, so the Raging Bolt can't just, like, ignore the Badoo, but... Is Evo prized? Ooh, that is fair. Was Evo prized? I don't think so. I think we saw it. That would be the only thing that makes sense here, to not go for the Evo play, to be honest. It was not prized? Okay, I didn't think so. I thought we saw it. We saw Evo in deck? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, there's no reason to not just Evo there. Get out double Frostlass, and then... Or even just one of them. Well, no, if we're grabbing double Snow, then we're definitely going double Frostlass. Yeah, definitely just a mistake. Alright, well, KOing Impidimp here would actually be pretty good, I feel like, for Calvin. Chasing a Snorunt here feels pretty awkward at this point. That's why I wasn't sure about, actually, if we're just gonna... If we have Shaman to protect our Frostlass, I feel like going for double Snorunt doesn't make a ton of sense. But maybe it does. Attach pass. Okay, it worked out. The Iono plus the Badoo worked out. Oh, the Badoo is actually okay. All right, I still like the TM Evo better, but Badoo's actually not that bad here because we're playing the Iono to put the Noctowls on the bottom of the deck. That does increase the value of using Badoo here for sure. But I still think we should just TM Evo out the Frostlass. But Badoo's doing work. Badoo is doing work. Can't deny it. Slowing things down. Getting the job done. Monkey Dory setup. We have Candy Grimmsnarl, but just gonna go for... I don't love that play either. Couldn't we have just gotten Ultra Ball? Okay, there's a Frostlass anyways. Never mind. Let's say we could just Arven for Ultra Ball for Frostlass there. But this, I mean, playing Iono and drawing... But the thing is, though, we knew Calvin didn't have anything going on. So we'd like to avoid Iono if possible. But then we end up playing it. We'll see how it goes now. I gotta get all the Frostlass damage in play. Also, the Squawk ability being on the bench is actually a huge liability here. I think is it literally draw pass here from Calvin? Wait, did Calvin draw? I feel like there's only 6 cards in the hand. Going for the Sada, hoping to draw fighting. I feel like they didn't draw for turn. Found the fighting energy. Okay, that's pretty good. We're only KOing the Badoo here, which is obviously not great, but better than nothing. Frostlass damage comes out again to spread to all the bench Pokemon. Man, setting up the Shaman in this deck is actually super annoying. Because it just like eats up a bench space, which is not cool. Gotta catch your top decked. The hand, the hand actually might not be that good here. We'll see. The hand is not very good here. So we have Artisan. We can get a backup Impidimp, or we could get Badoo and just go back into Badooing for the turn. That would also be another play here we could make. Deck is Calvin playing. Raging Bolt. No Badoo left in deck. Was there not a second one? I swear there was a second one. We go for second imp here, though, which is fine. Are we going for the Filch? This actually might be a Filch angle. Does Shaman even work here? Yeah, it prevents Raging Bolt Snipe. Dude, our hand is so dead, we're Filching. The Filch is crazy. He didn't discard an energy? He doesn't have to. It's a baby Raging Bolt. Its attack just snipes. Healing up our Monkey Dory. I feel like healing up the Shaman maybe makes a little bit more sense, but I guess it's fine. You have a Adrenaline Brain here? Yeah, you definitely have Adrenaline Brain here. I just don't know where the damage goes, to be honest. Putting it on the Phantom, sure. No Filch? Bro, you gotta hit him with that Filch there, bro. What are we doing? One card could be all the difference, bro. What if the research is the next card? Yeah, that's definitely a misplay to not Filch there. You gotta get Filchy. It's actually a pretty big miss, I'm not gonna lie. Gotta get Filchy with it. Okay, into the Noctowl from Calvin. Start off the turn. Honestly, things are looking pretty good here for Raging Ball, I'm not gonna lie. They're, yeah, things are looking pretty good. I feel like regular Frostlock is kind of better in this format. Filch. What does Shaman card say? Prevents damage being done to your bench Pokemon. Prevents damage being done to your non-rule box bench Pokemon. Yo, what's up? Lilippy? This is top 16. This is top 4. So all EXs will get affected? Yes. All rule box. I guess in this situation, just EXs for right now. But yeah, all rule box Pokemon, which in this situation is just EXs, can still be sniped. Like if there was a Shaman on the Raging Ball player's bench, our Raging Ball could still snipe the Latios and the Squawk or the other guy. Where all the Guardies go? They're sleeping. It's been a long, you know, a long standard format for them. They're ready for a break. I play Zard or Zoro for a League Cup. Zoro, what the heck? Dude, the lack of Filch there is the disrespecting of the Filch is actually kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, and I hope they get sufficiently punished here for it. We'll see what the top deck is though. Oh, what is the next card? The question is, what is the next card? Do you even want to candy this out here? I mean, what do you do if you don't candy it out here though? So retreat to Snorunt and pass? What's the best deck with Pidgeot right now? Maybe Terrabox. Pidgeot Terrabox might be the best Pidgeot deck. The Shaman prevents damage counters or no? No. So it doesn't prevent anything from Dragapult. Second Monkey Dory's coming down. It looks like they're thinking about getting aggressive here. You do have Candy Grimmsnarl plus Counter Catcher, so like you can do some good damage this turn for sure. And then you could just try and win the game with Monkey Dories from there, for Monkey Dories plus Frostlass. So you could like bring up Latios, punch, snipe. Yeah, honestly, you can win this game with just Frostlass and Monkey Dories from here after one good hit from a Grimmsnarl. All you need is one good hit. I don't even know what we're going after here. Maybe you... I mean, came with a lot of... Oh, what was the next card? What was the next card? What is the next card? I gotta know. I just have to know what the next card was. Oh, it was TM Evo. All right, we want to have... That would not be doing much. I think the card after that was Artisan, so neither card was great. So stop Screamtail and Baby Bolt. And Water Pawn. And Zoroark. Darmanitan attack. Alright, the Filch wasn't gonna be filthy. Okay. Going after the Ogrepon's pretty good. That's the only thing that can on board one hit KO us. But I mean, the Raging Bolt can probably be set up and knock us out. But honestly, things aren't looking terrible here. For Raging Ball, things are not looking terrible. Does the... But I think we still have Jamming Tower left here for Raging Bolt. So they can use Jamming Tower to remove some liabilities from play here. Oh, and we get the Hoot Hoot KO. Okay, hold on, hold on. Things are kind of working out here. Oh, but we KO'd the Terra Pokemon. I didn't even think about that. Okay, this might have actually been a misplay. Because now they can bump the Squawkabilly. Yeah, this actually might have been a misplay. Because you kind of want Squawkabilly to survive as long as possible. Wait, did we just get a 4-prize turn here? Oh no, they can bump the Fan Rotom here actually, which wouldn't make it a 4-prize turn. I feel like we should have killed the Latias there instead, so we could have preserved. Making sure the Fan Rotom. We almost had a 4-prize turn that turn actually. That's actually kind of crazy. And then we'd only need 2 prize cards on the Squawk to win. But they killed the Terra Pokemon. If we kill the Latias, then the Stadium 6 in play, and then we kill the Fan Rotom there as well. We're definitely not out of this though. Definitely not out of this as the Grimmsnarl player. Definitely winnable. Misplay the prize trade is my prize map is low-key doomed now. Honestly, it might be because KOing the Squawk is already going to take us a while, but KOing the Squawk and the Noctowl might not be possible. We'll see. There is still 3 prize cards on board. That is true. The Squawkabilly and the Noctowl. Can very much go after those. Are you required to grab the prize cards from the bottom, or can you grab any prize card? You can take your prize cards in any order you want. Doesn't he just have Energy or Saluna? Most Grimmsnarl players do not play. Grimmsnarl is not just a deck; it's a lifestyle. It's a culture. It's a. You become one of the Grimmsnarl people when you pick the deck up. Most people do not play Grimmsnarl. Not Ursaluna in Grimmsnarl. It's getting a little late for me. It's a cult. Yeah, it's a cult. There's no way they don't got a bear. Most people don't play the bear. It's just not that good in the deck. Does Raging Ball have any energy in discard? I don't know, but they should definitely be able to get some in discard pile with how big their hand is. Second Snow Run hurting Dan now. Should have been an imp. Yeah, it didn't do very much this game. Like, getting the second Snow Run makes sense, a lot more sense if we were going to go TM Evo on that first turn. But because we didn't TM Evo, the second Snow Run's just kind of been sitting there doing nothing the whole game, to be honest. Yeah, definitely been a pretty mid grab up to this point. What A-Spec is the Grimmsnarl playing? Secret Box. Definitely Secret Box. Just discard 2 grass. But we need specifically a Lightning or a Fighting in the discard pile to get the 1 KO on the active with Raging Bolt. Why didn't Earth and Vessel always Lightning, so can Sada? That's what I was wondering as well. But I think we have an Ultra Ball in hand, so it's still possible. What format is this? Heat Wave? It's Heat Wave without Ethan's cards. But yes. You take a break between Portland and this tournament stream? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. A little break. So if Tikatong were to threaten you with her massive hammer, would you play her deck? I mean, probably. Sounds optimal at that point. Oh, there was a Fighting in the discard pile, wasn't there? Okay, well, here's the Sada. We have Vessel, so we should have a Lightning here. So we should be KOing the active here for sure. Like, definitely getting it KO'd. The Grimmsnarl goes down right now. Have we seen any new decks so far? No new decks. I think the logic behind second Snow Run is that Raging Ball isn't going to leave any damage on board, so you need to be those Snow Runs to be working overtime. Well, I'm not against the second Snow Run, but I feel like we should have played more aggressively for the TM Evo, so we could have double Frostlass in play sooner. We've had the Snow Run in play since turn 1, and it's still a Snow Run. I'm guessing no Psychic Energy for the Mind Bend angle? No, there's no Psychic in there. What does Grim do now, though? You can just use Monkey Dories plus if you can get a third Monkey Dory on the bench, and then you just Monkey Dory plus Frostlass to board wipe the Squawkabilly, and then the Noctowl. Or in this case, you might actually just KO the Hoot Hoot to prevent like Jamming Tower and Turo being found. Or you maybe just need an Iono. Iono would be pretty good here as well, to be honest. Iono, but don't take knockout, so the Fez doesn't trigger. Morpeko is useless in the Grimmsnarl decks. Yes, it's terrible. No good. There's the Tatsugiri. Bro, Tatsugiri is true in this deck is truly just along for the ride. Oh, Iono top deck, that's pretty big. We don't have another Monkey Dory setup, which is unfortunate. We definitely want that, but we're in a pretty good spot here. Latias got 10 damage for free when the guy did the change. Is there extra damage on Latias right now? It shouldn't matter. Hopefully it doesn't end up mattering. We just need to find... I guess also Grimmsnarl would work here. If we can get a Impidimp down and then can attach, then go Candy Grimmsnarl Countercatcher, that still works to win the game on the 2 turns from now. Is there any life for Hydreigon in this meta? No, definitely not. Definitely just not good. The only other thing to do here would be to play Vessel, I guess, before Iono. Chooses not to, though. So we're looking for Monkey Dory Dark. See if we get it. That is a pretty bad hand. I wonder if TM Devo Noctowl. Also, why did we send up Monkey Dory? I feel like we should have sent up Shaman here, right? Now we're going to lose this Monkey Dory. This is actually really, really bad. Because now we're going to lose this Monkey Dory, and then that's going to be way less damage on the following turn. Yeah, the Monkey Dory push there was actually just... Yeah, just bad. We should have pushed up Shaman, I feel like. There's the Frostlass. Oh, that is actually true. We could TM Evo this turn to get second Frostlass online. That's actually a pretty big deal. Wait, why did they bump the stadium? What? That was our win condition. They're playing for the... Dude, we're never getting Candy Grimmsnarl here. We have to top like a research. The TM Evo play actually is pretty good here to now go TM Evo for the Frostlass. But what do we... How do we ever win? I think they're realizing it right now too. They're like, wait, how do I win? Dude, you don't have a win condition anymore. That was so... Oh my gosh, that was such a big mistake. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what the win condition literally is, like top deck research into Candy Grimmsnarl Countercatcher to win at this point now. But you actually had a decent lineup there if you didn't do that play. Yeah, now it's like not possible. It's not impossible. Top draw boss. Even if you top deck boss doesn't do anything. He still has one more turn after this? Oh yeah, but that doesn't matter. Can't you TM Evo Impidimp? Oh, okay, hold up. We do TM Evo into Impidimp. Oh, wait a second. Maybe this does work. Oh, hold up. Okay, maybe this actually does work here. Well, we need more. We still need more, though. We still need more. Also, our stadium could get bumped. Yeah, we still need a top deck like a Countercatcher or an Arvin for Countercatcher. Yeah, I forgot about getting a Morgrim here. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, okay, we get the Frostlass, but we need Candy Grimmsnarl next turn. But we do get a Morgrim here with the TM Evo. The TM Evo actually kind of works out. We should have healed damage off the active actually, because we want to build up the damage on the bench more, because the active might get KO'd this turn. How much if he held the stadium? Well, he had to use the stadium to get the Impidimp, though, right? All right, immediately into the Sada here. We're definitely knocking out the active. Well, I guess in this situation, actually, you don't want your Frostlass to get KO or your Shaman to get KO too quickly. So maybe this actually does make sense. It is winnable this turn for sure. Is this Japan's format? Not quite, no. It's Heat Wave without Ethan's cards. Oh, are we cooking or we're not cooking? Can we Prime KO Morgrim? Oh, we might be able to, yeah. Prime KO Morgrim does seem pretty good here. Wait, but did we just win if we just TM Evoed into Frostlass? Or maybe I'm trolling. Maybe we don't just win. KO Morgrim seems pretty good. Japan forward with no Team Rocket. No Team Rocket and no Ethans. I just want to see the boss snarl so I can go to bed go to sleep happy. Wait, on the Grimmsnarl side, or you want to see the Morgrim die? Oh, they're not doing anything though. They're literally just KOing the active. Okay, this gives actually a win condition to the other side. Actually, did they just win? No, not yet, not yet. We don't win yet. But it is winnable. He just stopped a counter catcher. That's game. Grim? Dude. Dude. Oh my gosh. So you just have to bring up Fez or Pawn, and then you move the Monkey Dory moves the damage to the Hoot Hoot. Oh my, what an insane top deck, bro. That's absurd. That is absurd. That's insane. He knew. He just knew. I feel like Calvin could have done more there. Maybe not. I feel like Calvin could have done more, though. Maybe not. Maybe there wasn't more Calvin could have done. Holy smokes. You could have KO'd... Yeah, you could have KO'd the Morgrim, right? He had Prime in deck to KO Morgrim. Did he just have Prime KO Morgrim? He just had it? I mean, yeah, if he just had it, he should have done it for sure. Broken sleeve, maybe? Have you ever gone to Japan for a tournament? No. He had Noctowl and you can use search for Prime. Yeah, he did use, he had Noctowl, so he could have gone Noctowl for Prime, KO'd the, yeah, I mean, why, yeah, I think that was the play, right? You go Noctowl for Prime and KO the Morgrim. All right, Iron Leaf start is not great, but the rest of the hand looks fine, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Might be a... You don't have to Squawkabilly here. Actually, no, you don't even have to Squawkabilly here. You can just go Nest Ball for Baby... maybe... No, I don't think... We definitely don't want a Squawkabilly. We definitely don't want a Squawkabilly. Why the Iron Leaves? Iron Leaves is for this matchup and the Charizard matchup. It's an easy Pokemon to set up, and it also gives you a pivot card as well. It gives you like a switch card, basically. We definitely don't, yeah, we don't want a Squawk if we can avoid it, but it might be a Squawk angle. Squawk always used to leave from Stadium Bump. It looks like it is going to be a squawk angle here, actually, yeah. Oh, the squawk was already gone. I thought we got Fandom first, but no, there it is. I honestly might have to go to bed after this one. I'm getting pretty tired. I don't know if I can make it to the finals. I want to, but I'm also like super tired right now. Why all in with that hand? I mean, the hand's not that good, to be honest. You're also about to get item locked, so your prime catcher isn't going to be useful. Yeah, the hand wasn't that. I don't think the hand's that good. It's like fine. I don't mind the squawk plus fan here. It seems okay. I go can't make it to the finals anymore. I'm trying. We'll see how I feel after this one. I'm gonna go stand up and like take a walk around the living room for a second. No more Prime and Leaves gonna get Maractus to death. They probably don't play Maractus. I don't think we saw Maractus. I don't think Daniel plays that. It shouldn't be a huge deal. Lots of Leaves and Bolts. It doesn't seem great this format, but it seems like it could be okay next format. Does Grimmsnarl play Maractus? Not usually, no. It's not a bad card in the deck, but most people just usually don't play it. It's not like a terrible inclusion. My bad. All right, let's see what they set up here. I mean, setting up Baby Bolt's still really, really good in this matchup because you can snipe the Snow Runs if they don't TM Evo into a... if they don't find Shaman. But in this situation, we might have to get the Water Pond, to be honest. Because our hand is kind of dead. So it might be a Water Pond angle. Not Water Pond, Ogre Pond. We need to be able to use Noctowl next turn. But we're not going to be able to use Noctowl for anything super relevant next turn anyways, right? Maybe. We'll see. Okay, we did get a Vessel, so we just go grab some more grass energy for next turn, but it looks like he's just going to pass here. Sure. See what happens on the other side here. Monkey Dory coming down. Impidimp. I do see a Iono and a Spikemuth. You could put the Spikemuth in play. I would kind of lean towards it, but I guess like drawing to Artisan would be nice as well. We do want second Impidimp though, so this seems fine. Oh, we're going in with it? Not sure I love that. I think if we drew into an Impidimp, being able to save that to find a Morgrim or a Grimmsnarl seems a little bit better, but sure. Not terrible. $15 minutes left. We're definitely not going to get enough time for game 3. That's for sure. Game 3 is not happening. I'm going to go fill my water bottle. I'll be right back. Oh, I didn't see what happened. What happened? We got 2 imps. We have secret box, but we didn't play it to get a Poffin. Our fan Rotom's in the active. It's gonna take out down this Badoo. Sure. I mean, honestly, if I'm Grimmsnarl here, I think I'm swinging. I think I'm going Candy Grimmsnarl and I'm swinging. We also have Counter Catcher Defiance. Wait, how can we make this work? Can we make this work? We could Counter Catcher KO the Ogerpon off the bench. Possibly. We could actually use the stadium to get an Impidimp and then discard Boss, Vessel. No. Get an Impidimp off the thing. Generate a card from the Spikemuth. Yep. That's it. Let's go. We got it. Just get an Imp or a Morgrim, probably. Oh, just have an Imp for sure. We have all 4 Imps, so we can cycle an Imp here. And then off this, we can get Research, Artisan. Research, Artisan. We have Counter Catcher. Maybe we don't get an Artisan. We just get like Poffin maybe. Because we just want to get like some snow runs down, right? But we could also get down 2 snow runs and then also Artisan for a Monkey Dory. That actually sounds kind of good, to be honest. Andy, get devoted and out of the deck. We could, Tivo could be used to win the game, I guess, to like de-evolve some Noctowls, but it's pretty unlikely, I feel like, to matter. So I don't hate the idea of like just thinning it out aggressively. Rusty board, sure, why not? And then what do we get? A stadium? I kind of like just getting Artisan here and putting it in play and getting value out of it before we want to put it in play to get value out of it, but it bumps in area 0. So I would actually have grabbed Artisan there and then use it to get the Monkey Dory out of the deck. Because giving it to our opponent doesn't really matter too much. And I think the biggest thing that happened... Wait, what? We had to get Red Candy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, getting Artisan makes a big difference here because we want to get Snow Run, too. Yeah, not getting Artisan there is so bad, actually. Yeah, not getting Snow Run there is so bad, to be honest. We definitely should have grabbed an Artisan off the secret box there. We'd rather use it now and get value out of it now before we have to put it in play to find a basic and we bump in area 0. Or we have to like make that choice between those two. Put it in play or not put it in play to avoid the bump. So definitely a mistake there, I think, not getting a Artisan there. There's the research though. We want Monkey Dory and Snow Run. Actually, just Snow Run. We don't need a Monkey Dory this turn. We want a Snow Run this turn. Okay, we got the Snow Run and we got the Monkey Dory and we got an energy for the Monkey Dory. All right, this seems pretty good. We haven't attached return yet. And here we go. Knockout Ogerpon. I don't even know where we put this 30, to be honest. Put on a... Honestly, on the I kind of like it on the Squawk ability because that gets the Squawk ability closer to actually getting KO'd. Still no Frostlass. I kind of like it on the Squawk. I feel like it's gonna be a 1-0. There's only 9 minutes left. We're definitely not making it to game 3, that's for sure. I guess Iron Leaves isn't terrible. It's kind of whatever. Our Fan Rotom gets pushed here. You gotta find some kind of... there's a lot of cards in hand. I assume we can make something happen here. Not sure we can make... Yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna make happen here, but we definitely should be able to KO this thing. Maybe not, actually. What's in this hand? It might not be doable. Our only draw power might be Sada, and if we... Oh, hold on. We're putting the Ogerpon down. We don't have access to Area 0 or Noctowl unless we bench Ogerpon first. So I feel like the Ogerpon has to come down. What is this Night Stretcher grabbing? Are we cycling a Grass to try and find Area 0? Or Noctowl? It might be. Oh! See, now this is the thing with Artisan. Now we don't want to put Artisan in play anymore. So we should have put Artisan in play before we played the research. Just got it off the secret box and then got value out of it then. Because now we don't want to put it in play. Protects are in the other bracket. I'm not sure. Someone in chat might know, though. What's on the other side of top 4? Nest Ball's coming in. Fez seems pretty good here. But we'll see what they grab. Latias look like what they were eyeing up. Oh, it's a Raging Ball. I was like, what is that Pokemon? It's a promo or alt art or something. Pult and something else. Oh yeah, we know there's a Pult and cut. It's Pult Nor and something else. Double Bolt in play, not bad. Should we have retreated first? Maybe. Could have got one with a lighting and a fighting. Do we have an energy in the hand to be able to use here? Okay, we got a fighting, so don't have to worry about it. We also have the jamming tower in hand ready to go from Calvin here. We also have 2 Hoothoots, so the Hoothoots could find it as well to be able to remove some liabilities from play. The jamming tower is finding the jamming tower and putting it in play is gonna be a big deal if we can make that happen. To be able to remove some liabilities off the board here. Got one more to cycle on the Ogre Pawn. Maybe the Briar could actually maybe come into play here as well. There's an attach, so we're gonna have to discard what, 5 energy? Is that all of our energy? Actually, it is literally all the energy in play to get the knockout. All right, that's quite a few energy. I'm not gonna lie. And the Grimmsnarl player can just like cycle 2 more Grimmsnarls into play possibly for attacks. But actually, you just gotta be careful about the. No, I guess actually it doesn't seem like that's that big of a threat, to be honest. I don't think the Briar is that big of a threat, to be honest, at all. Yeah, it kind of seems like whatever. Mid him top deck. I think there is an Iono in hand. There is. But we need a lot here. We need Grimmsnarl. Yeah, we need a lot here. We do need a lot. No Frostlass established yet either. That's not good. Definitely need to put some more prioritization on the Frostlass. There's a Super Rod in hand, so we can get back Grimmsnarl. And maybe 2 Dark Energy. Could grab an Impidimp, but it doesn't seem as good. Ooh, I was thinking about the Badoo here. I actually don't hate that. I wonder if we're gonna Arven for Buddy Poffin ever? I feel like probably not. We probably play Iono and hope to find the Badoo, I would assume. With no energy in play, Briar's not a possibility. That is true, yeah. Unless we have like E-Switch or something, but I doubt they play E-Switch. It would be a possibility though, I guess. Guard seems bad in this format with Marnie. It does not seem great, yeah. Oh, I saw someone recently post or retweet maybe. Okay, it's gonna come down to this Iono. What are we gonna find here? What do we want? Honestly, Badoo plus Frostlass would be enough. For sure. If we could just get Badoo and Frostlass, that'd be a good start. There's Badoo. No Frostlass. There's not that much damage built up on that side of the field here right now, so putting the Spike Moth in play doesn't seem terrible. It also prevents a later... If you bump the Area 0 now, that means Calvin can't put a Jamming Tower in play later, where it could be more effective as a Stadium Bump. Or it's not as easy to get there. I'm sure Calvin does play the 2 Area 0, so still could go Area 0 and then Jamming Tower, but... And there we go. Badoo Punch for 10. Why get back to Dark? Why not a Grimmsnarl, the Grimmsnarl X as well? I'm pretty sure they did get a Grimmsnarl EX, right? The only reason to not get back the Grimmsnarl EX if they didn't would be to keep it in the discard pile for a Night Stretcher, which means that would depend on how many Night Stretcher they play, but I'm pretty sure they grabbed the Grimmsnarl EX and the 2 energy. Oh, it was too dark and Badoo. You're right. Yeah. You're right. It must be. I mean, the only reason is Night Switcher. Otherwise, there wasn't that many dark in the discard pile, so there's plenty of dark in the deck. So Grimmsnarl, Dark, Badoo would have been fine. It must be because they're trying to keep the Night Switcher option open. It's the only thing I can think about. All right. I mean, just KO Badoo here from Calvin seems pretty good. Two supporters. Wait, did he Sada and that? Did he like literally Sada and then Crispin like immediately there? Oh, it was a Burst Roar. Burst Roared away the Sada. The judges canceled it. Oh, did he want to take it back? All right, well, that is a whiff. Countercatcher team, Evo being searched off an Arvin here. And has the Spike Muth. Countercatcher's the Hoot Hoot. Interesting. Are we just going to Badoo it here? There's a Spike Muth. Sure. Get rid of the Squawkabilly. Should probably get rid of the Fan Rotom because Fan Rotom gets KO'd pretty quickly from... Okay. Fan Rotom is still in play and does die pretty quickly to other stuff. Monkey Dory and Snow or Frostlass. The hand is still dead after that Arvin use though. We use Arvin there and now the hand is dead again. 1 minute left. 1 minute left just Badooing the Hoot Hoot here. Things could get tough for the Raging Ball side. No Latias in play. Yeah, that's the big thing. There's no Latias in play right now. So moving this Hoot Hoot is tough. There is a Noctowl use. A little bit easier to move a Noctowl. 30 seconds left. Just playing for timeout? I don't know. I also don't know for sure how the top cut rules. I don't know if this game ever counts. Yeah, I don't know if this game ever counts or because he's up 1-0, he wins 1-0. I'm actually not sure. Catch retreat attack, but that is time called. There's a knockout on the Badoo. So what are the time rules? Daniel is the player that went second. And Daniel won game 1 and game 2 is not completed. But does game 2 ever count? I don't know if game 2 ever counts. Monkey Dory sent up. Top deck Dark Energy. We've got Spike Muth for our Grimmsnarl. I'm pretty sure Daniel just wins 1-0, but I actually don't know. Is this supposed to be the turn 0 rule? No, their time rules are different over there. They just play even turns. You see like the little card on the table that says second? If time ends during the second player's turn, the game is over. If the time ends during the first player's turn, which in this situation is Calvin, then Daniel gets one more turn. The player who went second gets one more turn, and then the game ends. They don't play +3. The Hoodoo Retreat. It evolved to a Noctowl and then Energy Retreat. I think they just went Crispin or something like that to retreat it. Crispin or Sada plus attach, or Crispin attach plus retreat. This is why best one is better than best 2-3. I don't. You say that, but if you watch like the most recent Champions League, there was a lot of games that came down to people conceding. Like they didn't even finish one game. Although I guess in Champions League specifically, it's 25 minutes instead of like 30 minutes. It feels like it's not as simple as Daniel wins here. Because they're still playing. So I feel like it's not as simple as Daniel just wins. What are we waiting on? So I feel like this game counts somehow to be... I don't know what their rules are, but it feels like this game counts. I guess maybe the rule is... After time, it just comes down to who's ahead on prize cards. And Daniel scooping it up. Now, is Daniel scooping it up because he wins 1-0, or does Calvin win this game because Calvin's up in prize cards? Let's see if they shuffle up for game 3. It looks like they're shuffling up for game 3. So it's going to be like a sudden death game. Yeah, it's 1-1. So it has to be first prize card wins, right? Yeah, it's definitely first prize card wins, which definitely favors Raging Bolt over Grimmsnarl. I think if you're Grimmsnarl here, you definitely go first, right? Yeah, definitely. Calvin took more than 3 prize cards, so the game counts. Is that how that works? All right, here we go. Some sudden death action. It's been a while. I can't even remember the last time we had a sudden death game on stream. So then it's only one prize card? You only lay out one prize card, so Iono's you down to 1? Let's see what Daniel picked here. Yep, just one prize card going out there from Calvin. Nope, never mind. Daniel chose second, which honestly... Oh no, the hand is dead here from Calvin. If Daniel has like Iono here to 0 to 1 each, is that the correct play? Yeah, Iono to 1 is a thing. I don't see an Iono. I see Arvin and Research and Jamming Tower. I think Calvin does have a Crispin in the hand. I think I saw it. That means Calvin is going to win this game 3 here, I think. I don't think there's a play. No, there actually is a play. Daniel can retreat to Monkey Dory. Daniel can retreat to Monkey Dory and then put Shaman on the bench. And that would allow Daniel one more turn. So there actually is a play here from Daniel. Because I line up the Tatsugiri here, though. Oh, maybe he's digging for Iono? Dude, that's so cheese. If you play Ursaluna EX, it's GG. No, because Ursaluna is based on how many prize cards your opponent's taken. But in this game, 0 prize cards have been taken. You just have 1 prize card left. Yeah, going for the Tatsu. You have to be looking for Iono here. That's got to be what you're doing here. Would Iono them both to 1? Yeah, he would Iono them both to 1, yeah. Yeah, going for the Tatsu to try and find Iono here. I'm curious why we didn't. We probably should have grabbed Snowrun over another Impidimp though, for the possibility of the. Oh no, but that only has 60 HP, which means you just need a fighting energy for Calvin. Shaman can't be searched with Poffin. Yeah, we have to find it a different way. But if we can get that plus push Monkey Dory, we survive the turn for sure. Arvin get box, go Artisan and Nest Ball. Yeah, I mean that would be able to that could set up for the Shaman Monkey Dory play, but it looks like Daniel's all in on finding Iono here off this Tatsugiri. I mean, I want to see it happen just so we can see how it goes. But I'm pretty sure pretty positive Shaman isn't in the deck. Come on, give him the Iono. Oh no. No Iono, and we know Calvin has the Crispin, I think, which means Calvin wins. That's it. That's game. As long as there's actually a Crispin on the other side here for Calvin, which I think there is, that's game over. We could see Daniel here go for... oh no, we can't TM Evo here because we already attached to retreat. Tatsugiri never fails to disappoint. I know, dude. It's insane how disappointing Tatsugiri is, bro. It's actually insane. One of the biggest disappointments of all time in the Pokemon TCG is Tatsugiri, to be honest. I hate that fish, man. Useless little bastard. Just goes research, ships the hand. And the Crispin is in the hand on the other side for Calvin, so that's game. Flashes the Crispin. Wait, what if you prize... No, you can't even prize triple fighting. I was gonna say, wait, hold on. What if Calvin prize triple fighting? But you can't, because you only have one prize card. Raging Bolt to the finals against Pult Nor, or... I don't know what the other deck is, to be honest. All right, we got one more round. I think I can stay up for it. Well, hang on, we'll see how long the break is. Well, if they go to break, dude, the breaks are so long. Even when the rounds go to time, the breaks are like 30 minutes. The problem is that the breaks are so long. That's the problem. Actually, Monkey Dory and Shaman wouldn't have worked because the Raging Bolt second attack does 130. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that is true. Very true, very true. This will be feeling like the Pulp plushie. Bro, that's me right now. That Pulp plushie, that's me right now for sure, bro. Dude, why does he look so damn tired, bro? Oh, they got to get the gloves on before they touch the merch. Of course. Dude, they literally did this at the other Master Ball League, bro. They put the gloves on before handling the merch. Dude, I want to join that Pult and go take a nap. Oh, the Buddy Poffin. All right, give me 1 second. I need to get up and walk around for a little bit. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, here it is. If they cut to a commercial break, I'm going to bed. If they don't cut to a commercial break, I'm going to stay up for the finals. Because if they cut to a commercial break, bro, who knows how long that's going to be? It could be hours. It could be days, years. We'll see. But if we just cut straight to the game after they are done talking about the prizes and everything like that, then I'll stay up. There's gonna be at least one commercial guaranteed. There doesn't need to be though. There doesn't need to be a commercial. Does Dragapult look more tired now than he was earlier? Because it's later now. He's been up for that many more hours. You back from Portland today? Yeah, I won pretty quickly, so I left early. You can bear one commercial break. These commercial breaks are like 30 minutes. I need a Maridon video. Long to Portland day 2. Like 7 hours. Actually, I should check that to see what time that starts actually. They maybe changed the... Let's see what the starting time says. Yeah. 10:45 a.m. West Coast time. All right. No, bro. Oh, no. Dude, they just went to sudden death time. And the players aren't ready to start the finals, bro? Come on, bro. This can't be real, bro. This can't be real. How do we go to time, sudden death? And then we're not ready to get into it. Or to watch the finals if you end the stream. I'll send a link. I'll send a link in the chats. All right, I gotta put a timer on this. I gotta put a timer on this, dude, because these breaks have been like insanely long. Catch it on an hourly rate. Dude, they're just juicing them, bro. They're juicing them. I do have to wake up. I do want to get some sleep so I can wake up tomorrow and have energy, you know, for the stream tomorrow. I'm gonna start a 5-minute. I'm gonna start a 5-minute timer. If they don't come back in 5 minutes, I'm going to bed. Because, dude, they just love Miraidon ads over there. They just love playing Miraidon ads, so. We'll run 5 minutes. The casters are on an hourly. The casters are just like, run as many commercials. Just keep running the commercials. Yeah, keep them going. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I should be separated like chess. Nah. What is what are the most competitive ways that people play chess? Like, are the chess world championships untimed, or like, how do the world championships go? Or are they timed? Realistically, how long was the last break? The last break was like 30 minutes. It's like from... The last break was here, 1:13:29 to... Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was literally 30 minutes. It was a 30-minute break last time. 90 minutes plus 45 seconds per move. Wait, every time you make a move, you get plus 45 seconds? Dude, what the heck? That's insane. Is it ever... Do people ever, like, play for time? Sometimes they think for, like, 30 minutes. Dude. What is it? Okay, so what are, like, what are the top ways to play chess that people actually want to spectate and watch? Like, people who are a little bit more casual. Like, what are the top ways that people are playing chess right now that are, like, spectator friendly? More spectator friendly versions of chess. Rapid is more spectator friendly. Watching Tyler One rage and shit low. You also have Blitz and Rapid World Championships, which have tighter times, 50 minutes each or something. Normal streams are speed chess, so like 3 to 15 minutes per player typically. 15 minutes Rapid, probably the best. But also you don't ever actually run out of time even in Rapid, right? Every time you make a move, you get like 5 minutes back, right? Or something, or 5 seconds, excuse me. Like once you go to like 1 second left, you do a move and click your clock and you go back up to 5 seconds, right? Or something like that. You can clock out in Rapid. Streamer players are set up waiting for a queue to online. Okay, okay. Are they almost ready to go? You can't think the moves through in 5 seconds? Yeah. But you don't actually time out, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't actually time out if you keep making moves. It's just you have only like 2 seconds or whatever to make every single move. They beating you 30 minutes later for real, almost done setting it up. What is the finals? What is the finals? Is it Raging Bolt versus... Is it versus the Dragapult Dusknoir? If you make the same number of moves a certain number of times in a row, it's an automatic draw. Yeah, I know about that. But do both players have to do it, or if one player does it, do they just lose? If one player does the exact same move so many times in a row, do they just lose if the other player didn't do it themselves? No, the time is just added to the clock at the end of your turn, so you can clock out of hit 0. Yeah, you clock out of it hit 0, but you get added time back every time you make a move. Yeah. Oh, they're back. All right, I guess we're locked in. It was before 5 minutes, to be honest. All right, we're locked in. The same position with all the pieces in the same place has to occur 3 times in a game for a draw. Okay. If there's no, so it's kind of like Pokemon. You have to progress the board. All right, here we go. Finals. Indonesia Master Ball League Championships. Let's get it. We got Raging Bolt. It's a deck in the format versus, I'm not sure what the other deck is. We'll find out here shortly. The Dragapult plushie on the table looks as done with the commercials as you do. He's cooked. Okay. Rico did make it to the finals. One day Azul's going to pass out midstream. Honestly, I was pretty close to doing it the last European special event. I was pretty close to falling asleep on stream, to be honest. I should definitely be able to stay awake for the rest of the stream, for sure. Rico is rank 1 here, FYI. Yeah, someone mentioned that earlier, yeah. If one player just does the same move 3 times in a row, you just lose because they're dumb. You lose so much tempo. Oh, okay. So it's not that you actually lose, but you will probably lose. They only play one day? They played day 1 yesterday. This is day 2. All right, here we go. Rico versus Calvin. Yo, Calvin's asleep. Bro. Calvin's ready to pass out, bro. He's like, bro, come on. Get me out of here, bro. I need to get to bed. Bro, sick of the ads. Bro needs to lock in. Nah, dude. Calvin's done, bro. He's checked. Let's see if he survives. Oh my gosh, dude. The Versian starts need to stop here for Calvin. Calvin stays opening Versian. Is it attached pass? No, we have an Ultra Ball. Okay, hold up. Might be a Squawkabilly angle, actually. Could be. 75 mid top cut. Ooh. That's a long time. Why always Iron Leaves in front? Always unlucky. What if Top Cut at Terminus had loser's bracket? They would go on forever if there's a loser's bracket. Yeah, the Billy is the angle here. And we opened double area 0 as well. Yep. Got the Sada back in the deck and then Squawkabilly coming out. So no potential for a turn 2 Baby Bolt for 3 energy, unfortunately for Calvin. And no 3 energy Baby Bolt coming out. What does Versian do? Anything fun? When you play from your hand onto your bench, you can move it to the active and put any basic energy from your Pokemon and play to it. So you like overpot some energy into play and then you move to the active and want to KO stuff like Charizard and Grimmsnarl. Latias makes its way into play. Hoot Hoot. And then Nest Ball for... Oh wait, this is kind of awkward. Oh no, you can get Ditto here. So you got to go Fan Rotom and then Latias Retreat. Okay. You can make this work here. Possibly plays E-Switch. That is true. It is possible he plays E-Switch. There's a decent chance you get Badooed here, but if you do play the E-Switch, you can start sniping the Dreeps and the Drax off the... Well, I guess Dree would be Dreeps on this next turn. You ever see what the 4th deck in top 4 was? I'm not sure, no. Not sure what it was. So we get Ditto Fanordum Noctowl, I assume, here from Calvin. Then retreat to Ditto. Ditto becomes Ogre Pawn. Then we should be good to go. Giving it some thought. Hold up, hold up. Are we going to switch it up here? No, we're chilling, we're chilling. I'm going to go to another snack real fast. I'll be right back. All right. Got the pawn to the active. The Iono could be pretty big here, though. All the Noctowls going to the bottom of the deck. Ooh. There's the Badoo. That's a big hit. Rest of the hand pretty weak. But we can maybe Ultra Ball for another Dreepy. We have double Dracloak in hand. Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. There it is. Giving up Duskull, Dusclops. So definitely hoping for a Buddy Poffin there. Just gonna have to settle for a Dreepy here. Single Dreepy. Fried chicken coming out here for Rico. Checking Gust Effects and Energy. And Night Catchers. I think we passed a Counter Catcher, actually. Maybe I'm trolling, but I don't think I am. Oh, maybe not. That's the 3rd one right there. Looks like maybe Prize of Fire and a Psychic Energy there. Unless there's one. Oh, there's none in the hand. Yeah, it did Prize of Fire and a Psychic. But definitely seems to be in a pretty good spot here, to be honest. Turn 1 Iono plus Badoo. Especially versus a board set like this from Calvin, where Calvin doesn't have a ton to work with in terms of like an attacker setup. But actually, Fanordum's ready to go. I take that back. Fanordum's ready to swing. Cycle with the pawn first. Fez. That's whatever, but yeah. Attached to Fanrodum. Thinking about benching the Slitherwing. Oh. Dude, this guy is... Slitherwing is cringe, bro. But honestly, we do need to draw some cards, so sure. Yeah, I mean, we can attack with Fanrodum here. I guess we could mill with Slitherwing, but attack with Fanrodum seems a little bit better. Let's start swinging. We're swinging. We're swinging. Let's go. Let's go. Nestball top deck. Not bad. We also have Fed Draw on board here for Rico. Immediately into the nest ball, actually. Dingus number 2 coming out. I don't know. There's other stuff we want here. I don't even know if I don't even think I like that from Rico. Maybe it's okay. Did Rico not attack with Badoo? No, he did. Immediately into the Iono here. Rush 6. Ooh, has unfair stamp. Could go for an actually, the unfair stamp's not that good here. Everything, no, there's no Noctowl to trap in the active with the counter catcher, so we probably wait on that. No energy. We might play the unfair stamp just to find energy, to be honest. Yeah, we need to try to find an energy attachment for turn here. It's possible we play the unfair stamp just to try and do that. So what do you think about the Grimmsnarl next Frost last line? 2/2 or more? 2/2 is fine. And how did Calvin play energy retrieval? He didn't. Wait. What energy retrieval did you see get played? Are you gonna even be able to get enough sleep for Portland regionals? Yeah, it should be fun. It doesn't start till like 11 my time. All right, going into the unfair stamp, which I think makes sense here. You need to find an energy for your Dracloak here. It is Raging Ball, yes, on the right side. All right, fresh 5 here for Rico. Only 2 cards for Calvin. No, oh no, there's the vessel. That's huge. That's what we're looking for. Probably go Psychic Fire, attach Psychic to the other Dracloak. Splitting the energy maybe isn't even necessary, to be honest. Well, no, we could see like boss, yeah. So you probably do want to split the energies. Just Psychic on each Loke right now. Oh, put the fire. No, I guess that does make sense actually, just in case you get Judge or Iono or something. All right, over to Calvin. What do we got? Sada, Grass, Night Stretcher. Just goes Knockout. Okay. Noctowl found. Okay, Rico's trying to figure out what to do here. We have Jack. Jack's pretty good here. We also have Iono. Buddy Poffin coming in. I assume probably for a Dreepy, but you could get a Duskull here as well. Fail. Interesting. What are we saving the bench space for? Ursaluna or... Maybe we just wanted to shuffle the deck and keep the options open. That could be the play here. Found a Research. Loke number 2. Found a Night Stretcher. Could go back into Badoo for a turn, I guess, if you really wanted to. Oh, Hawlucha. Yeah, that's true. We could be leaving the bench space open for Hawlucha. Good call, good call. Very good call. Still doing some thinking here. Fast for 3. Counter catcher found. That could be a big one. We have the Jack, which can find Dragapult plus Dracloak. No Hawlucha out yet. Is eyeing up the Brox? Brox could find Hawlucha plus other basic. Oh, that's true. Once we get Dragapult... Oh, wait, that's true, though. Yeah, once we get Dragapult, we get access to Area 0, and that expands our bench. So, no, it probably was a misplay to not get... No, that probably was a mistake then, yeah. Wait, why are we playing Brox over Jack? Wait, does that make any sense? Is there a jack in hand? There is a jack in hand. Why would we not just play jack there? There's Dusclops. Counter catcher. I assume we're just going to take out both Hoot Hoots here, which is always a pretty powerful play. Yeah, going after the double Hoot Hoot here. It's the Hoot, and then yeah, here comes the KO on the Hoot. Jack next turn for Nor plus Dragapult EX. Well, no, we're popping the Nor that Dusclops this turn, though. All right, here comes the damage spread. Some damage on the Squawk. All right, goodbye Hoots. 2 prize cards drawn. I mean, if Calvin can get the 1-hit KO here, I feel like Calvin's in a pretty good spot. Crispin off the top. Nice Stretcher in hand as well. But honestly, I don't think Calvin's hand is very good. What is that card in the front? Oh, it's Mew. No, the hand's not great. We need the Ogerpon to save us here, to be honest. Oh, that's huge! Ultra Ball for the Raging Bolt with Crispin in hand? That's what you needed. Ultra Ball away the Noctowl plus maybe the Sada. Bench Mew. Or you can also ball away the Noctowl plus, I don't know, something. You can grab this turn, feel safe in hand. Well, yeah, also we could have evolved that Dreepy to a Dracloak, right? Also gonna go down to 1 prize card here as Calvin. I mean, Iono to 1 is still online, but we will have Mew in play set up as a counter to that or whatever. Could kill Ogerpon to remove the Terra, and then win next turn by going kill Latias plus Squawk with Nor. Ooh, that's actually a good shout there, Trainer Max, to be honest. That might have been the route Rico should have taken. But that does give Calvin access to Noctowl, and then Noctowl can find Jamming Tower to bump the Area 0 and remove the liabilities, right? Like the only thing with that situation. Oh no, but you could have spread damage in a way where the Dusknoir could have... You could have got multiple different KOs there, actually. Yeah, that actually might have been a better play, to be honest. Go KO Ogerpon, spread some damage around. Yeah, you could have put a lot of things in range of Dusknoir plus Snipe, right? Yeah. Isn't the Cape +1 prize card? No. You just unbend Squawk if you KO Ogerpon. Oh, that's also true, yeah. I forgot about that. Well, how big was the bench at that point, though? There might have been a different play there for sure. All right, here comes the swing. Both off the Raging Bolt. Oh, I guess we're playing on Ursaluna with that. Maybe we should leave 1 on the Raging Bolt here. I hate taking all of our energy off Raging Bolt. We've seen so many players do that. Because now this opens up like Punch, Raging Bolt plus Iono, don't draw prize cards. Luxurious Cape is only active on non-rule box Pokemon. The effect is not active unless it's on a non-rule box Pokemon. The energy on the wing is good though. Yeah, I guess keeping the energy on the wing isn't terrible. I don't hate the energy on the wing, but here comes Ultra Ball. We have the fire energy in hand. He's lining up the Ursaluna though. I assume you'd want to attack with Dragapult here and not Ursaluna, right? And try and win over 2 turns? I feel like attacking with the Ursaluna would be a mistake here. But maybe we're just grabbing Ursaluna to thin out of the deck. I don't know. Dragapult established. Maybe we didn't have another Dragapult to get off the Jack. Maybe that's why Rico played it that way. Maybe there wasn't one actually. I kind of assumed there was, but there might not have been one. Yeah, there's the Iono. So Rico's not attacking with Dragapult here. We're going for the knockout with the Ursaluna. I feel like that doesn't make it a ton of... I'm a little bit confused by this play, to be honest. Especially with the Slitherwing just on the bench ready to go. Is attacking with Dragapult not better? Maybe we don't have Dragapult to attack with. Oh no, that looks like a Dragapult in the hand. Counter catch the Mew. Wait, why? I'm so confused. Does that make... Why does this ever make sense? Oh my gosh. Is there a fighting energy in the deck? I don't know. Wait, but if Fez is in the deck, you can get Fez draw and then use that. Oh, they got the fighting. Okay, okay. All right, Slitherwing knockout. Dude, wait, why did we attack? I'm so confused. Why did we attack with Ursaluna? Why didn't we just evolve? Did we have a Dragapult in hand? Well, no, he Iono, so he couldn't Jack. You always want Iono there. There's a Night Treacher in hand. We could have Night Treachered for the Pult. But then we have this Ultra Ball here. Is there a Pult in the deck? So here's the Ultra Ball. This is what's off the Ultra Ball. Is there a Dragapult in the deck? I can't tell. It looks like there is, though. There is a Dragapult in the deck. Dude, why did we attack with Ursaluna? I just don't understand. Yeah, Stretcher too. Yeah, he did have the Stretcher as well. Is there ever a reason? There's just not ever a reason, right? I'm reaching here to try and come up with something. All right, Duskull start here from Rico. Hoot Hoot start here from Calvin. It is the 80 HP Hoot Hoot, which is not great. You forgot about the weakness? But that doesn't even make any sense either, because Raging Bolt KOs it for 1 less energy. So it's not even about weakness. It's that Raging Bolt would KO the Ursaluna with 1 less energy. Oh, Rico chose second here. I don't like that. I disagree with that. You definitely want to go first in this matchup. Is it like his Pulse to get hurt? I guess, yeah. Everything from the Brock play was just weird. Yeah, and then playing Brock over Jack was also a mistake for sure as well. You could have played Jack, you could have had one more Dracloak set up 1 turn sooner. It didn't make a difference in terms of the endgame result, I guess, but yeah. No reason to not attack with Paul. I guess he was just tunnel visioning on. I guess he maybe was just tunnel visioning. Time is in the US. For me, it is 3:20. All right, can we finally see... We have not seen, like, Baby Bolts get used, like, at all. It just has not come up. Yeah, Rico must have just tunnel vision there for sure. That's, like, the only explanation. 3:20 a.m.? Yeah, not p.m. No Ditto grabbed here. The lack of prize cams makes it a lot harder to decipher what the players are doing and why, to be honest. Maybe Ditto's prized, but I feel like trying to get... If we got, like... We have Nest Ball in hand, so if we Nest Ball for Latias and then had gotten Ditto, we can Ditto our way into... Baby Ball in the active here. But now this just looks really bad. There's a pass. Draw from Rico there. Went in with the Nest Ball. The hand didn't look particularly good there for Rico. We'll see what's going on here in a second, though. Badingus are in there. Dreeps. Sure. Doesn't look like anything's crazy prize, but I can't really tell. There's not a whole ton of Dusknoir pieces, it looks like. There was double Duskull in hand, though. He brocked earlier instead of Drac and then felt the need to grab a Loke later on with the Night Stretcher because he didn't have one. It's cool how one move could have changed the scope of the entire game. Well, there's that, but he also just had Dragapult in his hand after the Iono. So, like, even though, like, he did Night Stretcher for Dracloak instead of Dragapult, he also still just could have Ultra Balled for Dragapult, or even though he didn't Ultra Ball for it, he just naturally drew into it as well at the end. I don't know. Hand actually might be dead here for Rico. Oh, there's a Jack. Okay. Thinking about keeping this Ultra Ball over the Duskull. Are you gonna switch into Badoo here? He's going for the switch into Badoo, which does make sense, to be honest. I actually wonder if Calvin trolled here, to be honest, because I feel like Calvin had Nest Ball for Latias and didn't do it. Actually, I feel like Calvin's whole turn in general seems a little troll, to be honest. No, Calvin played the Nest Ball for the Phantom. That's where the Nest Ball went. Oh, you should. I mean, you may as well play the Jack here, right? Honestly, I think you probably grab double Dracloak. Yeah, I would probably grab double Dracloak here, so that way, as we draw into a Dreepy, we just have another Dracloak to go with it. I think the Dusclops is actually a misplay here. There should be two Lokes here, I think. Yeah, there should be double Loke. But then also did he countercatcher before or after Iono? After he countercatchered after Iono, I think. Yeah, after. You think the game would be better if people didn't spend 10 minutes checking prizes? I think there should be some, like, better guidelines around prize checking for sure. What are we doing with the Iron Leaves here? Why do we want this in the active? Just don't want the Hoodoo in the active, I guess. Pass, okay. Oh, because I guess the Hoodoo has 2 retreat cost. He's like, shoot, can I do this with 0 energy? Okay, there we go. Buddy Poffin into the Dreepies. But like I said, it would have been nice to have another Dracloak in hand to combo with these. I think it was definitely a mistake to get the Clops there. Oh, we have another frickin' Jack. Yeah, of course. My bad. Makes sense that we didn't get the Dracloak, I guess. Sure. Back-to-back Jacks. I agree, handle the defense. Off return there from Calvin. Attached to Fan Roadie. And the Stadium. Okay, hang on. There's no energy set up on the Dragapult side as well. So Calvin is starting to make some moves here. But Countercatcher on that fat Hoot on the bench is going to be pretty devastating, actually, potentially. Well, as long as we have a Badoo. If we can Badoo the big Hoot. Finally found our first energy here for Rico. Buddy Poffin, I think. That gets us a Hoot. Then Arvin, or excuse me, that gets us a Badoo. And then Arvin can grab us the... something else we need here, but I forgot it was. Wait, what did I want? There's like an item I thought. Oh, Countercatcher. Arvin for Countercatcher. Buddy Poffin for Badoo. Yep, Badoo's in there as well. Nice. Unfortunately, we can't retreat the Dusclops with a rescue board. Oh, what is this? Okay, this is different. Luxurious K plus Unfair Stamp. Interesting. I still kind of like the Badoo angle a little more, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. This is fine. I feel like we already know that Calvin's hand is not great. I don't think we have to press with Unfair Stamp here. Yeah, we already know Calvin's hand is just not that good. Why are we pressing further with Unfair Stamp? The counter catcher is the card we want here to bring up the big do, right? I feel like that's a priority. Punches the fan rotom. Sure. I guess that does make the most sense because you don't know which Hoot Hoots are going to evolve first. It'll always be the damage one. I don't, the stamp here feels a little weird because counter catcher the Hoot Hoot seems so good. Oh, there's a jamming tower in play as well. I didn't even realize that. I mean, it doesn't really change anything, but I didn't realize it was jamming tower. I thought it was an area 0. He wants Calvin to go to 3 prize cards? No. Like, you should 100% play counter catcher here. I think it'd be just a mistake here from Rico if you don't counter catcher up the thick Hoot on the bench. You just want to try and buy as much time as possible. Yeah, see, we're going to play it. You always play it here. Yep. Okay, over to Calvin. Sod on a couple grass. You may as well attach active, I feel like. Nope, doesn't pass. All right, Loke's coming through here for Rico. We're probably not attacking this turn as Rico, but maybe next turn. Loke number 4. The coin handler doing mad work right now. Love to see it. Love to see it. Split energy. I think second Duskull is priced here from Rico, so we don't have that. Top deck there from Calvin. I think that might have been an area 0. It's going to be to draw a pass. All right. Loke's back, ready to go. Coin handler at the ready. Ready. Now Rico's just tapping and they're coming up with the coin. Not even tapping it. All right, this one now, please. Coin, please. Coin, please. Give me the coin, please. 2v1? Yeah, what the heck, bro? It's cheating. We have nitrogen for Duskull here as well. I think you would recover the Duskull. Yeah, nitrogen for Duskull seems really good here for Rico. And then, yeah, counter catcher. I don't know what we're counter catcher in here to be. I don't actually know what we're doing here. Maybe Badoo for one more turn to set up for a more extensive play. We maybe want to KO all the Hoots in the same turn. Yeah, go back into Badoo for another turn. Top deck Ultra Ball from Calvin. Are we packing it up? Oh, Calvin concedes. Okay, quickly into game 3. Bro, my sleep is loving this. Now donk him, Calvin. Get him. Okay, Rico chose second that game. I don't know who won the coin flip in game 1. Calvin won game 1. Game 2, Rico chooses second. What is Calvin going to choose in game 3? I think going first is correct in this matchup. I'm curious to see what Calvin thinks now, because we know Rico thinks going second is better in the matchup. Isn't that crazy though? If Calvin chooses first here, one of these players is just throwing. We just know one of the players is throwing before the match even starts, before the game even starts. Actually, before the match even starts. One of the players doesn't actually know. I mean, I don't know either. I'm actually not 100% sure myself. I'm just saying that we know that one of them is wrong. Calvin chose second. Oh, Calvin did choose second in game 1. Oh, you're right now, Calvin chose second because we see the little second thing there. I see what you're saying. Ooh, Ditto start with a squawk? That could be turn 1 attack potential. Rico's got that Poffin though, so not worried. And opened Duskull. Off return, second Poffin. It's Ultra Ball. Do you ever play the Ultra Ball here? Just get like a third repeat. Or do you go like Badoo double repeat actually? Maybe that's better. Fry checking coming in. Okay, so both players think going second is better in this matchup. Okay. Honestly, the hand is kind of bad besides the squawk ability. The squawk ability is the only good part of this hand. That is a lot of recovery to lose. We're going to lose our energy retrieval and our night stretcher. We'll probably play the area 0 and we're going to lose a knock towel. It's not terrible. It's like fine. So why are you not at Portland? Because. What the fuck? He just stole his Ditto. That's it. That's game. He got benched out. Oh, we're back. Dude, both judges are working for Rico here. What the heck, man? That is like super unfair. Can we get someone on Calvin's side here? It's like a 3v1 out here. There's a Pult in hand. Was there no other Pults in the deck? Looks like the Ultra Ball is coming in. I'm curious to see what we're going to grab with this, though. We have a Night Stretcher and a Dragapult in hand. I feel like it's got to get Badoo, right? Yeah, okay. The hand has a Night Stretcher and a Dragapult, though. If we did prize 2 Dragapults, we're not going to have many outs of Dragapults moving forward. In fact, it might just be 1 Night Stretcher. I don't know if Rico's playing the 2 or 3 Night Stretcher. Definitely plays 2. Could be playing 3. There's the pass. All right, can we see that turn 1 attack here? Crispin top deck. Oh! Wait, the Crispin's insane. We can just Baby Bolt the Badoo off the bench, right? Ditto into Baby Bolt. Crispin to Baby Bolt. Baby Bolt KO Badoo. We still Squawkabilly and everything, but... And then we just don't get item locked. Or it's way harder for us to get item locked going to the next turn. That's a good top deck. That's a good top deck. Baby Bolt, 1 time. Is it priced? Oof. Chill. Now we get Crispy. Area 0 and Squawkabilly. We actually, this doesn't feel like that good for Calvin. We're losing a lot of good cards, a lot of resources. And we're putting Squawk in play, which is also not great. But I mean, we are putting Area 0 in play pretty early, so we can maybe like fill up our bench and then put Jamming Tower in play to bump away the liabilities. Yeah, not bad here from Calvin. Finally see the Baby Bolt get online here, which is something that we haven't seen in the first 2 games at all. The Baby Bolt never happened in the first 2 games. Is Shaman legal in their format? It is, yes. But Rico doesn't play it, I don't think. Area 0. There's a Squawk. Calvin don't need no help. All right. Nest Ball, that's a big one. That gets the Fan Rotom, that gets the Noctowls. You can also see some cycling here. I feel like we should see some cycling here with the vessels. We'll see though. That's what I think we're gonna see the Fan Rotom get utilized here for. Vessel away a Fan Rotom, get some energy. Vessel away an energy, get some energy. There's also no Terra Pokemon in the hand actually. And there, is that a Nest Ball? I can't tell if that's a Nest Ball. That might be a Nest Ball. Latias here for sure. You definitely play. You favor the Ogerpon before the Latias, though, right? I feel like Latias or Ogerpon also opens up our bench. We'll see though. I don't hate the Latias crab, but it's gonna go with the Ogerpon. I think it does make a little bit more sense, but I wouldn't have hated the Latias crab. This makes this. I think this makes more sense though, for sure. All right, I think we could Vessel away the. We should. Well, we have a grass in the discard pile, so maybe it's fine. I'll say Vessel away Lightning doesn't seem bad. No, actually, I kind of like the Vessel away Lightning. Get another grass in the hand for the next turn, just in case you get Badoo next turn or something like that. I wouldn't hate to see Vessel on the Lightning here. Yep, there it is. Yeah, grass for the Ogerpon, fighting to go with the Lightning in case of like setting up a Raging Ball or something like that. Okay, the Badoo. Thank goodness, okay. Let's see what Rico can do with this. Rico does have Research in hand. Top deck Dusclops. Ooh, that's a pretty good top deck. There's a nice research for the Badoo, so we get some value out of that. And then there's a research getting rid of Dragapult. Looking for some Dracloaks, so we got him. Creepy. Oh! We're lacking Lokes, folks! That's not good. That's not what we want. Lokes are key. We did find the Cape, which is also a good piece to draw into to protect a Loke. But you have no Loke to protect. Cape's not as big of a deal. Any reason why no KO Duskull? So it doesn't evolve? You don't really care about it evolving, you care about your opponent getting access to Badoo. So if you KO the Duskull, then they push Badoo and they Badoo you. But if you KO the Badoo, then they have to move the active still to and get a Badoo. You're scared of item lock, you're not scared of Dusclops. It's like one of the ways that Rico can like come back in the game, besides being like a comeback deck through Dragapult, is just Badooing us and buying time. So we want to make that as hard as possible in the early game and just get as many prize cards as we possibly can while setting up. All right, another prize card for Calvin. Sure, he's not complaining, especially with no Lokes. No counter catcher? We're not even going to go for a Hail Mary on the counter catcher? I feel like we go for a Hail Mary there. I'm not going to lie. Just be like, screw it. I hope we don't have it. Could Crispin, could Sada. I actually just don't know what's better, to be honest. Actually, honestly, I do like the Sada so we can try and draw into Latias. And I don't like the Lightning Energy getting grabbed, though. We should grab. There's a grass at the bottom of the deck, or discard pile, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I do like this so we could try and draw into Latias. We did not. The Mew is actually not bad, though. I don't hate the Mew bench here. In case we get unfair stamps next turn or something like that. Honestly, there's actually a decent argument, I think, here for Calvin to KO the Badoo and not a Dreepy, actually. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I actually think Calvin trying to break item lock as soon as possible is probably more beneficial. I think that's actually a mistake there from Calvin. I think going for the Badoo might be a little bit better there. Because we're so far ahead at this point, we just need to not get cheesed. And one of the cheesiest things you can do is Badoo. So I think it's actually a mistake from Calvin. We'll see how it plays out though. Double whistle coming in here from Rico. Still no Lokes online, of course. Need that still. I think from Rico here, we're looking for like counter catcher up, Squawkabilly plus I guess Iono is putting it down to 3. That's still pretty good here, to be honest. We have a counter catcher, right? Okay, dude. I was like, what the heck? Are we not playing that? Ooh, I don't know if I like bringing up the Hoothoot though, because 2 Badoo attacks KOs it. Yeah, the Hoothoot bring up, I actually think is just a misplay. I think you should bring up bring up Squawkabilly. It doesn't sound very good either. Okay, Loke number 1 found. Can't buy as much time with that. Appreciate the $2 super chat there from earlier, Asukashan. And then appreciate the 17 months there, Champ Buster. We only have solo Loke here. We did get an energy return, which is nice. We prized the Fez. Oh, that's annoying too, to be honest. Okay, we're nest balling right here for it. We don't have anything. Dude, I really think Calvin should have KO'd the active. I really think Calvin should have KO'd the active. Gonna get 2 prizes from the Cape Loke next. Can we reach that this turn? He's got 190 HP. We're hitting for 1. We can't reach that. We can't reach those numbers. We're just gonna KO the Dreepy this turn, I guess, from Calvin. Well, we have to be able to retreat the active first. We can't retreat the active yet. I don't see an out if Calvin can move the Hoodoo next turn. I don't know. Iono's pretty powerful. We'll see. Top deck Fez. That wouldn't be a terrible thing to establish. Let's start with that. Sada. To the Raging Bolt. 4 energy stacked up. 2. Oh, the Iron Leaves for the save. And take away one of the energies off the Raging Ball or the Ogerpon. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. You don't really need 4 energy on the baby Raging Ball, to be honest. So you probably take the energy off the baby Raging Ball, I think. Yeah, actually, this is a mistake here from Calvin, because now Rico can just knock out through the active, remove 4 energy from play. Raging Ball coming down as well. I like the Raging Ball coming down. It was a Dreepy. That seems fine. And the Fez bench is a big deal as well. But in this situation, there's the Mew on the bench. We do have a Hoodoo on the bench. Actually, it's kind of awkward. We have to go into Arven here. Is it Arven for unfair? Yeah, prizing the Fez was pretty rough, to be honest. There's no Latias, so you could try and trap Raging Ball for a turn, maybe? We do have access to 1 Dusclops / Dusknoir as well throughout this game still, based on the 2 prize cards remaining from Calvin. Trapping Ball would be the play. The problem with Trapping Ball is it gives them Burst Roar, so I almost wonder if bringing up Fez is just better, to be honest. There's Candy Dusknoir. Okay, big things could happen here. Oh, this turns on Fez. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. That turns on Fez. But if we could find Hawlucha, counter catcher, you could KO Fez plus KO Hoothoot, right? I actually don't hate the Hoothoot push there. Oh, but the hand's just not that good for Rico. It's got to be Unfair Stamp into the nuts. Yeah, this is not good. Rico needs to Unfair Stamp into just like, yeah, we need some good stuff here. Or should Luna kill Bolts? I think we need to KO the Fez here. I would ignore the Bolt here. So the Badoo makes its way to the field, sure. Here we go. 2 for Calvin, 5 for Rico. Rico needs Counter Catcher, Psychic Energy, Dragapult. What'd we get? Night Stretcher. There's a Dragapult. Psychic Energy is in hand. Noctowl Sada in the hand here for Calvin, though. What else do we have here for Rico? Not good. 1 prize card left here for Calvin. I mean, you're definitely KOing the Hoot Hoot here, right? As Rico. So we're drawing 2 more prize cards. But we're not even setting up to win next turn. Like, Rico doesn't even win the game next turn. It's about as bad as it gets. Mew draw available. Fez draw available. Sada in the hand. Not looking good. If we had found Hawlucha Counter Catcher, I mean, we've seen it so much. With Fez prize as well from Rico, the Fez being prize is pretty bad as well. Calvin should probably try and dig for another ancient Pokemon first. That'd be like a pretty good top deck here. See what the top deck is. Fighting Energy. See, I almost want to draw. No, we do just want to draw with Fez first, right? To try and draw off another. No, you can attach Fighting to Raging Bolt. Draw with Mew first. Yeah, draw with Mew first. Now we draw with Fez. Prime. It's Prime Catcher. That's game. The Prime will do it. Shows the Prime. And Calvin gets the dub. Raging Bolt over the Dragapult. Dusknoir. That was a pretty good match, to be honest. That was a pretty good match in the end. We saw the game 1, game 2. We saw 0 from Baby Bolt. And even though the draw wasn't insanely clean from Calvin, we finally saw the Baby Bolt, and we saw the power of the Baby Bolt there in that game 3 there for sure. All right, chat, I need to go with some sleep. Good stream. I'll be seeing y'all again in 6.5 hours. 6 hours? 7 hours. 7 hours. 7 hours. 7 hours? Yeah, 7 hours. See y'all again in 7 hours for day 2 of Portland Regional Championships. I'll see y'all then. Have a good one. I'm just gonna head off. Goodbye.